and thankfully no major issues so far. Hi everybody, I'm Hannah Battah, and thank you for joining me for Fox 4 at 4. Polls on the East Coast, they start to close in about the next hour or so, and we're going to update the national results as soon as they come in. We're also following local races of interest, including the controversial public safety amendment to the City of Dallas charter, and a polling site vandalized overnight in Arlington. It was cleaned up before voters arrived this morning, but now police are looking for the person responsible. Well, nationwide, the final hours of voting are seeing heavy turnout in some of those key battleground states. Former President Donald Trump is in South Florida tonight. He voted this afternoon alongside his wife Melania in Palm Beach. Reporters there asked him if he lost, would he concede the race? He reiterated that if it was a fair election, he would acknowledge it. Trump is planning to watch the returns come in tonight at his Mar-a-Lago resort with family and donors there. And the Trump campaign hosting its election night watch party just a few miles away at the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is a live look right now. Pretty dark in the room. You can see thousands of supporters are planning to attend tonight. Trump made an appearance there earlier today. He's also expected to thank his supporters again in person there later this evening. In the meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign is holding her election night watch party at her alma mater, Howard University. You are taking a live look at that setup there outside. Harris graduated from the Washington, D.C. school back in 1986 with her undergraduate degree. Earlier today, Harris called into radio stations in Wisconsin. Then on Sunday, she said she cast her vote with a mail-in ballot to her home state, California. Well, Wisconsin, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidential election. The others are Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. In those 7 states, nearly 387,000 votes out of the 158 million cast nationwide decided the 2020 presidential election. President Biden won all of those states except for North Carolina. Now, Pennsylvania has the most electoral votes of the group. Polls there have shown Harris and Trump tied in that state. And in North Texas, there are several races of interest tonight. 18 charter amendments are on the ballot for the City of Dallas voters. 3 of them have gotten quite a bit of attention. The so-called hero amendments, S, T, and U. Those would give residents a bit more leverage over city management and create controversial funding and staffing requirements for Dallas police. Fox 4's Lori Brown is covering this part of the election tonight, and she joins us now. Lori?
Hannah, propositions S, T, and U were required to be put on the ballot after an organization called Dallas Hero gathered 170,000 petition signatures. Proposition S would take away Dallas's government immunity, potentially opening the door to a lot of costly lawsuits. Proposition T would tie the city manager's job retention and salary to a community survey. And Proposition U would require half of the city's new revenue to fund police and fire pensions. And it would also require the city to have a minimum of 4,000 police officers. That's 900 more officers than the city has now. Jaime Castro, the president of the Dallas Police Association, says Amendment U would undermine their ability to negotiate salaries and benefits for tenured officers.
Budgeting for this level of hiring would not make the city safer, and it would spell doomsday for the city budget. Parks, streets, libraries, and other city services improve our quality of life and contribute to a safer city.
My family does not feel safe with the inadequate response that Dallas has. And so this is a very serious issue.
Pete Morocco, executive director of the 501c4 Dallas Hero organization, says the goal for Amendment U is to bring the Dallas police force up to the level demanded by a growing population. He cited public safety as a reason that he moved from Dallas to University Park earlier this year. 3 former Dallas mayors have voiced opposition to STU, while Morocco argues that it would bring government accountability and a stronger police force. The former mayors say that it could have the opposite result and have very damaging consequences. Hannah.
All right, Lori Brown joining us live in the newsroom. Thank you for the update. And just a heads up, anywhere you are tonight, if you have your smartphone with you or maybe a smart TV, we're going to have coverage that you can watch anytime throughout the day with either of those devices. Here's our Fox Regional Digital Content Director, Adam Fullerton, to walk you through it.
It's Election Day, and Fox Local has all the updates that you need for all your election news. You have the Fox Local TV app. If you have a smart TV or a device, this is an Amazon Fire. Fox Local is completely free. You can download it and get all your election coverage. We also have the new Fox Local mobile app. So this app we have all of our election coverage. We're going to have the streams, shows, and results right there. So let's go back to the TV app. This is where the main stream is going to be. We have coverage all day. All things election from both here in Texas and around the country. Right now, this is our Texas The Issue Is election special. Colin Allred, Ted Cruz, they answered the questions for our reporters. You can watch that on demand right now. We also have live feeds from all the battleground states. Live Now from Fox is going to be live through Thursday. Pennsylvania, we have Fox Philadelphia there, in Atlanta, in Phoenix, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, anywhere there's a battleground state, we have live coverage from there. Again, Texas The Issue Is special. You can watch it right here. You can also scan this QR code. This is going to go right to our page, which has live updates. It's going to be where we have the results. Later in the night, we're going to have a live stream that's just going to be results going through. Also, Stephen Dial, Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, they're going to be on Fox Local and More 27 from 7 to 9. As results come in, they're going to be giving you updates. We're also just going to have video updates throughout the day. We have all kinds of news from across the country here. That's going to be throughout the day. And across Texas as well, we have live coverage from Austin and Houston. So if it's happening out there, we're going to have it on Fox Local, fox4news.com as well. It's the place to be for all your election stuff.
And as Adam just mentioned, we are going to have live coverage as those early results come in tonight, starting at 7 p.m. on KDFI Channel 27 and our streaming platforms, including the Fox Local app. Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, and Stephen Dial will be joined by SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson. Our coverage moves to Fox 4 starting at 9. And with Election Day underway, thousands are still expected to turn out to vote before those polls close at 7 p.m. Temperatures right now sitting in the high 60s, as you can see there in one of our downtown Dallas tower cameras. The sun still shining bright. We're going to start things off with meteorologist Ali Turiano, and happy to say the weather is not getting in the way of any voters right now.
Yeah, exactly. What a difference a day makes, because this time yesterday we had widespread showers, thunderstorms, several severe storms ongoing. Not the case. That front has moved through. It is dry. It is much cooler. Temperatures ranging from mid 60s to 70 degrees in our southeastern zones. We're at 67 in both Dallas and Fort Worth, 66 in McKinney and Denton. So we're looking at a great evening. I will say, if you're getting to the polls after sunset, you may want to bring a jacket because those temperatures are going to drop pretty quickly. And with light winds overnight, it is going to be a little on the chilly side, especially outside of DFW, where I expect mid to upper 40s, but right around 50 to 51 degrees for Dallas and Fort Worth to start tomorrow morning. I overall believe tomorrow will be a fantastic day. We're back with mostly upper 60s to low 70s and just a few fair weather clouds. But by Thursday, clouds are back on the increase, and we've got those rain and thunderstorm chances returning. Another front on the way for your Friday. More details on that and what it means for the upcoming weekend coming up in just a bit.
All right, Allie, thanks. Well, police are investigating a case of vandalism at a Tarrant County sub-courthouse in Arlington. Messages were scrawled along the building and glass broken in. Fox 4's Dion Anglin joins us now with more. Dion.
Hannah, this overnight vandalism was cleaned up before the polls opened at 7 a.m. Meantime, Arlington police say they are reviewing surveillance video to try and identify a suspect. The building alarm here at the Arlington sub-courthouse alerted law enforcement and county officials of a breach. That was just after midnight. When officers arrived, they found a double-paned window broken along with spray-painted graffiti. The words "Free Palestine" scribbled across a window near the building entrance. The sub-courthouse includes the district office for County Commissioner Elisa Simmons. She says the priority was to have the vandalism cleaned up before voters began to arrive. Simmons says she has viewed the building surveillance recording. Did it appear to be one person or more than one?
To me, it appeared to be one person. You could see the spray painting occurring, and then they moved away, came back with a good-sized rock and threw it at the glass. I think it highlights the level of emotion with regard to this election.
Now, again, no suspect has been identified. Arlington police say they have increased patrols for the courthouse throughout the day. The county constable as well making patrols here to ensure, polling site operations go smoothly. And that is exactly the case. Voting described as a smooth process by those who have been going in and out. They have told us that they have been very pleased that they have made it in, voted without having to wait in lengthy lines. That's the very latest live here in Arlington. Back to you guys.
All right, Dion, thanks. Well, an ice cream shop in North Dallas was robbed and vandalized early this morning. The owner of Howdy Homemade Ice Cream said money was stolen from its employees' tip jar. Ice cream company committed to hosting events and job opportunities for people who have disabilities or special needs. It also provides training to diverse community of workers. Once the news spread on social media, the customers have been dropping off donations to replace what was stolen, and the Dallas Police Department is investigating. Coming up here on Fox 4 News at 4, a small village in New Hampshire continues the tradition of voting at midnight. Up next, we'll bring you those results, something that's only happened one other time in 64 years. And Grand Prairie ISD superintendent addresses reporters today after weeks of conflict with his district over employment. residents of a small community in New Hampshire were the first to cast their ballots on this election day. The township of Dixville Notch is home to only 13 people with 6 registered voters. The final count was read out by the officials there at 12:10 this morning. 3 votes for Vice President Harris and 3 votes for Donald Trump. Yeah, back in the 2020 election, Joe Biden swept all the votes. The only other time there's been a tie there was in 2012 when Barack Obama and Mitt Romney were running. That tiny village started its tradition of midnight voting back in 1960. I love that they've kept it around. Well, as millions head to the polls today, a select few will be casting from outer space. That crew, including 2 stuck there after the Boeing Starliner malfunctioned, will beam their votes back to Earth thanks to a high-tech encrypted system. After an astronaut fills out an electronic ballot, the document flows through NASA's tracking and then the data relay satellite system to a ground antenna in New Mexico. From there, NASA transfers the ballot to Mission Control Center in Houston, then on to the county clerk responsible for casting the ballot. That is quite the journey, Allie.
Yeah, it sure is, and that's pretty amazing, the stuff that they get to do. You know, here, pretty amazing how different our weather is today compared to yesterday. I just want to talk about how much rain actually did fall. Some folks are going, okay, I barely had a drop. That was our far western zones. But then across a portion of the Metroplex and in our eastern counties, radar estimates were in the 2 to 4 inch range in a lot of areas. Our front has moved through, so even after starting out with some showers this morning, here's what it looks like now. Skies are clear. Check out the temperature difference, too. We've got generally mid and upper 60s. A few spots have hit 70 degrees. We're at that now, Possum Kingdom Lake. Winds have a westerly component up to 15 miles an hour. That wind will be variable and very light tonight, so with mainly clear skies, temperatures will fall. And it's going to feel like fall. Kind of chilly. If you are heading out after sunset to vote, you'll want to grab a jacket, especially if the lines are long and you're stuck outside. So radar, nice and quiet for us, and that's how it will stay for at least one more day. Here's the big picture. Not a whole lot happening here, but off to the northwest, another storm system from the Pacific heading in our direction. So we've got one more dry, comfortable day, cool morning, pleasant afternoon, and then as the system digs into the 4 corners, rain chances return starting Thursday with a cold front moving through Friday. So we have 2 really good opportunities for precipitation, and we could have a few stronger storms, especially in our western counties on Thursday with hail and gusty winds. And then by Friday, I don't believe we're going to have a high severe threat, but a few storms could produce some gusty winds. So that is something we'll watch on Friday, but very high coverage, especially for Friday across all of North Texas. And then the weekend, we're pretty much dry. Got a small rain chance for our far southeastern counties on Sunday for some showers, but honestly, most of us will be dry with really comfortable conditions. And this go around with the potential of rain for both Thursday and Friday. It looks like the higher coverage will likely be in our western counties. I think that's where we'll have more rain on Thursday too. So easily 1 to 2 inches of rain will fall in some spots yet again. For this evening, we are dropping through the 60s very quickly. Light varying winds, temperatures falling down into the upper 40s and low 50s, right around 51 for DFW. And then a southeast wind develops tomorrow. It won't be too strong, but you'll notice highs climbing into the upper 60s and lower 70s. A decent amount of sun for most of the day. And then Wednesday night, clouds will be on the increase, mostly cloudy conditions, a little bit warmer in the morning Thursday. And then we'll see those showers and thunderstorm chances really start going up through the day. I think highest coverage I-35 corridor eastward, rather westward, and then a little less to the east. Temperatures overall seasonable. You know, we should have a high near 70, and we're likely going to be pretty close to that in the coming days, even with this front moving through on Friday. There's your forewarned 7-day forecast with a somewhat chilly morning tomorrow, and then we're back to 72 in the afternoon, upper 60s, low 70s for your highs through Saturday. And then after that, we do warm up heading into next week.
Okay, well, if you couldn't write down everything Allie just said and you need to keep track of the weather radar, you can get live radar using the Fox 4 weather app. It also has severe weather watches and warnings and lets you watch live newscasts directly on your device. Just scan the QR code there on your screen to download it for free. Well, the embattled Grand Prairie ISD superintendent spoke with reporters for the first time since a temporary restraining order was filed between him and the district. Superintendent Jorge Arredondo is scheduled to appear before a Dallas County judge today for a hearing in the injunction that was set to be scheduled to November 15th. Now, he was suspended after weeks on the job, as the district superintendent. Arredondo sued the district then over what he calls a violation of his contractual and constitutional rights. He says he wants to get everything resolved.
Just looking forward to find some resolution to get back to the commitment we have for all students there in the Grand Prairie Independent School District.
Yeah, a previous school board meeting was held to potentially fire him. Arredondo's attorney says he was not told what the allegations against him are. Well, the 4th Police Department says the number of backlogged sexual assault kits has dropped by nearly 200 cases over 3 weeks. There are now 708 cases left in the system, down from 898 October 11th. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office says that they will help with the cases, but because of technical restrictions, they can only help with new ones. Detectives have been calling victims to provide updates, and all those calls should be done by tomorrow for cases with unknown suspects. The Office of Police Oversight Monitor is now included in the process to oversee and monitor the lab's progress. Coming up, Boeing union members vote to go back to work after a 2-month strike. We'll tell you what the new contract includes and how much that lengthy strike ended up costing after the break.
Fox 4 at 4 o'clock.
Well, Boeing factory workers agreed to end their strike after more than 7 weeks of negotiations. 59% of employees voted to accept that new contract. That includes a $12,000 bonus and nearly 40% pay raises over 4 years. Boeing will also increase its contributions to employees' 401k accounts. Employees had mixed responses to this new agreement.
No one walks away from a negotiation happy, but I am happy with the result that happened today.
Very conflicted. This was definitely not a victory.
Yeah, the new contract does not include a plan to restore pensions for employees. That was a sticking point for many workers. Economic experts estimate that the strike has now cost Boeing close to $10 billion. And Wall Street made an election day rally as new data shows the economy is staying strong. The market climbed on a report showing growth in retail and transportation, as well as a strong profit report boosting excitement in artificial intelligence. The Dow is up 427 points. The Nasdaq climbs 259, and the S&P 500 is up 70. Well, an American cheese company voluntarily recalled a select batch of brie cheeses over potential listeria concerns. Savencia Cheese is recalling 6 different kinds. The company identified this issue after routine testing. FDA says the recalled cheese was sold in Aldi and Market and Basket stores across 12 different states, including Texas. Customers can return their products for a full refund. There are no confirmed reports of any illness or deaths at this time. Still ahead, our Election Day coverage continues. We're going to check in on a poll in Dallas County and get an update on how the Texas Senate race is shaping up next.
Watching Fox 4 at 4.
Millions of Texans are voting in today's general election. Dallas County, one of 8 in the state of Texas, where the Justice Department said sent federal monitors to watch for any voting rights violations. State challenged that move, and the DOJ agreed to keep those monitors outside. Fox 4's Alex Boyer is at a voting location in West Dallas with a look at how things are going. Alex.
Hey, Hannah, and I can tell you I've seen one of those federal monitors at this location walking around the perimeter throughout the day. Now, earlier today, we stopped by several different locations in Dallas County to really get a feel for how things seem to be moving. Haven't seen much of a wait at any of those locations, including here at the Anita Martinez Rec Center in West Dallas. Now, voting locations opened at 7 a.m. and the day started off a little wet with that rain that moved through the area this morning. That didn't deter folks from getting out to exercise their right to vote. Now, come noontime, thankfully, the sun was out and has stayed out today, and many people used their lunch hour to cast their ballot. You know, I talked to several people at the Fretz Park Branch Library in North Dallas about how they felt voting this year.
Not feeling good overall. Not a lot of great choices. Lesser of two evils, I guess. So that's it. I'm pretty, I'm socially liberal and fiscally conservative, and there's not a good selection for that.
I'm voting for what's right. I'm a Christian. I believe in what's right, and that's what made it important to me, just to see our country better.
Like, this was actually my first time voting, and like other years I had opinions on candidates, but I hadn't voted for them, and I didn't feel the need to. This year I really felt the need I had to.
It's something that needs to be done. So I took my time, and hopefully my vote counts. I'll be like everybody else, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
And one of the women I talked to, who you heard from, LaTanya Powell, is actually from Dallas, but she's currently living in Virginia for a few months. So she said she flew home today, where she's registered so that she could cast her ballot. That is how important this election is to her. And again, it's been mentioned throughout this newscast, the polls do close at 7 p.m. tonight. If you intend on voting today, just make sure you bring a valid ID with you.
That is incredible. She traveled that far and still was able to make it in time for Election Day. All right, Alex, thanks. Well, in Tarrant County, as of 4 o'clock, over 117,000 voters have cast ballots, and that number is growing as the polls don't close now for a couple of hours. They close at 7. So that compares to over 102,000 total votes 4 years ago. Among the races on the ballot in Tarrant County is the sheriff's race and 2 county commissioners. But before you head out to vote, you can visit our website to find the link with voting times for your specific polling location. And the race for the White House is going to come down to a handful of battleground states. Fox 4's Blake Hansen is at our touch screen now with a look at the potential scenarios this evening. Blake?
Yeah, hey, Hannah, we've kind of set up the touch screen, at least initially, to show you what we expect. These are kind of the likely and safe bets for each of the candidates. And if we just put those in, factor those in, assume that there aren't going to be any surprises, which there very well may be, that puts Harris and Trump 226 to 219. So you're starting at about even ground. So these are the battleground states we have not filled out at this point in time. Let's look at where some of these candidates are leading the race. Harris has a slight average in states like Wisconsin and Michigan, part of those blue walls. That's Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Those 3 states went to Biden in 2020. If we factor those in, Harris has 251. That means that the 19 votes that Pennsylvania is going to give would be enough to hit that key number 270 that you're going to be hearing all throughout the night. If we take those out, let's look at some of the key states for Donald Trump. Now, he's doing a little bit better in some of these battleground states in terms of a polling average. If we look at Donald Trump's strongest states, that's going to be in North Carolina, in Georgia, as well as over here in Arizona. So those 3 states leave Donald Trump 8 shy of having the 270 necessary. This is one of the reasons why we're looking at Pennsylvania so much, and you're going to be hearing a lot about it throughout the evening. It is because Pennsylvania has the most votes, electoral votes, of those battleground states. There is 19 electoral votes there, and we may not know which way Pennsylvania goes until Saturday. It is one of the slower states in terms of calculating its votes. People probably remember that from 2020 as well. And so all eyes are really going to be on Pennsylvania, and we may not know tonight, which is why some are expecting it could be till the weekend before we know who is going to be the next president of the United States. Hannah?
We all have a nice practice in patience. All right. Thank you, Blake. Well, North Texans, they have several options if you are still needing to head out to vote and you might need a ride to the polls. DART and Trinity Metro are offering free rides. Star Transit, which services Dallas, Kaufman, and Rockwall counties, will give voters a free ride. Over in Collin County, voters can use the promo code NAACP VOTE to get up to $40 off a ride to the polls and then back using Lyft. That's made possible through a partnership with the Collin County NAACP. You can find your polling place and get a look at a sample ballot on our website at fox4news.com. Well, like Alex was saying, it was a wet start to the morning for many voters in North Texas. That eventually gave way to some drier conditions. As you can see now, skies totally clear. Let's check back in with Fox 4 meteorologist Ali Turiano. Hey, Ali.
Yeah, you know, a very different looking day today. We're glad all of the storms were here yesterday and not today. Skies have really cleared out, allowing those temperatures to climb nicely, just a couple of degrees below normal for this time of year. Highs ranging from mid-60s to about 70 degrees in most spots. Officially waiting for that DFW temperature, but so far 68 has been the high at DFW. A little bit warmer south and east, but overall everyone enjoying a really nice looking fall day. If you are heading out to the polls after sunset, know that temperatures are going to drop pretty quickly, so you may need a light jacket. We have lighter winds tonight, clear skies, allowing those numbers to tumble pretty quickly. Out the door tomorrow morning, we're at 51 at DFW. Outside of the Metroplex, 40s for you tomorrow morning, with just a few clouds through the day as high temperatures climb back into the upper 60s and lower 70s. So tomorrow is looking great. As we get to Thursday and Friday, here comes more rain. Higher coverage of showers and storms, especially west of the I-35 corridor Thursday, and then a good bet for rainfall on Friday as another cold front moves through the region. What that means for your weekend, we'll talk more about that coming up in just a bit.
All right, Ali, thanks. Well, after weeks of attack ads from both sides, tonight Texans will pick either incumbent Ted Cruz or Dallas Congressman Colin Allred for U.S. Senate. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is live, where there's going to be a watch party for one of those candidates. Peyton.
Hi, Hannah. I am located in Dallas this evening. This is where Congressman Colin Allred will have his watch party, his hometown, of course, and he has been campaigning here in North Texas in these final days of his campaign. This is an extremely high-stakes race and what's expected to be a close race, an expensive race. We've all seen the ads, and a possible fight for the control of the U.S. Senate. So let's break it down for our viewers. Now, Congressman Colin Allred looking for an upset in this race. A Democrat hasn't won a statewide office in Texas in 30 years. Senator Ted Cruz is seeking his third term, elected to the Senate back in 2012. His watch party will be in Houston this evening. We will also be following his watch party. Senator Cruz really hammering down his message to keep Texas in rural and suburban counties. Cruz pledging tougher border control and attacking policies on transgender issues. Allred, on the other hand, blaming Cruz for limiting women's access to reproductive health care, including the statewide ban on abortion. Now, in order to win, this is key, Congressman Allred must perform overwhelmingly in Texas's metropolitan counties. That includes Harris, of course, Travis, here in Dallas County, and pivotal is Tarrant County. Back in 2018, Tarrant County went blue barely for Beto O'Rourke. Cruz looking to reclaim Tarrant County. So again, Hannah, we're still waiting for those early numbers to come in. I want to point out polling averages show Cruz holding a 4-point lead, but Congressman Allred, he sat down with our own Stephen Dial last week, and Stephen Dial asked him about that margin, and he said when he beat Republican Pete Sessions, he was behind in all of the polls up until election night. So Congressman Colin Allred says he is really focusing on what happens tonight past 7 p.m. and we will be here tonight in Dallas for his watch party and bring you the latest. Hannah?
Thank you for the update, Peyton. Appreciate it. And we're going to have live coverage as those early results come in tonight, starting at 7 p.m. on KDFW Channel 27, as well as our streaming platforms, including the Fox Local app. Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, and Stephen Dow will be joined by SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson. Our coverage moves back here to Fox 4 starting at 9 p.m. Still ahead, it's the day for the NFL trade deadline. We'll have details on the moves the Cowboys are making and an update on quarterback Dak Prescott's injury. It's time for your 4 at 4, the 4 stories that have us talking today.
And the first one, love freebies. Several places are giving freebies and deals to voters today. Anyone who places a delivery order of $20 or more with Starbucks gets 30% off their order. Krispy Kreme is offering a free glazed donut and an I voted sticker. Hertz is also offering rental deals to get a free rental day when you rent a vehicle for at least 2 days. How about that?
Is interesting. You know what? I wish I would have known about this earlier. We would have gotten donuts for the newsroom. We could use that.
I know. I made a huge pot of coffee. I was like, this is what I can do. This is my part for our newsroom. Yeah, it's fantastic. And you got to thank Evan for that because he's the one who gets like the really good coffee.
Evan gets the real deal coffee. I mean, he's always so strong too. Okay, peanut butter and chocolate fans, which is right up my alley, they have a chance to craft up their own sweet treat. Reese's launched a new deconstructed peanut butter cup kit. This comes with a 10-ounce jar of the Reese's peanut butter and a 9-ounce milk chocolate shell. It sells for $22.99. What do you think of this, Allie?
You know, I've seen those before, but now you can actually make one at home. I've seen them at, like, you can order them or buy them, but
yeah,
But then it's there just staring at you. And you're just going to want to eat it all the time.
See, I love peanut butter and chocolate so much, but I like having them both in the same bite. I feel like with something like this, it would be a lot of peanut butter and then a lot of chocolate.
You know what you got to do? You get an extra chocolate bar and then you can like dunk in there.
They need the side ones, or maybe you could break apart the chocolate and turn it into a dip and chip situation.
That's a good idea.
Sold out though, so I don't know. Maybe we gotta.
Well, apparently it's popular, so yeah,
gotta be good.
All right, crowds in Paris gathered at a historic church for an immersive light show. The inside of the Saint Sulpice Church was turned into a 360-degree display showing the story of the church and its place in French history. The show is part of a new trend in the City of Lights, using projector technology to showcase famous church interiors.
That is fascinating, and even just some of the characters that they have in there is pretty magnificent too.
I've never been to Paris, so
no, me neither. Okay, well, it's added to the list. Well, the Queen of Christmas has been immortalized in wax ahead of the holiday season. I am shocked she wasn't already. Madame Tussauds unveiled their brand new wax figure of Mariah Carey in New York. I'm guessing the wax figure is the one on the left.
Wow. I had to do a double take and make sure. Yeah.
The only way I was able to tell that is because I would have guessed that they would put her in that red dress. That is the only way I would know, because the resemblance is uncanny.
They made her legs look and everything. That's amazing.
I mean, even the way she posed next to the wax figure is pretty spot on. The other museum says Carey was stunned by her impression. That's going to be part of the museum's Seasons of New York City exhibit.
Absolutely love it. Sometimes they don't look great, but that one is spot on. That looks really good.
Definitely. Whoever did the wig too, the hair looked exactly like how she showed up that day.
I would love a wig like that. That would be amazing.
It'd be a lot of fun.
You know, weather-wise, we have a nice little taste of fall today, thanks to that front that moved through after some showers this morning. Things have cleared out. 68 the high. Hey, below normal by 2 degrees today. And we haven't been able to say that. It's been quite warm lately. We haven't had much of a fall, honestly. And at least we have it for a good 24, maybe 48 hours before I think we see temperatures slowly climbing again. Right now, mid to upper 60s in most spots. Sun shining brightly. We've got a light breeze. That wind is going to let up tonight, so that will let temperatures fall pretty quickly. So if you like the chill in the air, we definitely will have it. You'll want at least a light jacket at the poles once the sun sets. So very quiet now behind that front, looking good. Skies are clear, but by Thursday, cloud cover starting to increase. Our next system will approach, and we start out with clouds Thursday. Showers and storms start to increase in coverage, especially west of the Metroplex, and then by Friday, another cold front, and that means another great opportunity for rain. Now, this go around, not necessarily big severe threats. A few storms could produce some gusty winds and hail, but I think with cooler temperatures, that's really going to help us out. 50% coverage on Thursday. I think it'll be higher in our far western zones, and then up to 70% on Friday with that front moving from west to east. Your weekend is mainly quiet, left in a small shower chance for our far southeastern counties and into central Texas on Sunday, but honestly, I think most of us are quiet with pretty decent temperatures too. So notice quickly as we go through this evening, we're dropping through the 50s, and yes, a lot of us will be in the 40s tomorrow morning, ranging from mid 40s to low 50s for low temperatures tomorrow morning. So definitely jacket weather, but as the day progresses with a nice southeast wind and a fair amount of sun through most of the day, I think we're looking at upper 60s and low 70s for highs. So really good looking conditions. By Thursday, more thick cloud cover moving in, mid 50s to about 60 degrees, so even warmer in the morning. And then in the afternoon, here come the shower and thunderstorm chances. We'll keep temperatures generally similar. Really depends on how much rain we do see early on in the day. I think it's going to be scattered initially with the higher coverage in our western counties, and then all eyes will be on that cold front on Friday. Quick update on the tropics. Yes, hurricane season is still happening, folks, and Rafael is nearly at hurricane strength. It will be a hurricane before moving across Cuba tomorrow. but it should weaken as it approaches the northern Gulf Coast this weekend. Now, I will tell you, with that front clearing us Saturday, this is going to get picked up by that system. We will not be receiving any rain from it. There's your forewarned 7-day forecast with seasonably comfortable temperatures here in the coming days. A lot of clouds and those rain chances for your Thursday, Friday. And then we're generally quiet through the weekend, warming next week.
Well, hate to say, Dak Prescott's MRI looked worse than initially expected. It's a guarantee he is not going to play for the next 4 games because of his hamstring injury. As far as other injuries on the team, that's still up in the air. Fox 4's Mike Ducey has more.
It is trade deadline day in the NFL, and the Cowboys do make a deal. All right, it's not an earth-shattering deal, but the Cowboys did make a deal. They need help at wide receiver, and they get some. We'll see exactly how much help it actually is. It's a deal that brings Carolina Panthers receiver Jonathan Mingo to the Cowboys. Dallas sends a 2025 fourth-round pick to Carolina. The Panthers send the receiver and a 7th-rounder back to the Cowboys. Mingo's only 23 in his second NFL season. Former second-round pick, but he's already been demoted in a sense this year to the point where he's caught only 12 passes in 9 games. It appears that the Cowboys overpaid for the right to acquire Mingo, but we'll see what he can contribute here as the months and years go by. As for the Dak Prescott situation, on 105.3 The Fan this morning, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones admitted that the club is seriously considering putting Prescott on injured reserve with that hamstring injury, meaning that Dak would miss at least 4 games. Coach Mike McCarthy says that Cooper Rush is now the starting quarterback. Jerry on The Fan this morning was quick to mention, though, that there might be a spot for Trey Lance to see some action, too.
Well, let's just don't dismiss the possibility of doing anything. And the going with has a past tense aspect to it that I wouldn't recognize. It's not impossible to incorporate some of the skills that we might get from both quarterbacks. There are things that we can do with him that I think can add punch to the offense.
Jerry says he's hopeful that CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons will each be healthy enough to play on Sunday. And the Cowboys will need all the help they can get against an Eagles team that's won 4 straight as Dallas tries to avoid a 4th straight loss. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports.
Coming up with the finish line nearly in sight, first-time voters are sharing their experiences casting ballots. Details next. Hey, welcome back. This election season is giving millions of new voters a chance to cast their first ballot for president. Many say their involvement throughout this election cycle has bolstered their energy. Fox's Ted Lindner shares some of their stories.
The finish line is almost in sight. And as the race for the White House enters its final stretch,
the only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get out, finish it.
Each candidate is using all their remaining time to convince Americans they're worthy of their vote.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote.
This presidential election will mark the first time millions of newly registered voters will be able to cast a ballot. Many are expressing excitement over participating in a democratic process that allows their voices to be heard.
This is my first rally ever. I am a first-time voter, so it was really, really nice. Some tears were shed. I'm really excited to vote.
21-year-old Alondra Cortez went to Vice President Kamala Harris's rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania on Monday. She said the experience was inspirational.
This rally, she just said a lot of things that you really have to take into account as a college student, as a first generation, as a Puerto Rican.
Meanwhile, in Alamo, Texas, another first-time voter story highlights the passion driving people to the polls.
Well, one thing is very important. This country is one of immigrants.
After living in the U.S. for roughly 40 years, 78-year-old Carlos Salas said he was fueled to finally, quote, wake up his civic duties.
This beautiful country has opened doors for me.
Salas, originally from Mexico, recently became a U.S. citizen so he could vote on the matters important to him in his community.
Now, I've exercised my vote. I've exercised my right. If what I voted for happens, that's good. And if it doesn't happen, there's no reason to get angry.
Ted Lindner, Fox News.
And hey, speaking of first-time voters, we couldn't go without giving a shout-out to our very own station dog, Poppy, who got in on the voting today. Her handler and trainer, Gabby Brewster, took Poppy to vote this morning and was actually in the booth with her, so she also got a sticker and just looked totally adorable doing it. Poppy also has been visiting people in the newsroom periodically today who are working on your election coverage for this evening all the way into tonight. I just saw some extra coffee cups refilled for all of that coverage. Well, thank you for joining me here for Fox 4 at 4. Steve and Heather are next with more news.
There are just a couple more hours for Texans to cast their votes. We expect to know the results in Texas tonight, but the outcome of the presidential race could take a little longer.
We are also following local races of interest, including the controversial public safety amendment to the City of Dallas charter.
Tarrant County has been one of the most competitive in recent elections. What voters there are saying about today's turnout.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
Hi there. Happy Election Day. I'm Steve Eager.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes. All right, both Vice President Harris and former President Trump have wrapped up their campaigns. They are now waiting, along with millions of Americans, to find out who will be the next president. A record 82 million people voted early across the country. Last night, Harris delivered her final pitch to voters at a star-studded rally in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, spoke to voters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. With no campaign events left, Harris opted for radio interviews this morning to win over any undecided battleground voters.
We are tied. Every vote matters, and so I am working hard all day long, continuously, to get out the vote. There are two choices in this race, and it's about the direction of our country, whether we want to go backward or forward.
Harris will watch the votes come in at her alma mater, Howard University. That's where she launched her first run for office as freshman class representative.
Former President Donald Trump cast his vote this morning in Florida. He has voiced confidence as remaining voters go to the polls across the country. In recent days, the Trump campaign has focused on Pennsylvania with the 19 electoral votes, the most of any of the 7 battleground states. An overall winner is not expected to be declared tonight. If it does come down to Pennsylvania, we might be waiting for days. Trump expressed his frustration over that.
Should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
Trump campaign will be hosting a watch party for election results at the Palm Beach County Convention Center tonight.
All eyes will be on those 7 battleground states. They are Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. In those 7 states, nearly 387,000 votes out of 158 million cast nationwide decided the 2020 presidential election. President Biden won all of them except North Carolina. Polling this time around incredibly close in all of those battleground states.
Residents of the small community in New Hampshire were the first to cast their ballots today. It's called Dixville Notch. It's home to 13 people, 6 registered voters. The final count was read out by officials at 12:10 this morning a.m. with 3 votes for Vice President Harris, 3 votes for Donald Trump. In 2020, Joe Biden swept all those votes. The only other time there has been a tie was in 2012 when Barack Obama and Mitt Romney split the votes. The tiny village began its tradition of midnight voting in 1960. Locally, 18 charter amendments are on the ballot for City of Dallas voters, and 3 of them have gotten a lot of attention.
The so-called hero amendments, S, T, and U, would give residents more leverage over city management and create controversial funding and staffing requirements for Dallas police. Lori Brown joins us now. Lori.
Heather, propositions STU were required to be put on the ballot after a group called Dallas Hero gathered 170,000 petition signatures. Proposition S would take away the city of Dallas's government immunity, potentially opening the door to a lot of costly lawsuits. Proposition T would tie the city manager's job retention and salary to a community survey. And Proposition U would require half of the city's new revenue to fund the police and fire pensions. And it would also require the city to have a minimum of 4,000 police officers. That is 900 more officers than the city has now. 3 former Dallas mayors have voiced harsh opposition.
This is chocolate-covered rat poison, okay?
This is rolling a hand grenade into City Hall and destroying it.
This came from 170,000 citizens, not bureaucrats who are just lining their pockets, not bureaucrats who are just trying to tie in their next career move or something. This is about public safety. It's about very serious issues.
Pete Morocco, executive director of the 501c4 Dallas Heroes, says the goal for the Amendment U is to bring the Dallas police force up to the level demanded by a growing population. He cited public safety as a reason he moved from Dallas to University Park earlier this year. While Morocco argues that the amendments are about more government accountability and stronger public safety, the former Dallas leaders say these amendments are not the way to get there and they could have damaging results. Heather.
All right, Lori Brown, thank you.
All right, so on the ballot of a lot of import in Tarrant County is the sheriff's race, as well as 2 county commissioners' seats.
Fox 4's Dion Anglin joins us live from Tarrant County, where people have been voting all day. Dion.
Well, that's right. As of last hour, turnout here in Tarrant County stands at 56.9%. That information from county officials, who further add that 121,850 voters have cast ballots today alone. That on top of the 658,000 early votes that were cast. Now, we have visited several polling places, the sub-courthouse in Fort Worth at Miller and Berry Streets, to Hearst and the sub-courthouse on Grapevine Highway. The voter traffic variations range from a trickle of folks and no lines to moderate lines with short wait times. The Arlington sub-courthouse, another polling site with very moderate wait times. Some have been describing their experience, including at least one first-time voter.
I was a little nervous. I didn't know what was going on, but the process was pretty easy, pretty fast.
I got in there and voting was real simple. So
went smoothly.
Yeah.
And do you feel good after being able to express your vote, your voice?
Absolutely. I'm confident with my vote.
Now, overall, Tarrant County officials say Election Day voting has gone well. No major things to report impacting the process. And again, more than 121,000 votes have been cast today alone in Tarrant County. The polls close at 7 o'clock. It's the very latest live. Back to you all.
All right, Dion England, thank you.
So we will have coverage you can watch anytime throughout the day and evening tonight with your smartphone or your smart TV.
So here's our Fox Regional Digital Content Director, Adam Fullerton, to walk you through it.
It's Election Day, and Fox Local has all the updates that you need for all your election news. You have the Fox Local TV app. If you have a smart TV or a device, this is an Amazon Fire. Fox Local is completely free. You can download it and get all your election coverage. We also have the new Fox Local mobile app. So this app goes, we have all of our election coverage. We're going to have the streams, shows, and results right there. So let's go back to the TV app. This is where the main stream is going to be. We have coverage all day. All things election from both here in Texas and around the country. Right now, this is our Texas The Issue Is election special. Colin Allred, Ted Cruz, they answered the questions for our reporters. You can watch that on demand right now. We also have live feeds from all the battleground states. Live Now from Fox is going to be live through Thursday. Pennsylvania, we have Fox Philadelphia there. In Atlanta, in Phoenix, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, anywhere there's a battleground state, we have live coverage from there. Again, Texas The Issue Is special. You can watch it right here. You can also scan this QR code. This is going to go right to our page, which has live updates. It's going to be where we have the results. Later in the night, we're going to have a live stream that's just going to be results going through. Also, Stephen Dial, Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, they're going to be on Fox Local and More 27 from 7 to 9. As results come in, they're going to be giving you updates. We're also just going to have video updates throughout the day. We have all kinds of news from across the country here. That's going to be throughout the day. And across Texas as well, we have live coverage from Austin and Houston. So if it's happening out there, we're going to have it on Fox Local, fox4news.com as well. It's the place to be for all your election stuff.
All right, Adam, nice job. Thank you. By the way, the first polls in the country closed about 10 minutes ago. Portions of Indiana and Kentucky, so votes are actually being tabulated right now. As Adam mentioned, we'll have live election coverage as early results come in tonight, starting 7 p.m., Channel 27, and on our Fox Local platform that you just learned about there. Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, Stephen Dial, and SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson. Our coverage moves to Fox 4 beginning at 9. All right, a cooler day in North Texas. Temperatures stayed in the 60s. Clear skies for those waiting on the polls. Rain chances could return soon. Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry. Dan?
Hey there, Steve. Yeah, most importantly, we've got dry conditions right through this evening for any of that last-minute voting out there. Here's our Fox 4 views. Yeah, it started out cloudy this morning as expected with a few spotty showers, but bright sunshine. Feeling like fall for a change. 67 Dallas, 66 at Texas Motor Speedway, and 68 at this hour at Stephenville. All the rain and thunderstorm activity has pushed well off to our east, Louisiana, Mississippi, on up towards Memphis, Tennessee. We'll be dry for tonight and cool. I think many of the outlying areas falling into the 40s, settling in right around 50 early tomorrow morning. The only potential issue could be a little patchy fog early tomorrow morning, but that should burn off pretty quickly. We'll talk about that next system coming down the pike with your 7-day forecast in just a few minutes.
Dan, thank you. Still to come, the war in Ukraine, where troops say they have come in contact with North Korean units for the first time.
Boeing union members vote to go back to work after their 2-month strike. What we know about the new contract coming up.
Ukrainian troops have engaged with North Korean units for the first time in its ongoing war with Russia.
Ukrainian officials say its army fired artillery at North Korean soldiers in Russia's Kursk border region. Russian soldiers and North Korean soldiers are reportedly working together and are being misidentified on their uniforms, according to Ukrainian officials. So maybe North Koreans are wearing Russian uniforms. It's estimated that there will be 5 units of about 3,000 North Korean soldiers in the Kursk area.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister over differences on the war in Gaza. The Israeli leader dismissed Yoav Gallant today in a surprise announcement. He says the country's foreign minister will take over. Both Netanyahu and Gallant have repeatedly clashed over the ongoing war and several domestic political issues since last year. Netanyahu cited, quote, significant gaps and a crisis of trust for the move. News of the firing has drawn large crowds of protesters in Tel Aviv and at the Prime Minister's home in Jerusalem.
Boeing factory workers agreed to end their strike after more than 7 weeks of negotiations.
59% of employees voted to accept the new contract, which includes a $12,000 bonus and nearly 40% pay raises over 4 years. Boeing will also increase its contributions to employee 401ks. Employees had mixed responses to the agreement.
No one walks away from a negotiation happy, but I am happy with the result that happened today.
Very conflicted. This was definitely not a victory.
The new contract does not include a plan to restore pensions for employees, which was a sticking point for many. Economic experts estimate the strike has cost Boeing close to $10 billion.
So let's take a peek at how Wall Street did with all the things happening today. Election Day rally today. The market climbed on a report showing growth in retail and transportation areas, as well as strong profit reports boosting excitement about artificial intelligence. Dow was up nearly 430, NASDAQ nearly 260, the S&P 500 about 70.
Well, many areas certainly hit the jackpot last night when it comes to getting some welcome rainfall, including Nancy Bean and Mesquite with 2.2 inches. In fact, some of these totals are actually low estimates because they were called in and it was still raining. HL in Duncanville over 2 inches of rain. David in Cumbie 1.89 inches. Marianne McKinney 1.86, and Steve and Melissa with 1.79 inches of rainfall. We're going to stay dry tonight and through tomorrow, and then a 50% chance on Thursday. It will likely be higher to our west. Friday, a good solid 70% chance of showers and thunderstorms. A few of those potentially could be on the strong side. And then, most importantly, it looks like we do dry out for the upcoming weekend. 68 was the high today, 59 the low. Just about on par with the average, at least in terms of the high temperature. 94, today's record high. That's a high one. Current temperatures between 65 and 68 as fall has returned to North Texas. Humidity at 49% with a west wind now at 10. We're in the 60s across the board. It's 68 in Athens, 67 Sulphur Springs, 67 Stephenville, and currently 65 at this hour in Bowie. So while we clear out with the showers and storms well off to our east, we're awaiting our next system, and this is a pretty strong one right now, located across the northern Rockies. They've got snow flying up in Montana, northern Wyoming, and heavy snow also starting to target areas of Colorado, western Colorado right now. In fact, this is going to be the system that probably gets some ski resorts in Utah and Colorado and New Mexico opening a little bit early. Here's a look at that system. It'll be heading southbound, digging into the desert southwest, and by Thursday we'll start to see some showers developing here, a few rumbles of thunder as we head into the afternoon, and then it looks like better chances of showers and thunderstorms as we head through the day on Friday. But no concerns tomorrow. Maybe a little fog early, giving way to sunshine in the afternoon. Thursday, clouds roll in here, and we'll likely see a few spotty showers in the morning, but I think our rain and storm chances will increase as we head through the afternoon. Look for high temperatures topping out probably in the upper 60s to right around 70 degrees. Day planner overnight dropping down to around 50. 40s, though, in the cooler outlying areas. Again, there could be some fog. That burns off pretty quickly, though. Look for afternoon highs to top out in the low 70s. 70 on Thursday with scattered showers and a few thunderstorms, mainly as we head towards the afternoon and the evening. Rain and storm chances go up to 70% on Friday. And clouds give way to sunshine on Saturday, high of 70. Sunday, partly sunny and 74. And we continue the warming trend, mid-70s on Monday, upper 70s on Tuesday.
All right, Dan, thank you. You folks at home can find live radar on the Fox 4 weather app. The app also gives you information on watches and warnings, but the radar is the thing you want to have. Scan the QR code on your screen. The app is free.
All right, coming up, the Cowboys are making moves ahead of the NFL trade deadline. More on that and quarterback Dak Prescott's injury update. Well, Dak Prescott's MRI on his hamstring looked worse than initially expected, and it's a guarantee that he's not going to play for the next 4 games.
As far as other injuries on the team, well, kind of up in the air at this point. Mike Ducey has more.
It is trade deadline day in the NFL, and the Cowboys do make a deal. All right, it's not an earth-shattering deal, but the Cowboys did make a deal. They need help at wide receiver, and they get some. We'll see exactly how much help it actually is. It's a deal that brings Carolina Panthers receiver Jonathan Mingo to the Cowboys. Dallas sends a 2025 4th-round pick to Carolina. The Panthers send the receiver and a 7th-rounder back to the Cowboys. Mingo's only 23 in his second NFL season. Former 2nd-round pick, but he's already been demoted in a sense this year to the point where he's caught only 12 passes in 9 games. It appears that the Cowboys overpaid for the right to acquire Mingo, but we'll see what he can contribute here as the months and years go by. As for the Dak Prescott situation, on 105.3 The Fan this morning, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones admitted that the club is seriously considering putting Prescott on injured reserve with that hamstring injury, meaning that Dak would miss at least 4 games. Coach Mike McCarthy says that Cooper Rush is now the starting quarterback. Jerry on the Fan this morning was quick to mention, though, that there might be a spot for Trey Lance to see some action, too.
Well, let's just don't dismiss the possibility of doing anything. And the going with has a past tense aspect to it that I wouldn't recognize. It's not impossible to incorporate some of the skills that we might get from both quarterbacks. There are things that we can do with him that I think can add punch to the offense.
Jerry says he's hopeful that CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons will each be healthy enough to play on Sunday. And the Cowboys will need all the help they can get against an Eagles team that's won 4 straight as Dallas tries to avoid a 4th straight loss. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports.
Regardless of where they stand on the political spectrum, the election season is giving millions of new voters a chance to cast their ballot for the first time for president.
Many say their involvement throughout the election cycle has bolstered their energy. Fox's Ted Linder shares some of their stories tonight.
The finish line is almost in sight. And as the race for the White House enters its final stretch,
the only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get out, finish it.
Each candidate is using all their remaining time to convince Americans they're worthy of their vote.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote.
This presidential election will mark the first time millions of newly registered voters will be able to cast a ballot. Many are expressing excitement over participating in a democratic process that allows their voices to be heard.
This is my first rally ever. I am a first-time voter, so it was really, really nice. Some tears were shed. I'm really excited to vote.
21-year-old Alondra Cortez went to Vice President Kamala Harris's rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania on Monday. She said the experience was inspirational.
This rally, she just said a lot of things that you really have to take into account as a college student, as a first generation, as a Puerto Rican.
Meanwhile, in Alamo, Texas, another first-time voter story highlights the passion driving people to the polls.
Well, one thing is very important. This country is one of immigrants.
After living in the U.S. for roughly 40 years, 78-year-old Carlos Salas said he was fueled to finally, quote, wake up his civic duties.
This beautiful country has opened doors for me.
Salas, originally from Mexico, recently became a U.S. citizen, so he could vote on the matters important to him in his community.
Now, I've exercised my vote. I've exercised my right. If what I voted for happens, that's good. And if it doesn't happen, there's no reason to get angry.
Ted Linder, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for watching Fox 4 News at 5 on this election day. Heather and I will see you back at 6. Here's Clarice with more local news.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
This has been a smooth day of voting in North Texas, but lines could turn longer as we get closer to the polls closing at 7 p.m. There are several storylines that could make this a historic election night. And happy Election Day. I'm Clarice Tinsley. One of those key matchups is the race for United States Senate. After weeks of attack ads on both sides, tonight Texans will pick either incumbent Ted Cruz or Dallas Congressman Colin Allred. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager live, where there will be a watch party for one of the candidates. Peyton.
Hi, Clarice. I'm located in Dallas this evening. We are at Congressman Colin Allred's watch party. We have made our way inside. This is his hometown where he has been campaigning in his final push. Now, this is expected to be a close race, high stakes, very expensive. We've all seen the ads in a possible fight for the control of the U.S. Senate. So let's get to the information. Congressman Colin Allred looking for an upset in this race. A Democrat hasn't won a statewide office in Texas in 30 years. Senator Ted Cruz seeking his third term, elected to the Senate back in 2012. His watch party will be in Houston this evening. We are also following Cruz's watch party. Senator Cruz really hammering down his message of keep Texas, Texas in rural and suburban counties. Cruz pledging tougher border control and attacking policies on transgender issues. Allred blaming Cruz for limiting women's access to reproductive health care, including the statewide ban on abortion. Now, in order to win, Congressman Allred must perform overwhelmingly in Texas's metropolitan counties. That includes Harris, of course, Travis here in Dallas County, and pivotal is Tarrant County. Back in 2018, Tarrant County went blue barely for Beto O'Rourke. Cruz looking to reclaim Tarrant County. On the final day, on Election Day, Cruz and Allred were both out campaigning today. Congressman Allred was at a phone bank looking for those final votes, and Cruz was on a morning radio shows, multiple radio shows. Again, he is in Houston this evening, and Congressman Allred will be here tonight. In Dallas, I will be following his watch party in what's expected to be a close race. We'll keep you the latest. Clarice?
All right, Peyton, thank you. And as results begin to come in throughout the evening, our election panel will be here to break down what we're seeing. So let's send it over to Blake Hansen, Stephen Dial, and Sean Rapp.
All right, thanks, Clarice. There's going to be a lot to talk about all throughout the evening as we start to get those results coming in. Already a couple states reporting, but 7 o'clock is going to be a key moment when we start to get a lot more states coming in. I want to talk through, first of all, the timing of everything tonight. And I want to show a quote from Arden Michigan. He is basically the head of the decision desk at Fox News. And he said in an interview with Politico, so I'd say the over-under is Saturday, which was when the call was made last time, which is when Pennsylvania is likely to come in. So he's saying Saturday is when we expect a decision to be made. Do you think there's any chance we see anything tonight? Or more than likely, is this going to be a long road ahead?
Well, I think really it's going to come down to, depending on the Kamala Harris route, if she wins a different route that doesn't really lean on Pennsylvania, then we could have an earlier night. Now, if we're just waiting on Pennsylvania, it's going to possibly be a couple of days. I don't think Saturday, though. They have some new equipment. Supposed to go a little faster, so we'll have to wait and see.
They do, but in Pennsylvania, they can't even open the mail-in ballots until Election Day, and they can't count any of the ballots that's come in until after the polls close. So you have all the mail-in, you have all the early voting, and you have today, and it's a slow process there in Pennsylvania.
Now let's talk about, for both candidates, it's really tough to see a path to victory without Pennsylvania. I mean, there are ways to go about doing it, but Pennsylvania seems to be the most direct way to the presidency right now.
And that's why you see all the candidates spending so much time. I mean, Kamala Harris yesterday being in Pennsylvania, actually going to people's doors all night.
Both candidates made 80 trips to Pennsylvania alone. It is the key, the Keystone State is the key to this election for either party.
Yeah, absolutely. We, of course, also have a Texas Senate race that's ongoing. You saw Peyton was talking about it a little bit there. this is a very different race than we saw in 2018, the last time that Senator Cruz was up for re-election. I covered Beto O'Rourke's campaign then when he was going to every state, embracing social media, was live streaming constantly. It was out there a lot. This was, it's not that it was quiet, but this was a much quieter approach to this. You've talked to Colin Allred a lot about his approach.
Two totally different candidates, right? And some people wishing that maybe Colin Allred had the charisma of Beto O'Rourke, but the policy of Colin Allred. You know, Allred ran a different campaign. It was a disciplined campaign. We'll have to see if it paid off. His campaign believes that they had the ground game, but he really has to make inroads in those major counties. I mean, if he does not run it up or at least win Tarrant County, I mean, we could be talking about an early night for Allred.
So the big difference, as you mentioned, Beto went to all 254 counties. He connected with younger people in a different kind of way. They were excited and had a different kind of hope about the election. Colin Allred, more mainstream in many ways, even his presentation, and he is focused on Dallas and Tarrant and Harris. He gets Dallas, he gets Harris County, likely, easily. Question is, how many of the people turning out today will press the button for Colin Allred? So far in Dallas County, 136,681 votes today. That eclipses 2020 and 2016's general election. But where do those people vote, Democrat or Republican? It's going to be tough for him, I think. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll be closely looking at Tarrant County, certainly, as one of the first indicators of how that's going to go. Clarice, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much. We're so glad to have all of you as our panel tonight. Blake, Stephen, and Sean are going to be joined by SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson starting at 7 p.m. on KDFI Channel 27 and our Fox local platform. Our coverage moves to Fox 4 starting at 9 tonight. North Texans also have several options if they need a ride to the polls last minute. DART and Trinity Metro are offering free rides. Star Transit, which serves Dallas, Kaufman, and Rockwall counties, will give voters a free ride. In Collin County, voters can use the promo code NAACP VOTE to get up to $40 off of a ride to the polls and back using Lyft. That's made possible through a partnership with the Collin County NAACP. You can find your polling place and get a look at sample ballots at fox4news.com. Cooler start to Election Day as many headed to the polls first thing this morning. Temperatures staying below 70 degrees. Also clear skies for the rest of the night. Here's Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry to tell us more of what's to come for the rest of this week. Hi, Dan.
Hey there, Clarice. It's very pleasant, feeling a lot like fall at this hour with temperatures hovering between 66 and 67 degrees. Had a little rain this morning as expected, but that cleared out nicely during the midday portion of your election day. There's the rain and thunderstorm activity pushing well off to our south and east into Louisiana and Mississippi. And you can see kind of the outer swirls here of another system that'll be coming our way for Thursday and Friday. Overnight tonight, with those clear skies, cooling off nicely, dropping into the 40s in many of the outlying areas. We'll start out right around 50 here in Dallas and Fort Worth, with a patch of fog here and there. That should burn off pretty quickly, though. What about those rain chances? Will they linger into the upcoming weekend once they do materialize for Thursday and Friday? We'll talk more in detail about that with the 7-day forecast coming up.
See you soon. The embattled Grand Prairie ISD superintendent spoke with reporters for the first time since a temporary restraining order was filed to keep him from getting fired from the district. Superintendent Jorge Arredondo was scheduled to appear before a Dallas County judge today for a hearing in the injunction. That was reset to November 15th. He was suspended after weeks on the job as the district superintendent. Arredondo sued the district over what he calls a violation of his contractual and constitutional rights. He says he wants to get everything resolved.
Just looking forward to find some resolution to get back to the commitment we have for all students there in the Grand Prairie Independent School District.
A previous school board meeting was held to potentially fire him, but a judge's order is keeping that from happening. Arredondo's attorney says he was not told what the allegations against him are. The Fort Worth Police Department says the number of backlogged sexual assault kits has dropped by nearly 200 cases in just over 3 weeks. There are now 708 cases left in the system. That's down from 898 on October 11th. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office says they will help with the cases, but because of technical restrictions, they can only help with new cases. Detectives have been calling victims to provide updates, and all of those calls should be done by tomorrow for cases with unknown suspects. The Office of the Police Oversight Monitor is also now included in the process to oversee and monitor the lab's progress. Police are investigating a case of vandalism at Tarrant County Sub Courthouse in Arlington. It happened just after midnight with the sound of the building alarm. A window was broken and messages spray painted with the words "Free Palestine" scribbled across a window near the building entrance. It was cleaned up before the polls opened at 7 a.m.
Did it appear to be one person or more than one?
To me, it appeared to be one person. You could see the spray painting occurring, and then they moved away, came back with a good-sized rock and threw it at the glass. I think it highlights the level of emotion with regard to this election.
Arlington police are still reviewing surveillance footage, hoping to identify a suspect, and say there were increased patrols at the building today. Coming up, police are investigating a robbery and vandalism at a local ice cream shop. We've got details on what happened and how the community is helping the shop replace what was stolen. We'll show you local students learning the democratic process by voting in a mock election. You're watching the only local 530 newscast in all of North Texas. Students in the Lancaster ISD experienced what it would be like to vote in an election. The district held a mock election. Each student had their own voter ID card. They voted on laptops with privacy folders and submitted their votes to the ballot box. The goal was to educate students on the democratic process and the importance of voting. Well done. Here's to You is gearing up to recognize veterans all next week for their service. So, veterans, send me a photo of you in uniform. Tell me your branch of service and when and where you served. You may see yourself on Fox 4. Clarice.Tinsley at Fox.com. Fox 4 is here with you. A popular North Dallas ice cream shop was broken into early this morning. The owner of Howdy's Homemade Ice Cream made the discovery when he opened for the day. Some of the money stolen was top money meant for his employees. Fox 4's Alex Boyer has the story.
Yeah, the owner says this happened just after 3 o'clock this morning. The cooks were in and out in less than 2 minutes. They stole the register and all of the money in the tip jar.
Shattered glass lines the front entrance to Howdy Homemade Ice Cream, located off Inwood Road in Dallas. Somebody broke into the store early Tuesday morning and stole a couple $100.
We found out that we had been broken into and robbed, took the cash register.
Owner Tom Landis said they also stole money from the employee's tip jar.
I think really the most frustrating thing is that guys like Brant just work so hard, and they really rely on their tip money, like a lot of the restaurant industry. And that was taken.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is a special place. It employs people like Brandt with developmental disabilities.
Orange dreamsicle, cotton candy.
Landis says he hopes the person or persons responsible were caught on surveillance cameras set up around the plaza. In the meantime, customers who heard about the break-in on social media have been stopping by to replenish the tip jar.
$294.
$294?
Yeah.
Wow. Proving that good triumphs over evil.
Gosh, just the evil. I get frustrated, but then the employees are ones that just lift you up and say, okay, hey, you know what, we can get through this, and we've been through worse.
The incident has been reported to the Dallas Police Department. They plan to reopen to the public today, so the best thing you can do for these folks is come out and support them. In Dallas, Alex Boyer, Fox 4 News.
Today marks 3 years since the deadly Astroworld Festival tragedy. 10 people died. Hundreds were hurt when a crowd began pushing toward the stage at NRG Park in Houston. There were nearly 50,000 people there. Attorney Tony Busby filed a $750 million lawsuit on behalf of at least 125 victims. Travis Scott and Live Nation recently settled the first of 2 lawsuits. Following the tragedy, Governor Abbott formed the Texas Task Force on Concert Safety to develop a set of guidelines for large festivals.
Some impressive rainfall totals yesterday into late last night. Nancy Bean and Mesquite with over 2 inches of rain. Same story from HL and Duncanville, 2.15 inches. Marion McKinney had 1.86 inches of rain. We'll get a break tomorrow, but we've got another system that's going to be coming down the pike. It's currently located in the northern Rockies. That's going to be digging southward into New Mexico over the next 24 to 48 hours. Cold front ahead of it and plenty of moisture to work with, so we'll see scattered showers and a few thunderstorms on Thursday. And then as this system lifts northeastward, we'll see probably an even better chance of rain and thunderstorm activity on Friday. In fact, here's how the rain chances look. Thursday, 50%. Take it up to 70% on Friday. The good news is, though, we get the rain out of the way in time for a dry weekend, Saturday and Sunday. There's a look outside at this hour. Beautiful fall-like afternoon. Temperatures between 66 and 67 degrees, 67 at Dallas. As we look across the region, the rain and thunderstorms have cleared off, been swept to our east from Louisiana into Mississippi, on up towards Memphis into southwestern Kentucky. Current temperature reading 74 San Antonio, 58 at this hour in Amarillo. So no weather concerns whatsoever across the state for voting into this evening. Futurecast, clear skies. It'll be cool early tomorrow morning, dropping into the 40s to low 50s. Could be some patchy fog when you step out the door first thing tomorrow morning. That should burn off pretty quickly. Wednesday looks like a beautiful afternoon with highs in the low 70s and plenty of sunshine. But clouds come back in here bright and early Thursday morning. Rain chances pretty low during the morning hours, but I think as we head through the afternoon into the evening, we'll see an increased chance of some scattered showers and a few rumbles of thunder. Here's your day planner. Overnight, down to 50, some morning fog in some spots, 66 by lunchtime, and an afternoon high in the low 70s. 70 on Thursday with that 50% chance of showers and storms. Again, mainly towards the afternoon and evening. A 70% chance on Friday, 69. Clouds give way to sunshine Saturday, 70, and partly sunny on Sunday, 74.
Several places are giving freebies and deals to voters today. Anyone who places a delivery order of $20 or more with Starbucks gets a 30% off their order. Krispy Kreme is offering a free glazed donut and an I voted sticker. Hertz is also offering rental deals to get a free rental day when you rent a vehicle for at least 2 days. Our station dog, Poppy, got in on the voting today. She's gorgeous, isn't she? Her handler and trainer, Gabby Brewster, took Poppy to vote this morning and was in the booth with her, so she also got a sticker. Poppy's also been visiting us in the newsroom as we work on your election coverage. Poppy is a fabulous news hound. More Fox 4 News in just a moment. Our news continues with Steve and Heather.
All right, Clarice, thank you. Both candidates for president made a last-minute outreach on this very busy election day with polls closing soon.
Polls in Georgia, a must-have state for Donald Trump, closing right now, and we expect to know the results for how Texans vote tonight, but the outcome of the presidential race could take longer.
Also ahead, the polls in North Texas close in about an hour. What could be a historic election night. Fox 4 News at 6 begins right now.
Here for you. Fox 4 News starts now.
So again, Texas is heading into the final hour of voting on what could be a historic election night. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. We have seen steady lines at many polling sites and no major issues so far. We begin with a look at the race for president. Vice President Kamala Harris is not holding any campaign events tonight. Instead, she did radio interviews this afternoon and made calls to try to win over undecided voters. The Harris campaign is holding her election night watch party at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. On Sunday, Harris said she cast her vote by mail-in ballot to her home state of California.
And former President Donald Trump cast his ballot today in Palm Beach, Florida. Trump is expected to spend most of election night at Mar-a-Lago at his club there with family and donors. The Trump campaign hosting its election night watch party just a few miles away at the Palm Beach Convention Center. All eyes will be on the battleground states that could decide the outcome of the presidential election. They are Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. In those 7 states, nearly 387,000 votes out of the 158 million cast nationwide decided the 2020 presidential election. President Biden won all of them except North Carolina. Pennsylvania has the most electoral votes of the group. Polls have shown Harris and Trump tied in that state.
All All right, so you got a preview. That's, I don't know if you recognize it. That's AT&T Stadium. And you see all those kind of voting carols there? There are hundreds inside, and there are literally dozens of voters, so they were prepared for a lot of voters, but it's not really happening. This is for Tarrant County voters. The first time votes have ever been cast at AT&T Stadium in its history, so maybe that's why people aren't used to going there, but this could be a fantastic voting site.
If the weather was what it was yesterday, today, when it's rainy and you want to be inside.
Stand inside, excellent, yeah.
So they will be open for Tarrant County voters until 7 o'clock.
You were going to bring up like a bad snowstorm, which is just bad memories for AT&T Stadium. Yeah,
right. Okay, so millions of Texans are expected to vote today. Dallas County is one of 8 counties where federal monitors, though, are closely watching that process.
State law requires those monitors to stay outside voting locations. Fox 4's Alex Boyer is at a voting location in West Dallas right now with how things look so far. Alex.
Hey guys, pretty good so far, and I can tell you that I did see one of those federal monitors around the perimeter here at this location in West Dallas earlier today. We drove around today through different parts of Dallas County to get a feel at how those different polling locations are doing. Not much of a wait, including here at the Anita Martinez Rec Center in West Dallas. Now, voting locations opened at 7 a.m. and the day started off, as we know, a little wet with that rain that moved through earlier this morning. That didn't deter folks, though, from getting out to exercise their right to vote. Thankfully, as of noontime, that sun came out and many people used their lunch hour to cast their ballot. I talked to several people at a library in North Dallas about how they felt voting this year.
Not feeling good overall. Not a lot of great choices. Lesser of two evils, I guess. So that's it. I'm pretty, I'm socially liberal and fiscally conservative, and there's not a good selection for that.
I'm voting for what's right. I'm a Christian. I believe in what's right, and that's what made it important to me, just to see our country better.
Like, this was actually my first time voting, and like other years I had opinions on candidates, but I hadn't voted for them, and I didn't feel the need to. This year I really felt the need I had to.
It's something that needs to be done. So I took my time, and hopefully my vote counts. I'll be like everybody else, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
And one of the women I talked to who you heard from there, LaTanya Powell, is actually from Dallas, but she's currently in Virginia for a few months. She said she actually flew home today where she is registered so that she could cast her ballot. That is how important this election is to her. And again, as we've been saying all throughout the night, polls do close at 7 p.m. We've seen a slight uptick of people coming in to this location here in West Dallas. I talked to a guy who was walking out, though. He said only about 5 minutes to get in and out, so not bad at all. Just keep in mind if you are coming down to bring a valid ID. Back to you.
All right, that's Alex Boyer. Alex, thank you.
18 charter amendments are on the ballot for the city of Dallas voters, and 3 of them have gotten a lot of attention. Propositions S, T, and U were required to be put on the ballot after a group called Dallas Hero gathered 170,000 petition signatures. Proposition S would take away government immunity for the city of Dallas, potentially opening the door to a lot of lawsuits. Proposition T would tie the city manager's job retention and salary to a community survey, and Proposition U would require half of the city's new revenue fund the police and fire pensions, and it would also require the city to have a minimum of 4,000 police officers. That is 900 more than the city currently has.
Got it.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of STU and numbers, but all important.
It's all online if you need it. Voters in Tarrant County are deciding on the sheriff's race as well as 2 new county commissioners.
So voters have been making their way to the polls all day. Let's check in with Fox 4's Dion Anglin live now at the Tarrant County Sub-Courthouse in Arlington. Dion.
Hi there, Heather. Well, voter turnout in Tarrant County topping 60%. That information the last half hour from county officials, further adding that more than 141,000 voters have cast ballots today alone. That is on top of the 658,000 early votes that were cast. We have visited several polling places, the Sub-Courthouse in Fort Worth at Miller and Berry Streets. Also Hearst, the Sub-Courthouse there on Grapevine Highway. The voter traffic variations have ranged from a trickle of folks and no lines to moderate lines with short wait times. The Arlington Subcourthouse, another polling site with very moderate wait times throughout the day. Some have been describing their experience, including a father and first-time voter.
I want to set the example for my kids. This is something that many people don't get the opportunity to do in other countries. So this is something where we literally have the chance to decide who runs our country. And from that standpoint, there's no greater value in being a U.S. citizen, just being able to choose your leadership.
It feels really good to be able to, raise my voice. Yeah, I really wanted to vote in the 2020 election, but I wasn't old enough. But now I am, so I really went out there and did it.
Now, overall, Tarrant County officials say Election Day voting has gone well. No major incidents or anything to report impacting the process. Again, more than 141,000 voters in Tarrant County have cast ballots today alone, and a little less than an hour. The polls will close at 7 o'clock. That's the very latest live. Back to you guys.
All right, Dion England, thank you.
All right, so we have our first race calls of the evening in the presidential race, and no surprises so far. Donald Trump wins Indiana and Kentucky. Those are the first polls to close. Kamala Harris wins Vermont. Polls just closed in Georgia. That's a very important race to both candidates, but more so to former President Trump if he hopes to have his path clear out to a winning route. That race in Georgia too close to call.
Right, so anywhere you are tonight, if you have your smartphone with you or smart TV, we're going to have coverage where you can get that information, watch anytime. Here's our Fox Regional Digital Content Director, Adam Fullerton, to walk you through it.
It's Election Day, and Fox Local has all the updates that you need for all your election news. You have the Fox Local TV app. If you have a smart TV or a device, this is an Amazon Fire. Fox Local is completely free. You can download it and get all your election coverage. We also have the new Fox Local mobile app. So this app we have all of our election coverage. We're going to have the streams, shows, and results right there. So let's go back to the TV app. This is where the main stream is going to be. We have coverage all day. All things election from both here in Texas and around the country. Right now, this is our Texas The Issue Is election special. Colin Allred, Ted Cruz, they answered the questions for our reporters. You can watch that on demand right now. We also have live feeds from all the battleground states. Live Now from Fox is going to be live through Thursday. Pennsylvania, we have Fox Philadelphia there. In Atlanta, in Phoenix, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, anywhere there's a battleground state, we have live coverage from there. Again, Texas The Issue Is special. You can watch it right here. You can also scan this QR code. This is going to go right to our page, which has live updates. It's going to be where we have the results. Later in the night, we're going to have a live stream that's just going to be results. Going through. Also, Stephen Dial, Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, they're going to be on Fox Local and More 27 from 7 to 9. As results come in, they're going to be giving you updates. We're also just going to have video updates throughout the day. We have all kinds of news from across the country here. That's going to be throughout the day. And across Texas as well, we have live coverage from Austin and Houston. So if it's happening out there, we're going to have it on Fox Local, fox4news.com as well. It's the place to be for all your election stuff.
Adam, nice job. Thanks. Polls closed in parts of Kentucky and Indiana. We've called those. Those both go to former President Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, the vice president, wins Vermont, and Georgia just closed, and that's important. We're going to be keeping an eye on Georgia all night long. So early results come in tonight starting at 7 p.m. on KDFI, Channel 27, and our streaming platforms, including Fox Local. Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, Stephen Dial will be joined by SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson. When Clarice and I start our live coverage, Fox 4 News at 9, and all of the swing state results should be coming in then at 9 o'clock.
All right, so it has been a crisp and clear afternoon into the evening. As this is happening, very long lines right now, people waiting to vote. This is the LZ.
Should be at AT&T Stadium.
Oh, well, sure they could be, because this is in Tarrant County. This is the LZ Odom Athletic Center in Arlington. So yeah, Tarrant County says anybody in their county can vote. So AT&T would be an option, but these people are waiting in line now. And don't forget, if you are in line right now, you plenty of time to vote, but you need to be in line by 7. So no rain right now. Rain chances return at the end of the week. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry. Dan.
Hey there, with the weather cooperating, obviously, for those long lines in some cases, folks standing in line to exercise their right to vote. 65 at DFW right now, 64 Love Field, 63 at Alliance Airport. We're still in the low 60s down in Granbury, 63, 63 Canton, and 60 at this hour in Bonham. Had some welcome rain for a change yesterday into last night. That's gone. Will be dry, clear overnight, and temperatures falling through the 60s into the 50s, around 57 at 9 o'clock, low 50s at midnight. On our way down, I think, into the upper 40s to around 50 by wake up tomorrow morning. We do have another system we're keeping our eyes on. Could be bringing some more rain and thunderstorm activity. I'll let you know when with your 7-day forecast coming up.
All right, Dan, thank you. Also coming up, former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani was called to appear in court. A judge wants answers about why he missed a court-ordered deadline.
Cowboys owner Jerry Jones gives an update on quarterback Dak Prescott's hamstring injury, and it looks like it's worse than they first thought. Ukrainian troops have engaged with North Korean units for the first time in the ongoing war with Russia. Ukrainian officials say its army fired artillery at North Korean soldiers in Russia's Kursk border region. Russian soldiers and North Korean soldiers are reportedly working together, and that North Korean troops are not wearing North Korean uniforms, according to Ukrainian officials.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister over differences on the war in Gaza. The Israeli leader dismissed Yoav Gallant today in a surprise announcement. He says the country's foreign minister will take over. Both Netanyahu and Gallant have repeatedly clashed over the ongoing war and several domestic political issues since last year. Netanyahu cited, quote, significant gaps and a crisis of trust for the move. News of the firing has drawn large crowds of protesters in Tel Aviv and at the Prime Minister's home in Jerusalem.
Boeing factory workers agreed to end their strike after more than 7 weeks of negotiations.
59% of employees voted to accept the new contract, which includes a $12,000 bonus and nearly 40% pay raises over 4 years. Boeing will also increase its contributions to employee 401ks. Employees had mixed reactions.
One walks away from a negotiation happy, but I am happy with the result that happened today.
Very conflicted. This was definitely not a victory.
The new contract does not include a plan to restore pensions for employees, which was a sticking point for many of those striking workers. Economic experts estimate the strike has cost Boeing close to $10 billion.
A federal judge ordered Rudy Giuliani to appear in court Thursday to explain why he failed to turn over a lengthy list of property in a defamation case. The former New York mayor was ordered to pay 2 former Georgia elections workers $148 million for falsely accusing them of ballot fraud during the 2020 presidential election. He was supposed to surrender assets last week, including his $5 million New York apartment, a 1980 Mercedes, and some sports memorabilia. A spokesperson for Giuliani says he has made the property available.
Some welcome rainfall. In fact, some impressive totals. Nancy Bean and Mesquite over 2 inches. HL and Duncanville 2.15 inches of rain. The Douglas family in Cooper with a shade over 2 inches of rainfall. And Marianne and McKinney with 1.86 inches. Well, we've got another system that we're keeping an eye on here in the northern Rockies. That is mainly snow right now. It's producing Montana, Wyoming, down into Colorado. That system is going to drop southward into New Mexico over the next 24 to 36 hours. And once it does set up shop just to our west with plenty of moisture to tap into, we're going to see some scattered showers, a few rumbles of thunder beginning Thursday. And I think our best chance of getting some stormy weather will be on Friday. At this point in time, it doesn't look like a higher end severe weather event. Certainly there could be a few strong storms, but I think we are going to get some more beneficial rainfall here. Dry conditions tomorrow, then a 50% chance Thursday. That goes up to 70% on Friday. I think just about all of it gets out of here in time then for a dry upcoming weekend. High today was 68, morning low 59, 70 and 50 now the averages for this time of the year. Currently, temperatures have dipped into the low to mid 60s, 60 in Arlington, 64 still at this hour in Dallas. Winds are light, northwest at 7, and the humidity is at 52%. 63 Sulphur Springs, it's 61 at Athens, 62 presently in Mineral Wells, and we're checking in at 62 degrees in McKinney. Across the region, A-OK weather-wise across all of Oklahoma and Texas for voting this evening as all the showers and thunderstorms have moved out of our area over into Louisiana and Mississippi. Let's time the weather the next couple of days here. We're going to see a beautiful day tomorrow. The only potential issue could be some patchy fog early in the morning. That should burn off pretty quickly, so the afternoon looks picture perfect. Clouds, though, roll back in here very early on Thursday. Initially, the rain chances are very low Thursday morning, but I think we're going to see the radar coming to life Thursday afternoon into Thursday night. Not anticipating any severe weather for your Thursday, but could be some thunderstorms. Quickly, in the tropics, that is Rafael, which is a tropical storm, forecast to become a hurricane moving into the Gulf of Mexico Right now, though, it appears as it approaches, let's say, the Louisiana coast this weekend, shear and cooler water temperatures should cause it to weaken. Starting out around 50, bright and early in the morning, look for an afternoon high in the low 70s. Showers and storms end both Thursday and Friday, but a dry, delightful weekend. 70 on Saturday, 74 on Sunday.
Dak Prescott's MRI on his hamstring looked worse than initially expected, and it's a guarantee that he's not going to play for the next 4 games.
As far as other injuries in the team, they're not resolved either. That's all up in the air. Mike Ducey has more.
It is trade deadline day in the NFL, and the Cowboys do make a deal. All right, it's not an earth-shattering deal, but the Cowboys did make a deal. They need help at wide receiver, and they get some. We'll see exactly how much help it actually is. It's a deal that brings Carolina Panthers receiver Jonathan Mingo to the Cowboys. Dallas sends a 2025 fourth-round pick to Carolina. The Panthers send the receiver and a 7th-rounder back to the Cowboys. Mingo's only 23 in his second NFL season. Former second-round pick, but he's already been demoted in a sense this year to the point where he's caught only 12 passes in 9 games. It appears that the Cowboys overpaid for the right to acquire Mingo, but we'll see what he can contribute here as the months and years go by. As for the Dak Prescott situation, on 105.3 The Fan this morning, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones admitted that the club is seriously considering putting Prescott on injured reserve with that hamstring injury, meaning that Dak would miss at least 4 games. Coach Mike McCarthy says that Cooper Rush is now the starting quarterback. Jerry on The Fan this morning was quick to mention, though, that there might be a spot for Trey Lance to see some action, too.
Well, let's just don't dismiss the possibility of doing anything. And the going with has a past tense aspect to it that I wouldn't recognize. It's not impossible to incorporate some of the skills that we might get from both quarterbacks. There are things that we can do with him that I think can add punch to the offense.
Jerry says he's hopeful that CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons will each be healthy enough to play on Sunday. And the Cowboys will need all the help they can get against an Eagles team that's won 4 straight as Dallas tries to avoid a 4th straight loss. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports.
All right, the first tally of the 2024 U.S. presidential election comes from a tiny town in New Hampshire. Only 6 registered voters. What the vote count revealed just ahead.
They didn't mess up that vote count. They nailed it, too.
No hanging chad.
Nope.
Residents of a small community in New Hampshire were the first to cast their ballots on this election day.
The township of Dixville Notch is home to 13 people with 6 registered voters. All 6 made it to election night. The final count was read out by officials at 12:10 a.m. this morning, with 3 votes for each Vice President Harris and 3 votes for Donald Trump. In the 2020 election, Joe Biden got all of the votes. The only other time there has been a tie was 2012, when Barack Obama and Mitt Romney were running. The tiny village began its tradition of midnight voting in 1960. We will be right back. Thank you for watching Fox 4 News. Election Day is, of course, the top story we're covering right now. So let's get rolling with the update.
Well, let's do it. The nation is waiting to find out who will be the next president. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are both getting ready for what could be a very long night. Harris spent the day conducting Get Out the Vote radio interviews. Trump's campaign will host a watch party tonight at the Palm Beach County Convention Center.
The balance of power is also on the line as voters will determine which party will control the U.S. House and U.S. Senate. We'll have more in a moment on the hotly contested U.S. Senate race here in Texas, where Ted Cruz and Colin Allred are in a pretty tight race.
And at several polling sites, we saw a steady stream of voters turning out. No major issues reported. You have just about 30 minutes left to get in line to take part in what could be a historic race. Now to the race for U.S. Senate. Democrat Colin Allred is challenging Republican incumbent Ted Cruz.
This is one of the closely watched races that Democrats feel they could flip. A lot of national money poured into Texas for the ad campaigns in this race. We've seen the story before for Democrats trying to break the Republicans' stronghold on Texas statewide seats, so we'll see how this ends. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager live in Dallas with more. Peyton.
Hi, Steve. We are at the Longhorn Ballroom here in Dallas. I am at the Colin Allred watch party. It's set to begin here in about 30 minutes, but we're not expected to see Congressman Allred until later in the party. Senator Ted Cruz, his watch party is in Houston. We'll get to that in a moment. We're also covering that. But this is expected to be a close race, high stakes in this race, a very expensive race. So let's get to the details. Congressman Colin Allred is really looking for an upset in this race. A Democrat hasn't won a statewide office in Texas in 30 years. Senator Ted Cruz is seeking his third term. He was elected to the Senate back in 2012. Polling averages show Cruz holding a 4-point lead. I'm told Cruz's campaign believes there'll be more. Allred says he's not paying attention until the results are in. Again, Cruz's watch party will be in Houston this evening. Senator Cruz really hammering down his message to keep Texas Texas. Cruz pledging tougher border control and attacking policies on transgender issues. Allred blaming Cruz for limiting women's access to reproductive health care, including the statewide ban on abortion. In order to win, Congressman Allred must perform overwhelmingly in Texas's metropolitan counties. That includes Harris, of course, Travis, here in Dallas County, his hometown of Dallas, and pivotal Tarrant County. Back in 2018, Tarrant County went blue barely with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz looking to reclaim Tarrant County as red. Cruz and Allred both trying to get those last-minute votes today. Congressman Allred was at a phone bank and then went knocking on doors saying that every vote counts. Cruz was in Houston on multiple radio shows. So again, this race expected to be close. I will be here in Dallas all evening at the Allred watch party, and we will bring you the latest later this evening. Steve?
All right, Peyton Yeager in Dallas tonight. Peyton, thanks. So as results come in throughout our evening, our election panel will be in to break down what they believe they are seeing, any trends happening.
All right, so now let's send it over to Blake Hansen, Stephen Dial, and Sean Rabb. Hey, guys.
Hey, 30 minutes away, we'll have a lot more to talk about as some of the results locally and a lot more states begin coming in, but we already have a handful of things to talk about. We do have a few states called for Donald Trump: West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana. Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris. Let's start off with the presidential race. We obviously may be waiting for quite a while to get all the results in. If this night is to go good for Kamala Harris, what worked out well for her? What areas does she see strength?
I mean, she's gonna, if she does well in Georgia, which happens to be my home state, that will let us know how things are going to be going. And you know, Georgia's already dealing with an issue. Multiple polling locations, hours have been extended, and happens to be in Democrat-leaning counties
because of bomb threats to some of these locations as well.
Right, that the government says has to do with Russia and trying to influence the election. She's got to do well in the urban communities, but she's got to do well in Pennsylvania. I mean, she can lose most of the South, if not even all of the South, if she can win Pennsylvania and the other states that she's banking on. But Pennsylvania's the key, I think.
Early on in the night, what are you going to be looking for signs that Donald Trump is seeing some positive things moving in his direction?
I mean, this time, unlike most years, Republicans voted early, and so we have to see what's the split of this. In some of these swing states, record turnout or high turnout, what will the split be? Because historically, some people would say that these states would be going Democratic because of the early voting turnout, but this year is totally different.
Right, so are these different voters today, or did the Republicans kind of quote-unquote cannibalize their voting bloc because they encourage now people to vote early, which they didn't do 4 years ago? I think that's critical. We're seeing large numbers today, but until we see who's voting, we won't know which way this is breaking. So far, no surprises, right?
Yeah. You know, obviously we've got our Senate race as well, our bigger race in the state of Texas. We've talked a little bit about Tarrant County. Do you all see a path to Colin Allred either getting very close or winning without winning Tarrant County? Or does he have to, is Tarrant County kind of his indicator?
I think it's kind of his indicator. And we've got big numbers voting so far today in Tarrant County. Again, the same question. Yeah. Who are these people voting today? I think the younger vote, which has kind of gone down in Texas through the 2 weeks of early voting, are those people turning out today? That's got to be who he needs. He needs those folks 18 to 35 to vote for him. Yeah. And he needs to take this county, which of course is going to be difficult. Tarrant County is true red, blue, and through, and it's going to be difficult. He's going to have to take, I believe, the county to win because the rest of the state, so much of the state is rural.
Right, the urban area is going to have to offset rural Texas, and then Tarrant County is important. And then the question is, you know, how many people are, you know, maybe hitting Donald Trump but not hitting Ted Cruz on their ballot box. And so when the early vote comes in, I think we'll have a little clearer picture in Texas, and that'll let us know a lot.
Yeah, we'll see the undervoting and the split ticket voting and how much of a big impact that is.
And of course, oh, I'm sorry.
We'll set it back to you. We'll have much more at 7 o'clock.
Got a little footnote.
We'll have a lot of time to talk on Channel 27. We'll see you guys then.
Now I want to know what Sean was going to say. All right, guys, thank you. We'll have live election coverage as early results come in tonight. Starting at 7 o'clock, so just about 22 minutes away, you'll hear what Sean was going to say on KDFI Channel 27 and our streaming platforms, too, including Fox Local, the app. Blake, Sean, and Stephen will be joined by SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson. Our coverage then moves to Fox 4. Clarice and I will be there starting at 9.
Well, just ahead, thieves targeted a North Texas ice cream shop in an overnight break-in. We're going to have the details of what happened and also how the community is helping replace what was stolen from hard-working employees.
The only local news at 6:30. Thank you for watching Fox 4.
Sky 4 flying above the LZ Odom Athletic Center in Arlington. Looks like we're zoomed in on that line, so it looks like that might be the end of it. Maybe. We usually like to show the entire length of the line, so it is getting close. About 20 minutes left to vote, but everyone in line at 7 o'clock gets to go inside and cast their ballot.
Okay, so look, that is...
Yeah, that's it. All right. Looks like it's going quickly at the LZ Odom Athletic Center. We'll keep an eye on everything for you guys. Police are investigating a case of vandalism at the Tarrant County Sub-Courthouse in Arlington. The building alarm went off just after midnight, alerting police and county officials of a breach. When officers arrived, they found a window broken, along with spray-painted graffiti, the words "Free Palestine" scribbled near the building entrance. The sub-courthouse includes the district office for County Commissioner Alyssa Simmons. She says the priority was getting the mess cleaned up before voters arrived. Simmons says she has viewed the building surveillance recording.
Did it appear to be one person or more than one?
To me, it appeared to be one person. You could see the spray painting occurring, and then they moved away, came back with a good-sized rock and threw it at the glass. I think it highlights the, the level of emotion with regard to this election.
Arlington police say detectives are reviewing that surveillance video, hoping to identify the suspect or suspects. The department has increased patrols throughout the day to ensure polling site operations run smoothly.
Dallas police are investigating after a North Dallas ice cream shop was robbed and vandalized early this morning. Howdy Homemade Ice Cream employs people with disabilities and special needs. The owner said money was stolen from employee tip jars. Fox 4's Alex Boyer reports.
Yeah, the owner says this happened just after 3 o'clock this morning. The crooks were in and out in less than 2 minutes. They stole the register and all of the money in the tip jar. Shattered glass lines the front entrance to Howdy Homemade Ice Cream, located off Inwood Road in Dallas. Somebody broke into the store early Tuesday morning and stole a couple $100.
We found out that we had been broken into and robbed, took the cash register.
Owner Tom Landis said they also stole money from the employee's tip jar.
I think really the most frustrating thing is that guys like Brant just work so hard, and they really rely on their tip money, like a lot of the restaurant industry, and that was taken.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is a special place. It employs people like Brant with developmental disabilities.
Orange creamsicle, cotton candy.
Landis says he hopes the person or persons responsible were caught on surveillance cameras set up around the plaza. In the meantime, customers who heard about the break-in on social media have been stopping by to replenish the tip jar.
$294.
$294?
Yeah.
Wow. Proving that good triumphs over evil.
Gosh, just the evil. I get frustrated, but then the employees are the ones that just lift you up and say, okay, hey, you know what, we can get through this, and we've been through worse.
The incident has been reported to the Dallas Police Department. They plan to reopen to the public today, so the best thing you can do for these folks is come out and support them. In Dallas, Alex Boyer, Fox 4 News.
Got a break from the rain this afternoon. That break will continue tomorrow as well. And then we're going to be watching this Pacific storm system diving southward into New Mexico. Cold front will be advancing into West Texas. Showers and a few thunderstorms will likely develop by Thursday afternoon. Maybe some stronger storms in on Friday as that system zips off to the northeast. Here's a look at the rain chances. Dry weather again continuing for tomorrow. We'll take that up to a 50% chance Thursday, 70% on Friday. There could be a few stronger storms. Don't think it has the makings of a significant severe weather event at this point in time. And then just in time for the weekend, dry weather returns. High today was 68, morning low 59. Started out as expected with some clouds and spotty showers early this morning, but bright sunshine this afternoon. Current temperature readings between 60 and 64. Humidity at 52% with a light northwest wind. We're at 57 already at Greenville, so cooling quickly there. 62 Corsicana, 58 at Hillsboro. It's 54 at Bridgeport, and presently 55 in Bowie. Weather has improved dramatically for much of Texas and Oklahoma in the wake of those heavy storms last night. It's 69 degrees down in San Antonio, and 55 degrees up to our north in Oklahoma City. Let's time out this weather system here. Tomorrow, maybe some patchy fog early in the morning, bright sunshine in the afternoon. Really a beautiful Wednesday on the way. Clouds roll back in here very quickly early on Thursday. And while the rain chances will be low in the morning, I do think that radar will be coming to life as we head into Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening, with the higher coverage likely off to our west and southwest. And then those rain and storm chances will be around again during the day on Friday. Here's a look at Rafael, which is a very strong tropical storm at this hour south of Cuba. It is forecast to hit Cuba as a Cat 1 hurricane, push into the Gulf of Mexico Thursday into Friday. Right now, and it's still a little early, as it does approach the Gulf Coast, increasing wind shear and cooler water temperatures should cause that system to weaken from a hurricane back down to a tropical storm. Fog, a little bit of patchy fog around the area early tomorrow morning, starting out at 50, 66 by lunchtime, and look for an afternoon high of 72. 70 on Thursday with scattered showers and storms, mainly targeting the afternoon and evening hours. A good solid 70% chance on Friday. Drying out this weekend, though, with pleasant temperatures. Saturday 70 and up to 74 on Sunday.
The Fort Worth Police Department says the number of backlogged sexual assault kits has dropped by nearly 200 cases in just about 3 weeks. There are now 708 cases left in the system, down from 898 on October 11th. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office says they will help with the cases, but because of technical restrictions, they can only help with new cases. Detectives have been calling victims to provide updates, and all those calls should be done by tomorrow for cases with unknown suspects. The Office of the Police Oversight Monitor now included in the process to oversee the lab's progress.
The embattled Grand Prairie ISD new superintendent spoke with reporters for the first time since a temporary restraining order was filed to keep him from getting fired. Superintendent Jorge Arredondo was scheduled to appear before a Dallas County judge today for a hearing on the injunction. That was reset to November 15th. He was suspended after just weeks on the job as the district superintendent. Arredondo sued the district over what he calls a violation of his contractual and constitutional rights. He says he wants to get everything resolved.
Just looking forward to find some resolution to get back to the commitment we have for all students there in the Grand Prairie Independent School District.
A previous school board meeting was held to potentially fire him, but a judge's order is keeping that from happening. Arredondo's attorney says he was not told what the allegations against him are. Beyonce recreated some Pamela Anderson looks. Ahead, we'll show you a little of the music video released today in a last-minute get-out-the-vote try.
Beyonce is making an election day push. The superstar dressed up like Baywatch star Pamela Anderson to share a get out the vote message.
It's not that far off. It's a little crazy.
It's definitely not Pamela Anderson today. She's now makeup free and all of that.
Yeah.
So in one scene of the video, which was released today, the Houston native holds up a toy gun that shoots out a one-word message, vote. The Harris campaign has used Beyonce's track Freedom as its anthem, and the singer endorsed Kamala Harris on stage at a Houston rally last month.
Right? It's just a little weird to see how close that was. Like, hey.
Beautiful,
wow, yeah. Students in Lancaster ISD experienced what it would be like to vote in an election. The district held mock elections today. Each student had their own voter ID cards. They voted on laptops with privacy folders and submitted their vote in a ballot box. The goal was to educate students on the democratic process and the importance of voting. A pair of ruby red slippers worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz is up for auction in Dallas nearly 2 decades after a thief stole those iconic shoes.
Heritage Auctions in Dallas says online bidding has started and it's going to continue through December 7th. A memorabilia collector loaned the sequin shoes in 2005 to the Judy Garland Museum in her hometown of Grand Rapids, Minnesota. But then that summer somebody smashed through a display case, stole them. The FBI found them in 2018. Now the museum is among those vying for the slippers. As of about half an hour ago, the leading bid more than $812,000.
Just in, we've got some brand new polling numbers. And has nothing to do with politics. It's the first college football rankings are out. The Oregon Ducks ranked #1 in the first college football playoff rankings of the season. This will be the first season where the top 12 teams make the expanded field. The Ducks are followed by Ohio State, Georgia, and the U. That's the University of Miami. Texas is #5. SMU would be the first team outside the 12. They come in at 13. A&M is at 14. And if anybody's interested, BYU is #9. You know, if anybody's interested.
Good.
We'll be back with more Fox 4 News after the break.
Here's your 7-day forecast. We'll see a little patchy fog in some spots early in the morning. Sunshine, beautiful afternoon, 72. Showers and storms come back Thursday and Friday, but it looks like to be shaping up for a nice weekend.
Okay, Dan. Thank you. Another reminder, our election special is starting in just moments. You'll need to move over to KDFI Channel 27 or get the Fox Local app and stream it there on your phone or any other device. Blake Hansen, Stephen Dial, and Sean Rabb will be joined by SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson.
And then our coverage will return right here to Fox 4 starting at 9 o'clock with Steve and Clarice, and they're going to have all the numbers and information for you then.
All right, there's that LZ Odom's voting location. No line anymore. Looks like they're taking care of business. We hope you got your vote in as well. Again, we'll see you back here. See you on 27 and then here at 9.
Across America, voters await the results of a historic election.
We've been waiting for 4 years for this.
Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win?
Millions casting their ballots today.
I'm so happy. That's freedom to me.
Some polls are closed and numbers are starting to roll in, but there are several hours of voting left in other parts of the country.
Look for your president in your vote.
Plus, Texans will decide who they want to represent the state in the Senate.
I think this race is all about keeping Texas, Texas.
What Texans are seeing is that Ted Cruz is too small for our state.
And there are local measures with the potential to have major impacts for North Texans. Fox 4 will be with you all night. It is election night in America. Hello, everyone. I'm Blake Hansen. Thanks so much for joining us on KDFI, More 27, and our streaming platforms, including the Fox Local app. Our Fox 4 team going to be here with you all throughout the night, covering races here in Texas and around the country. At stake, the White House plus control of both the House and the Senate. I'm joined tonight by Texas The Issue Is host Stephen Dial, our veteran reporter Sean Rabb, and SMU political science professor Matthew Wilson will be breaking down everything. Of course, here in Dallas, we are paying close attention to Propositions S, T, and U. We will also be watching races for Texas congressional seats. polls have just closed here in much of Texas, as well as a couple dozen other states. We're going to be waiting a bit for some of those early voting numbers to come in, and we'll get to more to that in just a minute. But I want to give you a quick look at some of the numbers as we have them right now. We do have a handful of states that have been called: Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina for Donald Trump. He stands at 32 electoral votes. Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris, 3 electoral votes for her. No surprises here on that front, but we will be waiting for some of those battleground states especially to come in throughout the evening. Of course, we've got a Senate race as well, as Colin Allred challenges Senator Ted Cruz for his seat. We'll, of course, be watching those results begin to come in. Again, polls have just closed in much of the state of Texas. Local issues as well, the Dallas Hero amendments. Those are going to be something we're watching closely throughout the evening. Of course, you've heard in recent months, as there has been quite a large campaign of public officials against some of these propositions that would affect public safety and affect governance within the city of Dallas. Want to get to some of the few states that have closed their polls earlier tonight. This is the layout: Indiana, Kentucky, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont at 6, 6:30 in North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia closed at that time frame. All right, we've got to talk about a lot, and we'll be reminding people throughout the evening about how these votes are going to be counted and some of the timing differences to everything. The Fox News head of their decision desk did mention that it may be till Saturday when we find out who becomes president. Let's get all of your thoughts and what you're going to be looking for timing-wise throughout the evening. Do you expect that we will know who the president is by the end of the night?
I mean, it would be great, right? We could do our job and go home and know how we move on with the country. But it's going to take a little time because of certain key states that could totally swing this race: Pennsylvania and then the states to the west. And because they have different vote counting process for their mail-in ballots, but hopefully before Saturday.
What do you think?
I think if one candidate or the other sweeps the eastern seaboard swing states, that is Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, that person's going to be president, and we'll know. We won't have to wait for Arizona, Nevada, all the western states. If those are unclear, then we may have to wait longer to see how things play out.
And I think that tension will be tight tonight as we try to see who's going to win those states. I think the tension is going to be very tight. Georgia, Mr. Trump has an early lead there as votes have been coming in, but we haven't heard from the urban communities yet. Some of the polling places there have been extended by 2 hours because of some of the bomb threats that took place earlier today. So Georgia, Pennsylvania is really, that Commonwealth is a key to this election for either one of these two.
We've seen how slow Pennsylvania can be, expected to be one of the slower ones again, as well as we move on throughout the evening. Hopefully we'll begin to get some of those results sooner than later.
Can I give you one example of that we do have soon?
Yes.
So one big state actually that counts their votes remarkably quickly, kind of like Texas actually, is Florida. Florida, we already have more than 80% of the vote in. It's been called for Donald Trump. That was quick. Now, Trump winning Florida is not a big surprise to anybody. Florida has been trending Republican for a while, but he's up pretty handily there by more than 10%. So that's an early good sign for him. It doesn't by any means mean that the deal is done, but he's probably encouraged by that.
Yeah, we should mention a handful of other states have been called as we've been on the air just for the past few minutes: Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Missouri, all for Donald Trump. In the Kamala Harris column, Illinois has been called as well. So there's and it looks like we've got a handful of the eastern seaboard, Delaware, Vermont, etc., that are Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Jersey. Again, all things we expected to happen throughout the evening, but it is real that we are finally starting to see some of these numbers coming in. Let's talk locally. This is something we've been talking about off air a lot too. It's something we're going to be using here locally throughout the evening as kind of a sign of where we're going, and that is Tarrant County. Talk to our viewers about why Tarrant County is so important as us getting a sense of what direction tonight's going to go.
So its history is unique in the state elections, and for Colin Allred, I don't think he can win without winning Tarrant County. I think it's pivotal for him.
Matt?
Yeah. Why Tarrant County is so interesting is because it's the most urban county in the state that is still actually Republican. The others are, quite heavily Democratic, whether we're talking about Travis County, Dallas County, Harris County, Bexar County, et cetera. Those are all Democratic. Tarrant County is Republican, but by a narrow margin. And what we saw in previous elections is that it really was a bellwether. And Beto O'Rourke did very well against Ted Cruz in Tarrant County, better than Democrats had done in the past. Colin Allred will need to do even better than Beto O'Rourke did in Tarrant County if he's going to have hope of pulling the upset.
And what he's plagued by is early voting. Tarrant County had 50% early voting turnout, 50% of their registered voters, but a lot of those were Republicans, unlike past years where you're able to just look at the early voting number and assume that Democrats may have the upper hand because of the high turnout. Donald Trump and Republican leadership told Republicans to turn out early, and so that's going to be important. Beto, he won Tarrant over Cruz a couple of years ago, but as we mentioned, Allred will have to get like 53, 54% for him to be a real contender to offset all of that rural red Texas vote.
And there's a big turnout in Tarrant County, so it'll be interesting to see how that vote breaks today on Election Day, to juxtapose that against the early voting.
Matt, I'm curious, as we start to look at some of the numbers, the response we've seen both in the early vote and also day of, what can you read into that? Is it easy to read into it and say it is going toward one party or another at this point in time?
It's hard to read a lot into that, especially in Texas, where we don't have registration by party. So we really do have to kind of read the tea leaves to figure out who these people are. We can look and see what primaries people have voted in before. And based on those data, I think Republicans in the state were cautiously optimistic and encouraged by the early voter turnout because a lot of people who had previously voted in Republican primaries were showing up to vote. Certainly, I think we're going to see less of a disparity between the early vote and Election Day vote than we've seen in the past from a partisan standpoint, because Republicans this year lost some of that aversion to voting early.
So, yeah, they embraced it. We heard them saying, we really need you to get out and vote early.
Really quick, Blake, the early vote number, it looks like it's been updated in Tarrant County, and it looks like it's breaking 50% Cruz, 48% Allred. And so is that closeness, is that good for, I mean, if a majority of people voted early, as of 7 p.m., 160,000 people voted in Tarrant County today alone. Does that 50-48, is that good or bad?
Well, it depends on for whom. I mean, so I don't think it's so overwhelming that you could look at that and say game, set, match for either candidate. I would be cautiously optimistic from the Cruz standpoint with that number, because Republicans in the past have performed better on Election Day than in the early vote. And as Sean said, we would expect that Colin Allred, if he's going to win this race, needs to not just keep it close in Tarrant County. He needs to win by several points in Tarrant County. So that's why if it's 50-48 Cruz in Tarrant in the early voting, Cruz probably feels okay about that.
Yeah, as we show numbers throughout the evening, we'll give you the disclaimer that as votes begin to come in, it may shift wildly, especially in these first hour or so when we're maybe getting early voting in from certain counties, not from other counties. It's not always going to be a good representation. It depends on where these counties are, who's reporting what. I think we've got about 16% of results in this race right now, showing Colin Allred with a slight lead. I do want to get to the electoral map again. We mentioned some of those states that have been called. I believe we've got an updated map that could show kind of how it's shaking out this early in the evening as we see additional states. And there's actually been some additional states even on top of this. Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris as well. And as we look at the map here, let's start talking about states that are kind of key to each candidate for Donald Trump and for Kamala Harris. We've talked about Pennsylvania being one that we're going to have to wait a while on getting results. But is there a path for Donald Trump to win? And is there a path for Kamala Harris to win without Pennsylvania?
I mean, I think if we talked off air, if Kamala Harris wins Georgia, and that will likely mean she could win North Carolina. We already know the North Carolina governor's race is likely going to go blue.
Right.
And so will that mean something for the presidential race? If she wins those southern states, I think we're having a different conversation tonight, but that's a big if.
That's right. I mean, there is a Sun Belt path that Kamala Harris could take to win if she doesn't win Pennsylvania. For Donald Trump, if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, then he probably has to win either Michigan or Wisconsin, and those would seem to be heavier lifts for him than winning Pennsylvania. So I think Pennsylvania is critical for both, but it's even more important for Donald Trump.
And he understood that, I believe, because he spent some time in Michigan the last couple of days.
Right.
He needs that, possibly. Wisconsin's probably not going to break for Donald Trump. It'll be close, but he understands Michigan as a possibility.
Yeah, if we're looking at, just in terms of the Real Clear Politics average of polls, Harris is favored in Wisconsin and Michigan by very slim margins. Trump slightly up in Pennsylvania. A lot of people considered that somewhat of a tie in that state. And so we look at those three states, that kind of blue wall, as possibly being where the story will be told here on election night. What are you all going to be watching for? What are the key moments, do you think, in terms of this happens, we kind of get a sense of where we're going? Is it whether that's a state call, whether that's something demographically you will see in, a suburban county or urban county? What are some of the key things you're going to be looking for tonight to kind of chart out where we're going?
I'm not trying to sound like a homer. I promise you in 10 minutes we'll stop talking about Georgia. But I'm mentioning Georgia because Joe Biden barely won Georgia, right? And the suburbs of Georgia are going to be like the suburbs of some of these other states that we're talking about. And while Donald Trump has a lead in Georgia right now, I'm looking at the map, only rural Georgia is reporting. And Sean talked about some of the delays at the locations in some blue-leaning counties, DeKalb County, one of them. I'm waiting to see when Metro Atlanta pops up, if this is a real race, if this is a lot of distance, or if Donald Trump had a great ground game in Georgia. I think that can give an early indicator of how this night may start to go.
And, there are about 10, 15 counties maybe in these 7 quote-unquote battleground states that could bend this election one way or the other. I think it'll be important to see what's happening in Pennsylvania, county by county, as the night moves on and we start getting some numbers out of Pennsylvania. I think that's going to be important. I want to see what happens. Actually, I want to see what happens in Arizona and New Mexico as well.
Sure. I mentioned Florida before, again, not because Florida is a major swing state in this election, but only because it is a large, diverse state that counts their votes quickly. So it gives us a quicker indication of the way some trends might be going than other states. Right now, Trump is up by about 12.5 in Florida. That means, and Florida has counted 88% of their votes. So that means that at least in that state, Trump is slightly overperforming his polls. So that's, on balance, a good indication. Now, Florida could be unusual, right? Florida in 2022 was much more Republican than the nation as a whole. So, trends that we see in Florida don't necessarily hold for other states, but the fact that it is a big state that counts very quickly allows us to begin to say, okay, there are some encouraging indicators for Trump, but there's a long way to go.
We've got a lot to talk about this evening in plenty of different races that we haven't even got to yet. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the Texas Senate race. We have touched on that briefly, but we'll talk a little bit more about what a difference we saw in this race compared to what we saw in 2018 when it was Beto O'Rourke that was challenging Ted Cruz, a very different strategy and a different candidate in Colin Allred in this challenge. We'll have much more when Fox 4's You Decide 2024 coverage returns.
I am a first-time voter, so it was really, really nice. Some tears were shed. I'm really excited to vote.
I like voting on the day. Yeah, there's something just different about it.
Now, I've exercised my vote. I've exercised my right. If what I voted for happens, that's good. And if it doesn't happen, there's no reason to get angry.
All right, welcome back. We were talking a little bit about the Senate in the break, and there are some numbers coming in Tarrant County. Stephen, what are we kind of seeing and parsing out in some of the early voting numbers?
Right, and we want to say we're just talking about early voting numbers, and we're talking about Tarrant County because that's the bellwether, right? And I saw that, I mean, Donald Trump is leading, what is about a 4%
about 6
difference.
points.
6%. Yeah.
Right, and Cruz is leading by 2. So that means that in Tarrant County, in the early vote, so those are 2 important qualifiers. Right. In Tarrant County, in the early vote, Cruz is running about 4 points behind Trump. So that's going to be an interesting gap to watch statewide as the numbers come in tonight.
And Sean, do you think that is part of the, the abortion topic comes into play, or some other things that people care about where, their neighbor might think they're voting one way, but they went in the booth and clicked a different name?
Well, certainly the Democrats hope so. And they hung their hat in this campaign more so on women's rights than 4 years ago. And this has been the big push by Colin Allred. And then we've heard some things in the last few days that might have caused some women to raise their eyebrows and think twice about who they're voting for in terms of their personal freedoms. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, you saw specific ads targeted at women saying if you do not want to vote like your husband votes, you don't have to tell anyone who you voted for. That will be private information. It's something that we've not seen much lately. That said, we have seen races in 2016 when there were shy Trump voters, you know, where people who didn't feel comfortable letting people maybe know, and they maybe didn't respond to polls in the same way, but then when they got to the ballot box, they said, this is the guy I'm voting for.
Yeah, it's very interesting that the Harris campaign seems to think that in this cycle, and we'll see if they're right about this or not, right? We'll see if this strategy pays off. They seem to think that in this cycle, there could be shy Harris voters because they ran 2 kinds of ads. The ones that you mentioned that saying, hey, ladies, your vote is secret, you know, which may resonate with some women. It put off some women too, saying, yeah, of course I can vote how I want. What are you trying to, you know what I mean? So it got a mixed response. But the other thing they had was a appeal to the bro vote, if you will. That was interesting. On the basis of that, where they were like, you know, you don't have to tell your pals, you don't have to tell your buddies that you voted for Kamala. You can just step in the booth and do what you want. So they at least believe that there are some potentially secret Kamala voters among both men and women. And we'll see if that shows up. One thing real quick on the Senate race, Cruz versus Trump. For whatever gap there is between Trump's performance and Cruz's performance, I have a hard time believing that that gap will be principally about abortion. And the reason I say that is that anybody who is going to vote against Ted Cruz because of abortion is probably also voting against Donald Trump.
That's true.
And so I think any gap between Trump and Cruz is probably about people's objections to Ted Cruz on a personal basis, more so than something else. That's just my 2 cents.
And that's been a large part of Colin Allred's campaign has been focused on. It's been the Cancun moment. It's been personal moments, obviously reproductive rights, but a lot of personal moments of Ted Cruz doing this or Ted Cruz doing that and trying to paint him as an unlikable person. We've seen in that on the national political level as well. That's often what Ted Cruz gets attacked about. Less on policy, more so some of the things he says and does and is out there with.
But then the retort from the Cruz camp and from Donald Trump on these ads that have been playing in prime time in football games is transgender sports. And that's something that's not even being polled in any poll that I've seen in Texas statewide. That's not a big priority, but that's all the ads that you've been seeing. And so that's the retort.
Talk with some people who do some work for Republican campaigns, and their view was that in their focus groups, when they were testing responses, that was an issue where they got some considerable resonance among some of the suburban women that were drifting away from them on the abortion issue. On the men and women's sports thing, some of those same suburban moms were like, well, yeah, I don't want that, you know, and so those focus groups were what told them lean hard into that as part of your ad strategy. Again, we'll see if it pays off.
But you figure it had to be because they hit so hard. In fact, Greg Abbott, the governor, that was his closing argument against Colin Allred.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned that there are some races at the municipal level that we're watching as well, particularly the ones we've been talking about lately is these 3 pop propositions within the city of Dallas. We are starting to get some numbers in on that front. I believe we can show you the results in a moment. S, T, and U were the 3 propositions we're talking about. These are amendments that change, would allow a survey to affect the city manager's compensation, change policing levels. Let's look at them one by one. So Prop S, this would allow Dallas residents to sue the city if it does not comply with the city charter, city ordinances, state law. Right now, 51% to 49%, but right now it looks like just 1% of votes counted. So this is probably maybe some early numbers coming in, maybe partially.
And this is an interesting piece because you have to put the city on notice, first of all, for 60 days. And if they don't correct the issue, if they don't fall in line with the law, then the whole idea is to force them to comply with city ordinances.
I want to show that graphic again we had on screen. We showed T, the proposition T. There's a significant split between S and T. That interests me because they've been trying to get people to vote, you know, one way on each of these amendments, and there's a strong vote right now against T, which would create that survey for the city manager's compensation. But on the other issue on S, which was the suing the city, people seem to like that.
So this is crucial to our form of government. Now, if we had a strong mayor form of government, people might say yes here, but the city manager, to be able to have a performance review by the citizens on the city manager based on fire, police, crime, and some other quality of life factors, and say we can fire the city manager, I think people say, wait, that might be a bit too much, but we'll see. I mean, it's early in the turnout, but that's an interesting look at it.
Proposition U is probably the one that got talked about the most. This is the one that would set basically a minimum hiring for police officers. This is why we saw Dallas Police Association come out actually against it. This one, still a little bit closer. It seems T was the one that had the most divide, but there is slightly more against this one, 52% to 48%.
And this one, of course, says the city must hire 900 more additional officers over the next 3 to 5 years using new revenue to hire those officers, but to come in compliance with 3 officers per every 1,000, I believe, citizens.
Yeah, there was strong establishment opposition to all 3 of these measures. That is, a coalition of people in city government, previous mayors who are both of Republican and Democratic inclinations had come out opposing this. So this really is a kind of populist insurgency, if you will, against the city government establishment of all partisan and ideological stripes.
I'm curious, Matthew, you know, when you look at these propositions, you know, from trying to communicate with people on it, how do you know, there's a lot of people who are going to show up on election day. They're going to maybe have researched the presidential race, maybe researched the Senate race, but not gone through and studied every single judge, proposition, whatever. How much do you think the wording of these propositions ends up really directing things if people see, oh, I want more officers, and you just look at that on face value, you know, without thinking of the consequences or maybe having researched the consequences? How much does how that is written basically direct the outcome?
Well, it can, and some people are going to be reading the things for the first time in the polling booth. Others have heard some of the discourse surrounding this. I mean, there are yard signs about it throughout Dallas. But voter ballot propositions like this tend to be relatively low information elections, all right? Particularly ballot propositions that are voted on in a presidential year. It's one thing when they are standalone elections, then the people who actually choose to show up tend to be people who actually know and care something about the ballot propositions. But when you put ballot propositions up for a vote during a presidential year, a lot of the people who show up have never thought nor cared about those ballot propositions one way or the other. So as you say, things like simply the wording, the title, can actually sway some number of votes.
And crime is a hot button topic. It gets everybody's attention. You're talking about greater safety, more police officers. Folks complain about response times. We need to put more officers on the streets, despite the fact that Dallas has the highest homicide solve rate in the country. Despite those kinds of facts, which people don't know, they hear this and, yeah, they're motivated by that.
It's an issue where feelings matter a lot.
And I was talking to criminologist, Tarleton State University criminologist Alex Del Carmen, and he said from a statewide standpoint, city and just national standpoint, he says it's less about the crime stats and more about people's sense, their feeling of not being safe, not necessarily if people, if the crime stats are out through the roof or if they're not. One conversation that I had actually this weekend with a group of people at the Paul Quinn tailgate about these amendments. One was they were talking about, one, the outreach, getting the text messages, and I think everyone's been getting text messages depending on your persuasion and your affiliations. But another thing was some people were scared about what things are going to be cut if you have to mandatorily fund these officers. What are they pulling from?
And of course, Dallas Hero says you won't have a loss of parks and recs, you won't have a loss of libraries, because we're talking about funding this from new revenue in the city only.
But we will see. We will find out shortly if it does end up passing, how that is impacted. There's a handful of other amendments to the city of Dallas as well. Proposition R is probably the one that is most talked about, that would decriminalize up to 4 ounces of marijuana. There are also propositions for city council, mayor pay, the mayoral election, city getting that more in line with other elections, and then other issues that discuss the ballot, getting additional issues on the ballot as well. Of course, we've got the presidential race. We're going to update you in just a moment on all of the races that are called. For now, what I've got at this monitor is basically what we expect. These are all of the races that we expect and the likely direction they will go. Now, of course, there could be surprises baked in there as well, but we've left the battleground states blank. At this point in time, none of the battleground states have been called. So here's a look at what we've got going on here. Pennsylvania, we mentioned, that's going to be the big one that we're going to have to wait a while on. 19 electoral votes, total of 93 electoral votes baked into these battleground states at this point in time. And that's why, you know, you look at Donald Trump winning North Carolina, or winning Pennsylvania rather, gets it to 238. And then you say, look, he's up in Georgia. He's up in North Carolina. Matthew Wilson was mentioning the Eastern Seaboard at that point in time, and that gets him to 270 right there. Of course, we may not know Pennsylvania as well. We're going to talk a little bit more about this in a moment. Julie Johnson could be up for a historical victory as she runs for Colin Allred's race. We're going to talk about that race and others when we return as part of our You Decide 2024 coverage. Well, each of the seats in the House of Representatives is up for grabs tonight because that's how the House of Representatives works. 218 seats controls the House, controlled currently with Republicans who have 220 seats. Here is a look at how it stands right now. 174 seats safe for Democrats, 184 seats considered safe for Republicans. One of those races here in North Texas could be historic. Julie Johnson is running to replace Colin Allred, who is obviously in his Senate race. She, if elected, could be the first openly LGBTQ member of Congress from a southern state. She is running against former Arlington City Councilman Darrell Day. You know, it's interesting. Obviously, we've had redistricting that's gone on as well. This was a seat that Colin Allred took from Pete Sessions. Pete Sessions is now in the Waco area. A lot has happened in this seat, but just the significance of Julie Johnson. Obviously, she's a state lawmaker, has been a vocal state lawmaker that we've heard from. She's now trying to get on the national stage.
Right, and she's replacing Colin Allred. She's likely going to win this seat, and this seat is now redrawn to be a very safe Democrat seat.
Yes, she had a very strong ground campaign, and she rolled it out very early, coming off the strength of her time in the Texas legislature, and I think she'll win this seat.
Yeah, there's basically 3 House districts in Texas that are competitive. None of them is in North Texas. So this one has been drawn to be a Democratic seat because some of the Republican areas of this district that made it more competitive in the past were used to shore up Republican incumbents in some of the other Metroplex districts. So, yeah, this is pretty Democratic. She's heavily, heavily favored.
And we'll get to some of those, especially in South Texas. We've got some really interesting congressional races. We'll get to more of those in just a little bit. We will be back with more Fox 4 election coverage in just a moment.
Your votes do matter, and what you vote on and who you vote on is really important.
Took my time, and hopefully my vote counts.
I said I don't care if I have to wait an hour before I get in there. I'd rather wait and get my vote in than waiting a long time.
Welcome back to our election coverage. I want to give you a look at some of the changes that have happened to the ballot counting process. multiple states have either tweaked their laws in the wake of 2020 or kept them the same. Of course, it's going to affect how we get some of those results throughout the evening, but we'll be with you throughout the night as we report those in. This is a look at the map as it stands with what we expect to happen. Again, this is not races called, but what we expect to happen in many of the states. We've left the battleground states empty to kind of look at some of the possible paths to victory. Donald Trump, in real clear politic averages of polling, is doing very well in Arizona and Georgia. Again, we're starting to get some of those numbers in, as well as North Carolina. So let's just go ahead and fill those in and see where it takes us. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. You put that to Trump. North Carolina as well as Arizona over there. And that gets him to 262. Still needs another victory. Nevada's 6 electoral votes, not quite it. So that would mean he's got to take one of those 3 blue wall states. Pennsylvania potentially is it. That may be one of the ones we've got to wait a little bit longer to factor into the discussion. I'll remove Donald Trump's North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona win in. Let's talk about Kamala Harris's path to victory. She's hoping to hold on to those 3 blue wall states in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she were to do that, that would take her right to the 270 that she needs. So we'll be waiting to see if that is what she is able to get done this evening. Polls have her slightly up in Wisconsin and Michigan. You've seen both of these candidates hitting Pennsylvania hard for obvious reasons over the last couple of days, because it could really be a linchpin in figuring out which direction things go the rest of the states as well. We will have much more Fox 4 coverage of the election. We're going to talk about some of the things that happened in this campaign cycle, an unprecedented campaign cycle as well, when we come back. We'll go back to our election coverage. This has been a campaign cycle like really none other. We had a president switch. One president dropped out. A sitting president said, I'm stepping aside. We had 2 assassination attempts on a former president who is running to be president again. And we also had the legal case involving Donald Trump. He's set to be sentenced later this month on felony convictions in the state of New York. As we talk about all of that and how that shapes things going forward, what I was really curious to see was going to be how much would Donald Trump's legal issues be part of Kamala Harris's campaign. I thought they made it less about that, more about what he's saying currently than what he's done in the past.
So it kind of was early on. It kind of was early on as she played up her former prosecutor role and he was the convicted felon early on. But then they kind of moved away from that, you're right, and talked about the here and now more than the past.
Right, and partly because Trump's legal issues really fire up Trump's base. That was one of the things that actually helped him put aside all the opposition in the Republican primaries. When what Republican voters saw as lawfare against him started coming down, and what they saw as largely marginal and bogus charges, particularly the ones for which he was actually convicted in New York, that gave Republicans a sense of injustice. And I don't think that the Harris campaign wanted to stoke that and wanted to remind Republican voters about things that made them consider Trump a sympathetic figure. So she talked a lot more about January 6th and the things that stemmed from that, and what Harris argued was a continuing pattern of anti-democratic behavior, more so than some of the criminal charges that Trump faced.
And they had the Harris campaign had real-time material to use when, I mean, let's be honest, in the last couple of weeks, Donald Trump has made certain comments that will raise some eyebrows of even Republicans, some of which are still supporting him. But so she had new material to go off of. And like you mentioned, Matt, like, keep talking about his criminal things. That made him rise to popularity. I mean, people wearing his mugshot on a shirt.
The point is, it seems as though the people who support Mr. Trump don't care about those issues. And to keep bringing them up, you're right, it fires those folk up even more so, I think. And so their approach seemed to be more the here and now, the democracy piece.
Yeah, because the stuff with the criminal charges, that's baked in. People know that, and they've reacted however they're going to react. They've either held that against Donald Trump, or they've decided they don't hold it against Donald Trump, and they've moved on one way or the other. And I don't think there was a lot to be gained by hammering on that.
On the Harris side of things, obviously she was not the presidential candidate at one point in time, not too long ago. And, there was this amazing moment where you saw the party kind of coalesce behind her. Obviously, there were some Republicans who thought that it wasn't the right process, but Democrats really didn't seem to care. They were all throwing their support behind her when the president finally made the decision to step aside. But obviously, that happened very late. And there was the question, is there going to be enough runway for her to get her message across? Was there enough runway to get her message across? I'm curious what you think, Matt.
Well, I think she was very cautious about what her message was going to be. I mean, her message in this campaign was in many ways more about Donald Trump than it was about any specific policy proposals. I mean, she had a few specific proposals here and there, but I think she decided that her best strategy was to try to make this election a referendum on Donald Trump, who had previously been president, who elicits very strong feelings, positive and negative. And so, she talked a lot about Trump. Now, we'll see whether that pays off as the results start to come in this evening. But the Democrats had a bad situation this summer, and they tried to make the best of a bad situation. Their internal polling was showing them that Joe Biden was going to lose badly after that horrible debate performance, so much so that all the senior leadership of the party essentially combined to muscle him out. And then they said, we can't afford any intra-party divisions. Our only option is to just coalesce quickly behind the vice president.
Well, they had 107 days to do it, exactly. So they didn't have time for any other process either. And the question is, I think it's a fair question, is, as she has said, he'll be in the White House stoking over his list. I'll be in the White House working for you. The division between the two, trying to make that stark and very clear and having the people make a choice, so we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Much more discussion coming up. More polls when we come back. We're continuing to look at early voting totals as those numbers start to come in, and diving more into about why, like in 2020, this election could be decided not tonight, but over the course of the next several days. More when Fox 4 News returns. It is election night in America. Welcome back to Fox 4, and we're going to get into some of the swing states and some of the early numbers as some of the presidential results begin to tick in. This is the results on the electoral map as we have them, but first let's go to Georgia. As Stephen Dowles mentioned multiple times, his home state.
I'm just saying, it's an important state right now.
It really could be critical as we go through the numbers. We're starting to get some of the national numbers come in. Stephen, what are you seeing in some of the results so far? And
right.
Also, not just what's being reported, but also what's not being reported out of Georgia.
Right, and so the metro Atlanta counties, I mean, Georgia is top heavy. North Georgia is where the majority of its population is. And so DeKalb County, which was one of those counties where a church and some other polling locations had bomb threats, now they're starting to show their early vote total 59% in, according to Fox. And now that margin that Trump had in Georgia is starting to tighten.
Right. I mean, that's the trove of Democratic votes in Georgia, is particularly Fulton County and DeKalb County. And those are counties that typically go 80% or more Democratic. I mean, they are heavily Democratic, heavily African-American counties. And the white voters that are there tend to skew Democrat as well because they're urban, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why we saw Trump's lead in Georgia drop from 10% to 4% when Fulton and DeKalb have now reported most, not all, but most of their votes. And we'll see if there's enough there for Harris to make up the gap.
Fulton County has 177 voting locations. 32 or 33 of those had bomb threats called in today, even while people were voting. So those locations have not yet closed, some of those. And when they get those votes in, we'll see if these numbers get even closer. It's under 200,000.
And then we talked about, really quick, the bottom of Georgia. Now, while rural Georgia is mostly red, I mean, Georgia is a red state if you just go county by county. Some of those rural Georgia counties have black voters or Democrat voters. You look at Chatham County, which is Savannah, they are at 5% reporting. And so there's pockets of Georgia that we'll just have to wait and see, and it may take longer because of these bomb threats.
North Carolina, obviously another one of those battleground states that is too close to call at this point in time. As we start to look at the numbers coming in North Carolina as well. This is a state where the polls indicated going into it that Donald Trump probably had a little more strength. Matt, you were mentioning that North Carolina and Georgia, you can generally expect it to be somewhat similar, and at least in the percentages. That's kind of where we're at this point in time in the evening.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of similarities between those two states. Some differences, but some broad similarities. They both have significant African-American populations. They've also had white voters who are more Democratic than is typical in the South. And so that's what has made those two states competitive in recent presidential politics. Of course, they share a bit of a border. And they were both actually impacted by the hurricane. And so that created some difficulties for some people in parts of those states in terms of casting ballots, and that's going to be something to watch as well.
And not just difficulties in casting ballots, but for some people, you know, the election was not the most important issue in their life as we went through this, whether it was getting around to early voting or getting around to day of as well. So we'll wait to see kind of how that shakes out number-wise.
And Blake, another thing is, I mean, North Carolina is a state where likely the governor is going to go blue, and that doesn't mean the state will go blue, but they're in that situation. They were in that situation in 2020, and so we'll have to look at to see, you know, are a majority of people voting split ticket at the top of the ticket.
And to pull Stephen Dowell as someone who used to live in North Carolina, it is a very interesting state politically, and it is very hard to maybe put your finger on it at all times. Which direction are people going to follow? There's a lot of independent people in that state who, depending on who the candidate is, depending on who the person is, will vote that direction. Then let's get to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes in the state of Pennsylvania. We've been talking about how that's going to be one of the ones that it may take quite a while to figure out. Again, this is, we're seeing 13% in early votes, so numbers starting to come in. Don't read too much into it. Obviously, we're not going to see a difference like this as more numbers come in. That's going to get
shrink.
That's going to get a lot closer as we start to see some of those counties and some of the more popular counties come in that state. Again, very slow vote counting process in the state of North Carolina, both with how they can count early votes as well as day of. As I look at the map right now, seeing some more rural counties coming in, and then some of the more popular
County having 3%.
Yeah, that are coming in at this point in time. So the story will yet to be told there in Pennsylvania. It has been interesting, I think, to see different campaign strategies over the last few weeks in that state. Obviously, the campaigns have been hitting the states very hard.
I know those people are probably tired of any type of campaigning, door knocking, not answering the door for weeks.
Yeah, and with Pennsylvania, it'll be, I think, interesting to see how the rural turnout is, how some of the suburban county turnout is. Matt, what do you think is what are you looking for in Pennsylvania?
Looking to see what happens with Pennsylvania Latino voters, because Trump had made real inroads in that community, but the Pennsylvania Latino electorate, unlike the Texas Latino electorate, is substantially Puerto Rican. And the comments that were made at Trump's rally, not by Trump, but by a comedian right, at Trump's rally in Madison Square Garden towards the end of the campaign, may well have alienated some Puerto Rican voters. That could hurt Trump. So we'll see how the Latino vote in Pennsylvania comes in. The other thing is what they call the collar counties of Philadelphia. That is the ring of suburban counties around Philadelphia that have a lot of people and that can swing and can decide races one way or the other. We'll look to see what happens there.
Yeah, some reporting by Vanity Fair today that the Trump campaign went out and tried to do some polling on those Puerto Rico comments because they were worried enough, based on those comments, even if it wasn't him saying it, that they were going to potentially impact, as you mentioned, some of those Pennsylvania Latino votes. We're going to have another hour of this as we begin to get more results starting to come in. Obviously, it's just going to get more exciting as the night comes on and we're able to actually look and see what the results are. We'll have much more coverage for you coming up at the top of the hour as America votes in 2024. 8 p.m. now. It is election night in America. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Blake Hansen. Fox 4 is going to be here with you tonight, covering local and national races. At stake, of course, the White House, the House, and the Senate. Just a few things. Joined again with our panel, Stephen Dial, Sean Rabb, Matthew Wilson from SMU. As we begin to get more numbers come in, and there's some interesting storylines developing in some of these numbers that we're going through. First of all, I want to get to the presidential race in the state of Texas and look at some of the numbers there. Obviously, we do not expect this to be a surprise. We jump to the Senate here, but we'll talk about that as well. All right, so we see Ted Cruz with a slight lead over Colin Allred, and at least these numbers that we're getting in with 53% of the vote, 51% to 47%. If we can pull up the presidential race, I want to see if there's any difference in that as well. Well, we don't have that at this point in time, but we're seeing some of those numbers. Matt, you had a thought?
Fox News National has Trump at 53.6 or 53.7 in the presidential race. So he's running a couple of points, maybe 2.5 points ahead of Cruz.
What do you take from that? Can we read much into that?
I think if that ratio holds, that is, if Cruz stays within 3 points of where Trump is, I think Cruz will feel pretty good, because I think he's figuring Trump's going to win Texas by at least 3 points, probably more than that. So if he stays within 3 points of Trump, I think he'll feel pretty safe.
Yeah, these are the numbers we're showing on your screen that Matt just references. 54% at this point in time, roughly for Donald Trump, 45% Kamala Harris. There was the question going into today, how many people are going to just vote for the president and maybe not vote in other races, and we can report Texas has just been called for Donald Trump after roughly an hour. This was actually earlier. I don't know if you'll remember this. I forgot, frankly, until I had to look, that Texas was not called until after midnight in 2020 with the results. Things we don't remember and have blanked out of our mind from 2020.
Well, and the margin's going to be interesting because in 2020, Texas went for Trump only by a little over 5%. I mean, that was, it was not a nail biter, but it was
600,000 votes.
Yeah, but it was reasonably close. Right now, that margin is at 8%. So we'll see if that holds through the evening. But I think statewide, Republicans would be encouraged if Trump could significantly improve on his 2020 result here by several points. You know, but we'll see. There's still some vote to be counted.
Yes, because as Matt mentioned, 2020 was the smallest margin of a Republican in a couple of decades. 5.6% is what Trump won by. 600,000 votes in 2016. He won by 9%. And so, I mean, the demographics of Texas is changing. It's growing, but that could give Republicans some pause. And so if he overperforms his 2020 number, that could make Republicans a lot happier. We don't see a Valley vote right now yet. You know, we're getting the Houston numbers, the North Texas numbers. We haven't really seen much from the Valley, according to the maps I'm looking at. So that's going to be interesting, too, for the Senate race. I mean, we know Texas is...
Well, for the Senate race and for those 3 congressional races. Yes. The 3 competitive House districts all reach down into the Valley. And the other thing that'll make it interesting is just in its own regard, you know, once upon a time, you just sort of assumed the Valley counties were just a trove of Democratic votes. You can't assume that anymore, right? I mean, there's been movement in the last couple of electoral cycles of those Valley counties in the direction of Republicans. Democrats, of course, are aware of that and are trying to fight back. Republicans are trying to extend those gains. So it'd be interesting to see the partisan breakdowns in those valleys.
And that's not only because of, you know, border security obviously being an issue. There's also that kind of machismo factor that some political sites will mention with Donald Trump. He somewhat appeals to the Hispanic male voter in kind of the way he carries himself, the way he talks. And that has shown in some of those areas of the state that he has some inroads in there as well.
Yeah, and there's cultural conservatism there as well. I mean, in those Valley counties, you've got a lot of voters who are pro-gun, a lot of voters who are pro-life, a lot of voters who are very suspicious of transgender issues, those sorts of things. So that the whole set of cultural conservative issues can play well for Republicans in those Tejano constituencies along the border.
Yeah. Want to touch on some of the proposition races, particularly S, T, and U in the city of Dallas that we're going to be following throughout the night, in part because while we have a lot of polling on some of these national issues with these local propositions, we really don't know what direction that is going to go. One of those, Proposition S, the first one, is the one that would allow City of Dallas residents to sue the city if it does not comply with the city charter. Here's how it stands right now, slightly in favor of this proposition, the citizen lawsuit proposition, 51% to 49%. The early vote in at this point in time. I've not seen a big movement since the last time we checked these numbers. So if we go to T, which T is going to be the city manager job survey satisfaction, that we saw there were more against. There was a bit of a split there, and you slightly against on those issues. Early voting totals that we're looking at here on the screen, 59% against T. Again, this is the city manager survey that would allow basically that survey to affect the city manager's compensation. And then U is probably the most talked about one, which would require a certain number of officers to be hired, minimum of 4,000 police officers, and then a certain number by ratio, plus 50% of all new city revenue would go to police and fire pensions on that issue as well. You see in U, slightly more against, but again, we still have a lot more numbers to come into the race on that as well. Real quick, as we cycle back to the issue of the Senate race, we talked a little bit earlier in our 6 o'clock newscast about the different campaigns that were run between Allred versus O'Rourke. Matt, I wanted to ask you, were you surprised, or did it seem that Allred's strategy made sense based on his record? He more moderate voter. He doesn't have the big bombastic personality that Beto O'Rourke may have had. He kind of made this more about Ted Cruz than about himself.
Yeah, I think it made sense given the constraints of the race of who Allred is, who Cruz is, and the kind of race he needed to run. He does not have Beto O'Rourke's personality. If he tried to get up on tables and do that sort of thing, it would be weird. It would be unnatural for him. It wouldn't resonate well with voters. So I don't think that's in his toolkit to do that. So given that, I think he tried a different approach to say, look, I'm a moderate, I'm bipartisan, I'm low key, I'm responsible, I'm not an over-the-top performer like Beto O'Rourke. I'm also not, this was Allred speaking, I'm also not a grandstander like Ted Cruz, right? That was the contrast he tried to strike. And of course, Cruz's response was, that's a posture, that's fake, he's really much more liberal than he's letting on, et cetera, et cetera. And so that was the dynamic back and forth in this Senate race.
Yeah, I mean, Beto O'Rourke was constantly in front of cameras, constantly live streaming. Already, even before he started running for this race, was more reserved. He would do interviews, but he was not constantly putting himself in front of cameras like, say, Beto O'Rourke was.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to some people who said they wish that he had the Beto charisma and personality, but the Allred policies, right? Which, I mean, he is who he is. He's the candidate he is. Beto's the candidate that he is. Looking at the numbers, I mean, he's still hanging on neck and neck in Tarrant County, but comparing to 2018 in Harris County, he's not running up the score as much as O'Rourke did. And so I'm looking at these numbers to see these other, where are the votes coming from? And granted, there's still not anything in from the Valley, really.
Right. And the thing with Colin Allred, again, he's very cerebral, very articulate, and he speaks to a different audience. And he was trying to reach, I believe, suburban degreed people, say, hey, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to my argument. Compare me to Ted Cruz, and you will come to me. That was his whole argument. He was trying to reach a different set of voters. Beto O'Rourke, there was an excitement, again, a raw excitement. Folks didn't really care what he stood for as much as what he was saying, especially with that younger group of people that he was reaching, and the pop-up Facebook sessions and all of that stuff all over the state. That made a difference with the voters that we haven't been seeing this time around in early voting, that younger group.
Well, I think it will be a bitter pill for Colin Allred if these results hold and he ends up losing, okay? it would be a bitter pill for Colin Allred if he, as an African-American candidate, does less well than Beto O'Rourke with African-American voters, right? That would be, I think, tough. He would be very frustrated with that outcome. But then I think the second guessing would be, did you do enough to fire up the base? That did you just count on the fact that, hey, I'm a black candidate for Senate, that was going to do your work for you, and you didn't excite that element of the Democratic base enough? I mean, there's always Monday morning quarterbacking, right?
But you're right. If they don't like Ted Cruz, but you don't give me a reason to like you, right, I'm not just going to vote in that race.
The other thing I'm curious about is how these numbers will shake out for Colin Allred statewide. We talked a lot about how he was known in North Texas, right, but how he was going to introduce himself to the other areas in the state, including Harris County. He did put more advertising into the Harris County. He had the money. It's definitely coming in late, too. There was a lot of money coming in late in that race. The question will be, did he invest enough time in those areas to introduce himself to those audiences and really feel like he wasn't just that guy from the northern part of the state?
And let's be real. I mean, this is Texas. Texas is its own. Since being a 5-year resident here, Texas is its own country. I tell people that. And this is the 5th state I've lived in.
I mean, look, for 10 years, it literally was its own country.
Right. So, with that said, I mean, of course, Democrats haven't won statewide in about 30 years, but the topics that people have cared about nationally, and the topics that Texans care about, I mean, that border issue is something that you just can't shake. And while over and over Democrats, Kamala Harris and Colin Allred said, oh, well, we tried to pass this bill that Donald Trump did kill. That is very accurate. But they're going to say, okay, so what? Why wasn't it a bill proposed year 1? Why wasn't it a bill proposed year 2? And then you get into the gender politics of, what Matt was talking about earlier of, some people, whether publicly or secretly, didn't like the conversation of the thought of boys playing girl sports, whether it's, and I asked him this last week, whether it's true or not, if you support it, do you think that's going to hurt you? I mean, it's looking like some of it's hurting him.
Well, he said, I'm from Dallas. I'm raised by a single parent. I went to Baylor. I played in the NFL. I'm in Congress, and I want to represent you. And here's why I can do this, as opposed to his record, Cancun, Cruz. And maybe it wasn't enough. Now, across the state, he was playing different types of commercials. Different types of ads were running in San Antonio and South Texas. But again, enough to educate people and make them connect to him, we don't know yet.
It was also really interesting that on a couple of occasions, Allred actually leaned a little bit into the machismo factor in his race against Ted Cruz. Two things in particular. Where he said during the debate, he said, I was captain of the football team at Baylor. The only position Ted Cruz ever played was left out. Right?
Oh, that's a good one.
It was a zinger. It was a zinger. And then, in some of the sound that we played just in the intro to this show, Allred saying that Ted Cruz is too small for Texas, right? Clearly, he's trying to lean a little bit into that, hey, I'm a football player, and he's not, and trying to attract presumably some male votes that way. Now, I mean, we'll see if that was effective enough, but it was interesting that he chose to highlight that in a couple of ways on a couple of occasions.
We hear all this talk every election cycle now, who's going to be the person to flip Texas blue. Even if Colin Allred loses, these results hold this evening, is there something that Democrats, the state Democratic Party is going to be looking at that they're going to say, all right, we can at least take away this. We at least saw some inroads here. What's a win? Is there a win for Democrats in the state of Texas without winning that Senate seat?
I say yes. I say they'll be able to get into the numbers, first of all, and see where their votes came from. But I think a successful campaign, and I was talking with someone about this yesterday, they have to start tomorrow building the image of Democrats in Texas, rebuilding that image, and the idea that Democrats are Texan. Where am I going with this? Colin Allred is just not Texas. And so they got to convince people, yeah, Democrats, we have different opinions, we have different ideas, we believe in governing differently, and we too are Texans. You know, you got to bring back some Texans from the past, some old ads, some Ann Richards ads. I'm just saying, you got to remind people that Texas is Democrat also, if they want to win on the state level.
Right, and Republicans have leaned hard into that issue. I mean, you had in the final weekend of the campaign, Governor Abbott making appeals for Ted Cruz, and this was an ad that played widely around the state. Governor Abbott saying, you've got to re-elect Ted Cruz to keep Texas, Texas. And that's exactly that issue, Sean, that you're talking about. So it's one that I think Democrats are going to have to wrestle with, is what does it mean to be authentically Texan? But it's an issue that gets a little bit complicated for Republicans, too, because Republicans want to appeal to a lot of these people that have moved in from out of state. And a lot of people in Texas were not born in Texas. A lot of people sitting at this table, you know, I mean, and so that's not uncommon. So there's a fine line to walk there, but it's something. But then that being said, some of the people who have moved into Texas from other states have moved into here specifically because they like Texas better than where they left. So, you know, this is an issue that can cut a lot of different ways.
A lot of people do appeal to as well. All right, we've got a lot of new race calls coming in. We're going to get back to the electoral map, show you how it is shaking out when we return.
Hey, I'm going to vote today.
I'm in Virginia right now, so I had to fly all the way in here to vote.
And I'm hoping that we can all get back to that middle ground again where we can all start seeing each other's sides.
Welcome back into our Fox 4 election coverage. We're looking at the hypotheticals here, but I can tell you that Fox News just projected that Donald Trump wins Ohio. Again, expected. We've already thrown that on the map here as we look at the battleground states and how those shake out. 93 electoral votes are up for grabs in these battleground states here. Some of them we may not know this evening, but let's talk through some of the scenarios that could get us to 270, that being the key number, of course, to win the presidency. Donald Trump, he is looking pretty strong so far, at least in the early polling in Arizona and Georgia. So Georgia and Arizona there, 16 electoral votes in Georgia, 11 in Arizona. That gets Donald Trump to 246. if he can get North Carolina, Matthew Wilson's been mentioning that Georgia and North Carolina somewhat similar. There may be some differences there. It's also one of the states that polling shows that he does better in. He can get to 6. That takes him to 262, and he's a state away, minus Nevada, of course, one of those blue wall states away from getting to that 270 number. So if we remove the Donald Trump wins in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, let's look at some of Harris's options. She's, of course, hoping that they can maintain that 2020 blue wall set of states in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which would be enough to get her to 270. If she doesn't have Pennsylvania here, there's a possibility that that could go either way. One of the closer races out there, and probably the key battleground state we're going to be watching. Then she's got to look at possibly picking up a Georgia, which would get her to 267. She still then needs a Nevada possibly, or another state with a small number of electoral votes. Could she potentially get Arizona, Nevada? It'll be tough to see, but we'll be looking really closely to see how Pennsylvania goes, whether that be tonight, whether it be tomorrow. We'll see how those results come out. We're going to look at some of the results as they're coming in some of those key battleground states. Much more Fox 4 News coverage when we return. All right, let's get back to some of our discussion about the presidential race and how it might shake out. We've been looking at some of the numbers as we've been in the commercial breaks and some of the interesting things that have been showing up. All right, so this is the electoral count as it stands right now with all of the races that have been called. Again, nothing so far has been a surprise, no battleground states called, but this is the electoral vote as it stands right now. Matt, as you were looking in the break, you were pointing out there are some Democratic states, Rhode Island. There's some interesting things happening in some of these states that we don't talk about.
Right. That is, Democrats seem to be underperforming in Rhode Island. Now, they're going to win the state, but it's a single-digit margin, and that's weird because a single-digit margin with a lot of the vote counted. And, you know, Rhode Island is a very Democratic state, so that's kind of weird. conversely, Kansas, Trump is struggling more than you would expect. Now, Fox has called Kansas for Trump, which means that they must know that the vote that's in is from pretty Democratic areas. So they're prepared to call Kansas even though he's trailing in what's counted so far. But, you know, Kansas should be an easy win for Trump and for Republicans. So there are some states that are unexpectedly close on both sides in areas that you would consider to be very, very strong for that side.
Yeah, it's interesting.
This is the Fox News projections. Stephen, you can finish.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, and then, you know, we're talking about the East Coast, right? And whoever blinks first, North Carolina or Georgia, I mean, that can spell some panic for the Harris campaign, depending on, you know, how they're expecting the blue wall to go, how Pennsylvania is going to go. North Carolina and Georgia, North Carolina is 50% in, and it's still a close race for Harris and Trump. It's too close to call, according to.
Not called on that map, and I thought of it because we were talking about Kansas, Iowa. The polls just closed at 8 o'clock, and so that's no doubt one reason. But there was, you know, a poll recently that showed maybe Iowa's in play. It is just 6 electoral votes, but it was a surprise that we were even talking about this. That
the poll was definitely a surprise, and I think the nation took a deep breath and looked at that because, you know, Iowa is considered to be, what, middle of the country. These are the people who pretty much have their pulse, their finger on the pulse. Every political campaign goes to Iowa. How many times before the official campaigns? When George W. Bush started his campaign, we traveled first stop, Iowa. So it was an interesting poll, and it'll be interesting to see. Only 10% in right now, and Kamala Harris is up now, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, no, it's certainly going to be interesting to see in some of these states. Obviously, we go into election night with a certain idea on which states are going to be definite and baked in, and where there can always be surprises, even in some of these non-battleground states as well. Matt, I'm curious what your take was on that Iowa poll. If there was much to read into it at all, or, you know, obviously polls can be all over the place depending on the methodology.
Hard to know because it came from a very reliable pollster with a good track record, but the Des Moines Register would not release the crosstabs or the internals where you could look and see, okay, what groups are doing what here. So hard to know how much to infer from that. And another poll came out the same day showing Trump up 10 in Iowa. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, my guess is at the end of the night, Trump will have won Iowa. But even if he wins, if it's close, I mean, if he only wins Iowa by a couple of points, it's not so much Iowa per se, it's what that might suggest for other Midwestern states, like Wisconsin, for example, because Iowa borders Wisconsin, has some demographic similarities with Wisconsin. So if Trump is underperforming expectations in Iowa, that might be a bad sign for him in Wisconsin as well.
Yeah, we'll be waiting to see. All right, we're going to reset briefly on our end, and we will be back in a moment with more Fox 4 election coverage.
Other years, I had opinions on candidates, but I hadn't voted for them, and I didn't feel the need to. This year, I really felt the need I had to.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm confident with my vote.
I see a lot of the younger generation coming out to vote, which is good. You know, they need to, you know, because they are the future.
We should vote for a candidate who would put their people first.
All right, we are back here on Fox 4, and we've got a race to call. The Fox News decision desk has called the Senate race for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz officially deemed the winner in this race over his Democratic challenger. That is according to the Fox News decision desk. Matt, you're a little surprised this early, but they've got their ways of trying to figure this out.
I'm not surprised, to be clear, I'm not surprised at this outcome.
Yes.
I mean, I would have predicted that Cruz would win this seat. But I think in his heart of hearts, he expected to sweat it out a little more than this. I don't think he expected to have the race called by 8:30. I mean, I'm sure he's delighted, and there'll be a party at Cruz headquarters. But I think that he went into today thinking it might be a little closer than this.
Yeah, and then, I mean, you know, we've talked at nauseum about the uphill climb that Democrats have, right? But, I mean, there were some elements of an Allred campaign and some things that could have been possibly stacked against Republicans that would give Cruz some cause for concern. More women showing up to vote over the abortion issue. While Texas didn't have a constitutional amendment on the ballot, that's still one of the reasons why some women went to the polls. You have a change of the top of the ticket where Kamala Harris brings more energy to Democrat voters. And so now the question is, what went wrong for Democrats? Is it the turnout in the urban counties? What went wrong for Democrats is the question.
That is the question. And the reason Kamala Harris came here in the last couple of weeks and held that big event in Houston was not because she thought she could beat Texas, but it was to bolster this race, where the two candidates spent about $160 million on this Senate seat. So she came here. It was a battle over women's rights that she stuck the flag down there in Houston, hoping to bolster Colin Allred.
And I think that Democrats, in hindsight, might look at this and say, did we lean too hard into the abortion issue, making it the centerpiece of our campaign? Because clearly it's an issue that can work for them with some important constituencies, right? It can serve to mobilize some young women, single women, et cetera. But it may have been that there were other voters who said, every ad that I see for Colin Allred is about abortion. And, you know, surely there's more to this campaign than, quote unquote, Ted Cruz's abortion ban, of which there's really no such thing. We talked about, you know, because that's a state level initiative.
And Cruz made that point clear in the last week.
Yeah, that's right. So they may regret that strategy of being too single issue focused.
And Democrats could, and we still have a long ways to go, could benefit off of that being a singular issue nationwide in states that matter for Democrats. But in this race, catering to people where you have the border is still a huge issue in Texas and nationwide, but in Texas. And then the economy. I mean, people's talking about their bills at their kitchen table with their families. I mean, that goes a long way. And you have a president and an administration that is not as popular right now. And so, you know, uphill climb for Colin Allred, and it may be that the abortion strategy did not work.
This will be some of the debrief as well as who voted. We were talking a couple of breaks back on how the Democrats come back. It was a valid argument for them, and they had real people telling real stories in their commercials. But yeah, could it have been too much to the point of no return where you had diminishing results from it?
The curious thing we'll see as well is, you know, obviously if this is not close, if the final numbers shake out to not be close, doesn't need to send too much of a message to Ted Cruz. But I thought one thing that was interesting throughout this campaign was that we sometimes saw Ted Cruz talking about the things that he's done that are bipartisan. You know, talking about, you know, the ad about, you know, deep fakes and protecting children, working alongside Amy Klobuchar to get that bill passed. Does Ted Cruz realize, you know, with the Beto O'Rourke campaign, it was all about Beto being very liberal, Ted Cruz being very conservative, that maybe there are some voters in that middle range he appealed to when this was kind of a battle over who's more bipartisan in this race a little bit more.
We saw a kinder, gentler Ted Cruz in this campaign more generally. I think he tried to present himself as such. And look at the debate between Cruz and Allred. I mean, it was a spirited exchange. But they didn't insult each other, right? They criticized each other's views, they criticized each other's stances, but Cruz didn't try to go for the jugular against Colin Allred, you know, and I think that was part of his presentation of himself as a reasonable guy. He didn't want to come across as just a firebrand or a bomb thrower, and emphasizing the bipartisanship, I think, was part of that strategy.
And you got to know the candidate that you're running against, right? You got to know, you know, Beto O'Rourke is not Colin Allred, and so he had to take a different approach. much. And then you have, he ran ads from the soon-to-be ousted Democrat district attorney in Harris County running ads. And so, you know, the average voter doesn't know that she lost her primary and is not about to be the district attorney, but they see a Democrat supporting Ted Cruz. And so that could have played to some people who maybe were on the fence.
Even though Mr. Allred did the same thing in his border ads with the sheriffs from the border, Hispanic sheriff standing with him from the border. It just apparently wasn't enough for him.
Let's talk about, we kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier in our broadcast, which is a couple of the interesting congressional races here in the state of Texas. And we'll work on getting the results of the screen in just a moment. The 15th congressional district, this is Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, a Republican, running against Michelle Vallejo. This is a 2022 rematch. Republicans kind of champion De La Cruz as a sign of maybe they were winning some support with Hispanic voters. This is how it stands right now. 12%, so there's still plenty of votes to come in. But Monica De La Cruz with a very, very large lead in this race. This one of the kind of more interesting races that we've got in terms of congressional districts. What do you make of these results we have so far?
Well, I'm cautious because that's such a blowout that I just wonder where those votes are coming from.
Yes.
But certainly that's one that Republicans hope and we're cautiously optimistic about retaining because they did see that breakthrough. That was one of their signature wins in South Texas, and they would expect to be able to retain that seat. I think the bigger question is to see whether Republicans actually can make a gain in South Texas in one of the other two districts that are Democrat held, and we'll see how that, like against Cuellar or and we'll see how that plays out.
And one other race I wanted to show briefly, the 34th district, that is U.S. Representative Vicente Gonzalez running against former U.S. Representative Mayra Flores. You see Vicente Gonzalez at this point in time with a very narrow lead in this race. Flores fighting to regain her old seat. Gonzalez switched from 15 to 34 when 15 was drawn to favor Republicans. One of those races that's close as well in there. As we go throughout the night, we'll be watching some of those congressional races as, of course, the balance of the House is something that we are waiting for as well. We have much more Fox 4 coverage. We're going to get to some of the additional electoral results that are coming in. We've got races, more races that are getting called. Stay with us. More Fox 4 News coverage in just a moment. Welcome back to Fox 4's special coverage of the 2024 election. We're continuing to get results coming in throughout the evening. You'll see them scrolling at the bottom of your screen as well. And we also have the electoral map that I believe we'll get to in just a little moment as we're updating these numbers coming in. This is the races so far that you're looking at that the Fox News decision desk has called. Right now, 195 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 117 for Kamala Harris. So far, no surprises in the numbers that we've seen or the states that we have seen called, and still no battleground states have been called at this point in time, 8:41 in the evening. Hopefully we'll see a battleground result or two shortly, but at this point in time, we're still waiting for some of those numbers to come in. Kansas, Fox News decision desk has called. Interesting numbers in there as well. Matt was just pointing out that it looks like Donald Trump has pulled ahead, but of course they've got their models where they can the decision desk can look through and see where votes are coming in from where and how that will shape up. But potentially a sign of some concerns for the Trump campaign, or
There's something unusual happening in a little pocket of the country in the Great Plains. Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska. None of those states are performing as strongly for Republicans as they would expect. Now, that could end up being meaningless. It could end up being just a blip on the radar screen and kind of an interesting asterisk about this campaign. Hey, Republicans underperformed a bit in their traditional strongholds in the Great Plains. Where it might end up mattering, though, is in the Nebraska Senate race, because Nebraska has an independent challenging the Republican incumbent, this independent has an outside chance of pulling off an upset. So if Republicans are running weak in that pocket of the country in the Great Plains, that could be a problem for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Sean, Stephen, what are you seeing in some of the numbers? What surprises you so far? What are you still most curious to find out? Obviously there's the obvious things like the battleground states, but some of the numbers you're seeing so far.
So I'm looking in places like Missouri and Iowa. I'm very interested in how Iowa shakes out. I don't know why. I'm fascinated by what I'm seeing now. Yes, it's early, but there's let me see what percentage.
16%.
16% in. It's very early. But I just want to see what happens across that part of the country. As Matt is saying, something interesting is happening. I think it's kind of saying that folks are looking at both of these candidates and saying, to some extent.
And keep in mind, Iowa's not that far from the battleground states,
Wisconsin, Michigan, yeah.
And so, that doesn't mean it's exactly going to go the same.
Iowa voted Democratic. Iowa supported Barack Obama.
Well, yeah.
So it's not like Iowa's got a multi-decade history of being solidly Republican. So it's not that far removed from partisan competitiveness.
It always makes you wonder, once you get to this point in election night, if some of these campaigns see some of these numbers start to come in and wonder, wow, if we could have spent our money a little bit differently, if we could have spent our time a little bit differently, how things might have shaken off. But a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking.
And the bigger part of this, or as big a part, is control of Congress.
Right.
And whoever becomes the president, whether they are able to get initiatives through.
Right. Yep.
And so that story is going to play out later, as well as the possibilities of Hakeem Jeffries making history as Speaker. So there's still a lot of important stuff left with these votes.
I will say, with Republicans holding the Senate seats in Texas and Florida, that goes a long way to saying they're going to take the Senate, because West Virginia is virtually a gimme for them.
Right.
They were pretty heavily favored in Montana, have a good chance in Ohio. Democrats are hoping to offset that by maybe pulling off an upset in Texas or Florida or Nebraska. Now, Nebraska is still outstanding, but the fact that Scott in Florida and Cruz in Texas held on pretty easily makes it quite likely that Republicans will end up with Senate control.
Yeah, Fox has already called West Virginia, and in Montana, he was polling 6+ points ahead in a lot of polls over John Tester, the incumbent. And so the expectation was, and again, there was a 51 Democrat, 49 Republican split going into tonight. If Republicans pick up those two, That was all they need, and they've already picked up one. We'll see how some of these other races, and there are still some other close races that we're watching. Ohio with Sherrod Brown. There is Nevada, Michigan, as well as Pennsylvania. Of course, we may not know the Pennsylvania Senate results as well, as it's one of those slower states to count and tabulate some of these votes. As some of these additional polls start to close in some of our western states, let's talk Arizona briefly. It's an interesting dynamic there where Kari Lake, the former news anchor, has been polling far lower than Donald Trump. She's obviously made a lot of claims about election regularity. Right. No doubt probably will again if that's the case, that she's trailing behind Donald Trump in the numbers, certainly. I'm curious with that race, why it is that that state is so in favor of Donald Trump and not in favor of Kari Lake. We'll wait to see what the numbers show, obviously, but this is based on polling, when she's modeled herself after Donald Trump.
Yeah, but people who have modeled themselves after Donald Trump have typically not done as well as Donald Trump. And Arizona is a state where Republicans gave away the governorship last cycle by nominating Kari Lake. And there's a very good chance they're going to give away a Senate seat by nominating Kari Lake. She can really fire up the base, which is what puts her through a primary, but she is not a candidate who is well suited to go from 45% to 51%, right? To win some voters in the center that it takes to actually win it. So I suspect she'll run behind Trump.
And abortion is on the ballot in Arizona, so that can play a factor in which way it goes.
Driving some Democrat votes out on that issue as well. As we look at some of these battleground states, I'm peeking up at our Fox screen right now, the Wisconsin presidential race. Harris has a slight lead in the state of Wisconsin. She's running at about just shy of 49%. With about 25% of the vote in the state of Wisconsin. Matt, I
actually think Trump's got a 1-point lead now.
Is that Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yep, it switched on my computer as I switched over.
But it's still really early.
It is still early, 25% of the vote in on that.
But she's not doing as well in some places as Mr. Biden did 4 years ago.
Yes, and of course, Biden carried that blue wall from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but Donald Trump had success there in 2016 as well. So we'll wait to see as those results come in how it shakes out. Michigan, very few votes coming in at this point in time.
13%.
About 13%. Harris with 52% of the vote in the state of Michigan to Donald Trump's 45%. But a lot of numbers still to come in on that race as well. And 34% of the vote in Pennsylvania, to their credit, that they've got, but with Harris 51% of the lead. But as you shake out and look through, there's still some rural counties in that state that are not reporting any results. So when some of those rural counties begin to come in, we expect Pennsylvania to get a little bit closer than it's showing at this point in time. Stephen Dial, let's get a Georgia update from you.
What are you trying to say? Georgia is still trickling in. I mean, not trickling in. I don't want to make it sound like it's so dire. 79% in, and Donald Trump with a 52% to 47%. Trying to zoom in to see where the reports aren't coming from in Georgia.
It looks like still just, well, 71% from DeKalb now.
That's important.
So we're seeing Gwinnett, though, is low in there. Gwinnett just 16% of the vote in. I would imagine you would get some Democrat votes into that part of the state as well. All right, we're going to set it to break real quick. We'll be back one more time here on Channel 27 before we shift over to Fox 4 at the top of the hour for our full election coverage. We'll, of course, be checking in with our reporters at watch parties all throughout the state when we return. All right, here is a look at the map. These are the Fox states called so far. Donald Trump with a lead of 195 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 117, but still a lot to come in. Still some states that we expect him to go one way, and some of those battleground states that we may be waiting a little while to figure out how they shake out. No battleground states called at this point in time. Briefly, did we expect a battleground state to maybe be called at this point in time in the evening?
Should have been, right?
I think we might be getting close to Georgia getting called.
Yep.
Because that has the most vote counted, and that Trump lead of 5% seems to be kind of holding steady. But they're going to be cautious, right? I mean, they're not going to call it until they really are pretty sure. But certainly Georgia seems to be leaning Trump at this point, with a 5-point lead with 80% of the vote counted. 80% of the vote counted.
Yeah.
But you know, so that I would imagine that might be the first one.
Yeah, and in polling averages, that was maybe the, Arizona was probably the state where Donald Trump was doing best in some of the averages of polling, but Georgia was probably second there in one of the states.
And think about, and this may go to that early voting turnout. I mean, Georgia set a record. More than 4 million people early voted in Georgia, about 54% of their registered voters, and a lot of that came from ruby red, very, very North Georgia that touched Tennessee. And so, I mean, some of them had like 70% turnout in the county. So this could be an early vote thing.
The Republican Party may realize how big of a problem it was that they discouraged early voting in 2020, or discouraged mail-in voting in 2020, when they realized there was a large number of people that clearly were willing to use that as a option.
Well, and it's really interesting. There was a lot of criticism of the Republican get out the vote effort and the Republican turnout apparatus, because Democrats have a very professional, tried and true turnout apparatus. They had more money, they had more boots on the ground, door knockers, all that kind of stuff. Trump essentially outsourced his get out the vote efforts to Turning Point USA and to Elon Musk. And a lot of people said, I don't know if that's going to work. Well, there's still some ways to go this evening, but if things continue to go well for Republicans, particularly with these turnout numbers, I think people are going to say that worked better than we expected. They managed to get the vote out to a greater degree than we might have anticipated.
Elon Musk certainly had the money to get the message out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially in Pennsylvania.
Want to show real quick Senate results. We mentioned that Fox News had called the race for Ted Cruz. Still waiting on an Associated Press call in that race, but 53% of the vote for Ted Cruz, 45% to Allred. And then we'll talk real quick about our propositions one more time. ST&U were the law enforcement propositions in the city of Dallas. These are the bills aimed at surveys that would affect the city manager's pay. S was suing the city of Dallas. This is S right here. We are still waiting for a lot of results in these races. So we will have much more coming up at 9. Hopefully we'll get some of those results in, but still was interesting to see in the early votes the divide in some of those as well. We're getting ready to wrap up our coverage here on Channel 27, but we got a lot more coverage to go and a lot more races to call in this night. Tune over to Fox 4. We're going to see you at the top of the hour with Steve Eager and Clarice Tinsley.
Vice President Harris and former President Donald Trump keeping a low profile on Election Day. Polls now closed in Texas and many other parts of the country. Nevada's polls just closed at 9 o'clock Texas time.
We could be in for a long night or several days until we know a winner.
They say it's the best run campaign they've seen. Some people said it's the best run campaign they've ever seen, but in order to make that stick, you have to win.
Your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power.
Plus, it is the biggest statewide race for the Senate. It's been a tight one for Ted Cruz, looking to defend his seat against Dallas Democrat Colin Allred. A look at where voters stand at 9 o'clock.
And a vote tonight in the city of Dallas that could fundamentally change how the city is run and financed. A look at whether voters accepted or rejected proposals for a significant increase in police and a wider door to file lawsuits against the city of Dallas.
Here for you. Fox 4 News starts now.
Good evening. Welcome to Election Night coverage from Fox 4. I'm Clarice Tinsley.
And I'm Steve Eager. It's 9 o'clock on Election Night. We have a lot of results to get to. They'll be scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Also available on our website, fox4news.com. But let's get right to some of the numbers you care about. Here's how the presidential race is looking right now through the Electoral College numbers. Only the states that have been called, we are listing. Many of the battleground states where polls have closed are still too close to call at this hour. Former President Trump now with an Electoral College lead of 195 to 117 over Vice President Harris. Former President Donald Trump is also projected to win the state of Texas. Let's take a look at how Texans did vote in the race for president. And this is Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Fox News has called this for, we just went back. This is the state of Texas. Donald Trump projected to win. He's got 55% of the vote.
And let's take a look now for the U.S. Senate race, which polls showed had been a tight race between Ted Cruz and Dallas Congressman Colin Allred. Results, however, do not show a tight race. Senator Cruz is projected to keep his seat. At this hour, 65% of the precincts reporting Ted Cruz 53%, Colin Allred 45%. And voters in Dallas are considering 3 public safety amendments that could greatly change how the city operates. Proposition S would allow Dallas residents to sue the city if it does not comply with the city charter, local ordinances, and state law. And with 1% of the vote in right now, 51% for, 49% against, still many, many, many more votes to count for this proposition. Proposition T would create a community satisfaction survey and have it affect the city manager's salary as well as job security. And again, 1% of the votes in, 41% for, 59% against.
Yeah, so this looks like it's 1% of today's same-day voting and early voting piled in, since the numbers are about 250,000 counted. This is Proposition U, focused on public safety. It would require 50% of all new city revenue to go to police and fire pensions. As you know by now, we've covered the police pension is underwater. It would also require a minimum of 4,000 police officers, 900 more than the police force currently has. Former police chiefs have said it could take up to 15 years to hire that many, and as you see, the results are 52% against so far.
Our Fox 4 panel has been watching the returns all evening.
Let's go right next door. Studio B, Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, Stephen Dial. They're talking about the Senate race. Ted Cruz is win. Guys, it's over the years I've watched this, and there's been a lot of excitement. Boy, something's going to change. It's down to 2%. It's a close race, and on election night, it lands at 7% Republican candidate. It seems like every time.
It sure seems like that. We've been breaking down the results on Channel 27 and Fox Local. Now we're over on the big Fox 4, breaking some of these results down, and joined by Stephen, Sean, and Matt. And we were talking about the Senate race. One of the interesting things to watch is going to be when the numbers are final, what's the separation between Trump and Cruz. But just your reaction to this result that it sounds like, based on what Fox is saying, Cruz is going to take this one.
Right, and many expected it or thought it would be a little closer than what it was, and as of right now, it's not. It's due to not overperforming in the counties that Colin Allred needed to. Now in Tarrant County right now is showing that it's still 50-48, which is he got close to it. He didn't win it, which he needed to win and kind of drive up the number. But also, when you look in Democrat stronghold Harris County, he didn't overperform in Harris County. Yeah, he won, but when Beto went against Ted Cruz, Beto won Harris County by more than 200,000 votes, and Allred is not at that. And so, to me, was the message wrong, or is it turnout?
Well, the message drives the turnout. I think if people get excited by the message, then they turn out. And I think that's where the disconnect was. Again, I go back to this idea. Beto O'Rourke has charisma, magnetic in that regard. And you saw young people of all ages, all ethnicities migrating to him. He was fresh. That was the word. This was something fresh. Colin Allred is very cerebral, very articulate. He used all of his professionalism in the campaign. Professionalism might not have caught on with younger voters. I mean, for him not to do well in Harris County after Kamala Harris comes there and has this big event in Harris County that was not about her trying to win Texas. It was about pushing him to the top against Ted Cruz.
Well, and I think Allred may regret having run what became virtually a single issue campaign focused on the issue of abortion, because yes, there is a segment of the electorate that cares deeply about that, and you can drive some Democratic turnout with that. But in polls, only about 15% of people say that abortion is their predominant voting issue. So what was the message for the other 85%, right, whose principal issue is something else, the economy or immigration or crime or what have you? And I'm not saying that Allred had nothing to say to those other issues, but if you watched his ads over the last month, it was really clear the one central issue that he was driving home, and it appears not to have been nearly enough.
Want to talk about our propositions. It was one of the big unknowns going into tonight because you don't get that level of polling that gives you an indication of where it's going to go. You know, we've got the three propositions that groups fought for, the hero amendments fought for, or fought against, kind of in tandem. And so far, and again, it's just looking at early votes, we've got very few votes in, but there's a split in this where we're seeing some of these issues, the suing the city, where there's actually some people in favor of it, and then you've got issues like this. This is for minimum number of officers, slightly against that, and a lot of people against the city manager survey.
Yes. Well, I think, first of all, what we might be seeing says, yeah, we want the city to be held accountable. We want the city to follow the laws. We want them to follow their own ordinances and rules. We want them to pick up trash. We need code compliance to move and act. And if they don't, they need to be held accountable, thus S. But T and U are in different playgrounds altogether. T is saying that the public can decide whether the city manager gets a raise or keeps his or her job. And this whole idea, there's been so much pushback from so many a bipartisan effort, really, to say no to this idea of forcing the city to hire X number of police officers.
We're going to have much more from our panel throughout the evening as we break down some of the results as they come in. We'll send it back for now to you, Stephen Clarice.
All right, you guys, thank you.
And we can let you know the Fox decision desk has just projected Utah and Montana going for Donald Trump. Let's go now back to the race for Senate. Senator Ted Cruz looking to keep his seat tonight.
Again, here's how the results are coming in so far. Fox News projected Ted Cruz wins this one. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is at Colin Allred's watch party in Dallas. All right, Peyton, what's the mood like there?
Hi, Steve. Hi, Clarice. We have been here since 7 p.m. here at the watch party. We're at the Longhorn Ballroom in Dallas, Congressman Colin Allred's hometown. The mood is much quieter than they expected. I spoke with the campaign prior to 7 p.m. They were optimistic, but as those numbers started to come in, Cruz started to pull away. It's a little subdued here inside of the Longhorn Ballroom, but we still have hundreds of his supporters here in the ballroom, and former Texas State Senator Wendy Davis just came on stage before we came on the air and said they are not quitting just yet, even minutes after Fox News called it. And Davis said no matter what happens this evening, they will continue to fight. She also mentioned that Congressman Allred will come on stage here in the near future, but no sign of him just yet. I know that Stephen Dial, Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb have been talking about the money that has been poured into this campaign for Allred and company, hoping to pull out a win in this race. Again, when I spoke with the Allred campaign earlier this evening, they were optimistic. Senator Cruz, I know that Dial touched on this a bit, that Senator Cruz was keeping his message, keep Texas, Texas, and then Congressman Allred was hoping for a change. And that's what hundreds of supporters here were hoping as well. Also, I checked the social media X before we came on the air. Governor Greg Abbott posted, "Congratulations, Senator Ted Cruz, on your big win. Senator Cruz will continue to defend Texas' values of freedom, liberty, and prosperity in the U.S. Senate." Again, Fox News made the call, but we are still waiting for the Associated Press to make that call. But for right now, the mood here at the Allred watch party is much quieter than they expected when I spoke with them around 6 p.m. Steve and Clarice.
All right, Peyton, thank you.
All right, so let's go to the Ted Cruz election night party. It's a Marriott Marquis in downtown Houston. Again, Cruz projected to win his third term. We're waiting for him to come out and acknowledge this. And I should say in Texas, there's been 67% of the votes counted. So that's all the early votes and 60%. And so that when it started to pull away, it was when, remember, we talked about the rural vote comes in. And that's when sort of everything changes in these statewide races. And that's when Ted Cruz again pulled away. So if Ted Cruz comes out and speaks to his people, we'll carry it for you live. We'll try to anyway.
Let's take a look at the weather. It's really shaped up nice this afternoon, and we continue to see those clear skies through this evening. Right now, sitting at 62 at DFW, 60 at Alliance Airport, and 57 at Love Field. And with the dry air, the clear skies, we're set to tumble tonight. Many areas will wake up to the 40s bright and early tomorrow morning. Low to mid 40s, 46 Stephenville, 43 degrees up in Bridgeport, right around 46 McKinney, closer to 50 here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Nice day tomorrow. It will be dry with plenty of sunshine, but we've got another Pacific storm system that'll be diving southward into New Mexico. Cold front just ahead of it. Plenty of moisture to work with, and so we've got a couple rounds of showers and thunderstorms on the way both Thursday and Friday. We'll break that down in much more detail. Look ahead to your weekend forecast as well coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Clarice, you can out me. Right as we were zooming in, I said, wait, is that Ted Cruz right there?
Yes, it was. And let's listen. He is on the stage.
Right now, we're up by 8 points at over 600,000 votes. And they're still counting votes. It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year. And I believe, and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our two beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungary. Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn, and your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg, who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say...
That's Ted Cruz essentially accepting the win over Colin Allred for the Texas Senate seat. And in case you're wondering who Jessica Nungary is, that is Jocelyn Nungary's relative. She was murdered by illegal immigrants.
Her daughter. Her
daughter, and that's why he referenced the mom there of young Miss Nungary.
And Ted Cruz saying 600,000 votes, and the votes still being counted, and saying that he is hopeful that there will be a Republican Senate next year. And House Speaker Mike Johnson was in Arlington, Steve, and said that this Senate race was key for the Republican Party, one of the most important Senate races for the Republican Party. And projected winner tonight, Ted Cruz, taking victory, thanking his supporters, and we're going to be back with more election night coverage.
Including mixed results so far for some Dallas amendments. We've talked a little bit about that, how it could affect the city's budget and public safety. We'll take another close look ahead.
And there are still several big battleground states that are too close to call. More from the race for president ahead on Fox 4 News.
For voters living in the city of Dallas, they had several controversial amendments to decide on that could have a big impact on the city's budget and public safety and policing.
Yeah, propositions S, T, and U were put on the ballot after a group of outside investors calling themselves Dallas Hero gathered enough petition signatures. The former mayors of Dallas, both Republican and Democrats, campaigned against these propositions. Proposition S would allow Dallas residents to sue the city of Dallas if it does not comply with the city charter, local ordinances, and state law. With 4% of the vote in, and this would reflect the early vote, Proposition S has 51%.
I just noticed that 4% is a
very
bump.
tight. Yeah.
We sat at 1% forever. We just had early voting, so it looks like today's voting is finally coming in Dallas. Okay.
Let's look at Proposition T. That would create a community satisfaction survey, and it would affect the city manager's salary as well as job security. 4% of the vote in, 41% for this, 59% against.
Proposition U focuses on public safety. It would require 50% of all new city revenue to go to the police and fire pensions. You know the police pension is underwater. It would also require a minimum of 4,000 police officers, 900 more than the current force. So that would be a very big hiring drive that would be required. So there are the results: 52% against, 48% for, and even the police chief said they couldn't do that. That couldn't be accomplished as quickly as that proposition wanted. Fox 4's Lori Brown has been watching these numbers come in from the Fox 4 newsroom. Lori.
Steve, despite the bipartisan opposition to ST and U, these charter amendments have been generating a lot of support so far, according to these very early results. Here's a recap of what these amendments would do. S is the one that is ahead, according to the 4% of the early results so far. That would take away Dallas's government immunity for violating the law, and opponents say that that would open up the city to costly lawsuits. City Councilman Karen Mendelson told me that residents have been telling her that they have supported that particular amendment because they want the city to address homeless encampments according to what is in city and state law. T would tie the city manager's job, retention, and salary to a citizen survey. Pete Morocco, executive director of Dallas Hero, has said that that would bring accountability, but city leaders have said that that would deter good candidates from taking the city manager job here in Dallas. And finally, U, perhaps the most controversial, would require 50% of the city's new revenue to go to the police and fire pension, but it would also require the city to have a minimum 4,000 police officers. That would require the city to immediately hire 900 police officers. But for years, the city has struggled to hire and retain just 250 officers a year. The Dallas Police Association opposed the measure, arguing that the hiring goal would not be feasible, and the president says it would hinder their ability to negotiate salaries with the city. Well, the 501c4 Dallas Hero organization argues that these amendments would bring more government accountability and strengthen public safety. Former Dallas leaders have said that it would do the opposite and could have disastrous results. Steve.
All right, Lori Brown in the newsroom. Thanks. We'll probably be checking in again. Thank you very much. All right. Electoral college numbers as they stand for the former president and the current vice president, Donald Trump, with 205, needs 200. Each candidate needs 270 to secure the nomination for president. Former President Donald Trump has 205. Just putting in his tally, Utah and Montana at the top of the hour. Vice President Harris now projected to win Colorado, taking her number to 117 so far.
And let's take a deeper dive into the electoral map and what each candidate needs to secure 270 votes.
Many of the battleground states are still too close to call. Let's switch it back to Blake Hansen and our panel. Blake.
Yeah, Stephen Clarice, this is basically the battleground map right here. We have baked in the results that we expect, and then we've left the battleground states blank at this point in time. So that keeps both candidates right around each other. Kamala Harris with 226, Donald Trump 219 on electoral votes, with 270 being that key threshold to get to. I want to show you and kind of highlight how key Pennsylvania is going to be. And keep in mind, we may not know how Pennsylvania goes tonight. Of the 93 electoral votes available on this battleground map, 19 of those, the most, come from Pennsylvania. If Donald Trump is to win Pennsylvania, and then pick up North Carolina and Georgia, for example, where polls showed going into tonight that he had a slight lead, probably a stronger lead in those states than some of the other states. That gets him to 270 votes right there, just from those eastern seaboard states, if he picks that up. Likewise, if we look at Kamala Harris, we give her Pennsylvania on this, and then she's able to pick up, say, Michigan and Wisconsin, those three blue wall states that Biden carried in 2020, that had gone to Trump in 2016. That is enough to get her to 270. And so you can see how Pennsylvania and a couple of those states is really all you need to get there. Pennsylvania has been one of those spots we've seen the candidates hitting very hard over these last several days. It is also happens to be the state where polling showed it in a virtual tie as well. And so as we go throughout, not just tonight, but potentially over the next several days, keep an eye on how Pennsylvania shakes out. Still too early to call. Clarice and Steve.
All right, Blake, thank you. Coming up, a closer look at Tarrant County and how its changing demographics are affecting results.
This is a live look at the Kamala Harris election night party in Washington, D.C. The latest on the race for president still ahead on Fox 4 News at 9.
Let's take a look at Congressional District 32. That's the race to fill the seat vacated by Democrat Colin Allred, who ran for U.S. Senate and was defeated by Ted Cruz.
So the district covers northeastern Dallas County. Democrat Julie Johnson would be the first LGBTQ member of Congress from Texas. Her challenger, Republican Darrell Day, a former Arlington City Council. Julie Johnson in control right now with 55% of the vote, including early voting in. She has 61% of the vote.
Fox 4's Amelia Jones is at the Dallas County Democrats Watch Party with more. Hi, Amelia.
Hey, Steve, Clarice, I can barely hear you because this watch party, it is lively. There's music, snacks. big screens for people to watch the election results roll in. Again, I'm at the Dallas County Democrats Watch Party. This is where State Representative Julie Johnson took to the stage about an hour ago and addressed supporters as she says she has a commanding lead in the race for District 32 Congressman Colin Allred's seat. This is a historic night because if Johnson wins, then that would make her the first openly LGBTQ plus member of Congress in Texas history. Johnson was in a crowded 10-person field for the primaries for the Democrat nomination. Now her Republican opponent tonight is small business owner Darrell Day. Johnson's served in the Texas House since 2019, representing District 115. Johnson told me tonight that if she makes it to Washington, she plans to continue to fight hard on issues that she campaigned on, like equality and women's reproductive rights. Take a listen.
There's so many things that we have to address. Obviously, health care, reproductive access. Texas leads the nation in maternal mortality and infant mortality and people without insurance. Those are terrible statistics to lead the nation in. So that immigration, we've got to address that. Economic opportunity for all people and businesses and workforce. So there's so many issues that we need to address.
A little background about District 32. Colin Allred was able to flip the district when he was elected in 2019. And since then, it's become a pretty reliable blue district. District 32 covers suburbs in northeastern Dallas County and parts of Collin and Denton counties. Johnson campaigned hard for other Democrat candidates like Colin Allred and Kamala Harris. I asked her when I saw her about an hour ago if she had a chance to take a look at any of those early election results, and she told me that she hasn't. She was really focused and is still focused on the results of her own race, but she told me that she plans to watch the election results come in with her supporters. For now, I'll send it back to you, Steve and Clarice.
Amelia, thanks.
All right, here's some of those propositions. Dallas amendments. Prop R would decriminalize less than 4 ounces of marijuana in Dallas by making it the lowest enforcement priority for Dallas police. And as you see the numbers, the Texas Attorney General has sued cities like Denton and Austin over similar measures, saying they violate Texas law. In Dallas so far, with really limited numbers of today votes, but overall the early voting is in 92% against that amendment.
And let's look at some of the other propositions in Dallas. Prop C would have given the Dallas mayor and city council raises. Right now it looks like that is going to fail. 8% of the vote in against 96%. People voting for it, 4%.
Hard to get the public to vote for a raise for city council and mayors. Hey, Dan.
Hey there, Steve. Oh, we've got clear skies. It's going to be a cool night, but a very beautiful Wednesday shaping up. Some weather changes, though, just around the corner to discuss. Yep, rain chances going up again. I've got the details straight ahead.
All right, this is Donald Trump's election night party in West Palm Beach, Florida. A lot still needs to be done for both of these presidential candidates before we have a clear idea what's happening. We'll have more coming up. Let's look at some Tarrant County races. Republican Sheriff, incumbent Bill Wayborn, looks to be in control for the time being. Again, early voting is in, but you see 1% of today's vote counted, so we dump in early voting. You see the big numbers of vote, more than 600,000 votes are in. So that's early voting, and some of today's Democratic challenger Patrick Moses with 46%. Tarrant County is one of the largest metro areas that remains reliably red, especially for local elections.
But on the statewide and on the national stage for the last couple of elections, there have been signs of a slight shift, and Fox 4's David Santender is live in Grapevine to give us a look at the numbers that have shown in the past and what they're showing tonight. And David, you spoke with a Republican who's going to hold on to her congressional seat.
Yeah, Clarice, I spoke with Beth Van Dyne, who just so happens to be on the stage right now addressing the crowd. She got on stage after this band just took a break a minute ago. They've been going at it for a couple of hours playing songs on stage while different speakers have been coming and going. But Beth Van Dyne, again, claiming victory right now on stage, talking to some of her supporters out here, maybe about 800 to 1,000 people out here. As you were mentioning, Tarrant County is one of, if not the largest remaining red county in the entire country. However, in some recent elections, specifically national elections, some voters have flipped this Tarrant County area blue, talking about Joe Biden narrowly beating Donald Trump in Tarrant County in 2020 and Democrat Beto O'Rourke over Republican Ted Cruz in 2018. So it's been fair to ask if Tarrant County will shade, maybe not bold blue, but a shade of purple. Well, the results we have seen so far tonight show Republicans leading most elections in Tarrant County, including a 6-point lead for Donald Trump. Again, here at U.S. Representative Beth Van Dyne's watch party, where she claimed victory, I asked for her take on the county appearing solid red in a lot of these local and national races.
I think you're seeing frustration with what's happening with working families. When you talk to them, specifically in North Texas, they'll tell you that their issues have to do with crime in their streets as a direct result of illegal immigration and cost of living. And they're looking at this Biden-Harris administration as being detrimental, to just being able to put food on the table or turning on their air conditioning in the summer.
About an hour ago, this crowd just erupted when it was projected that Ted Cruz would retain his U.S. Senate seat. The crowd was so loud that they actually overpowered the band. The band, after their song, stopped and said, "Wait, was that applause for us?" Kind of joking with the crowd. They saw on the screens over to their side what was actually happening, but a whole lot of excitement for the GOP folks here in this room in Grapevine. For now, I'll send it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, so Miley Cyrus is out there with David Santender tonight. No, that's just a band covering a Miley Cyrus song. Let's get to Dan Henry and weather. Hey, Dan.
Hey there, Steve. Some impressive rainfall totals over the last 24 hours. Here's a list of them. Nancy Bean in Mesquite with 2.2 inches of rain. HL in Duncanville over 2 inches. Marty Fine in Carrollton 2 inches of rain. Marianne in McKinney 1.86, and Jerry in Weatherford 0.72. It was welcome rain because we went a good 5 weeks without seeing a drop across much of the area. Dry conditions again tomorrow, but beginning Thursday, a 50% chance of showers and a few thunderstorms. I think you're going to see the chances higher as you go west of the Metroplex. A solid 70% chance on Friday. There might be a few strong storms on Friday. It doesn't appear to be a significant setup at this point in time for severe weather, and then dry weather resumes both Saturday and Sunday. Let's take a look at our next weather system. Upper level low sitting here northeast of Salt Lake City and southwestern Wyoming, and that is snow for the most part. That is dropping right now at Montana all the way down through Colorado. Denver expected to pick up about a half a foot of heavy wet snow tonight into early tomorrow morning. That Pacific storm is going to drop southbound through the Rockies into New Mexico with a cold front out ahead of it, and by Thursday we'll see enough moisture here for scattered showers and a few thunderstorms. I do think the best best chance for more rain will be during the day on Friday. Then as this system lifts northeastward, we should dry things out for the upcoming weekend. 68 the high today, 59 the low, 70 and 50 the averages for this time of the year. We are currently in the upper 50s in Dallas and Fort Worth, low 50s McKinney, and in Arlington the humidity right now is at 58% with a light east wind blowing at 6. You can really see the effects of that urban heat island here. While we're in the upper 50s and even low 60s in the Metroplex, it's several degrees cooler in the outlying areas. 47 for instance in Bridgeport, 50 at Greenville, and 52 in Hillsborough. Let's expand the view, and things are all quiet across the state, so that was good news for folks getting out to vote today. Weather did not play a factor after the early morning rain showers that we had. Futurecast, there could be a little bit of patchy fog early tomorrow morning. That would burn off very quickly, so it's going to be a gorgeous afternoon. And then clouds roll back in here very quickly late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. Could already see a few scattered showers developing Thursday morning. And then as we head into the afternoon, showers and perhaps a few rumbles of thunder that are likely going to favor areas to our west and southwest more. Meantime, in the tropics, we've got now a hurricane. This is Rafael. It's going to hit Cuba pretty hard in the next 24 hours. It will still be a hurricane when it emerges in the Gulf of Mexico, but due to wind shear and cooler waters, it is expected to weaken to a tropical storm this weekend prior to making landfall. At this point in time, perhaps along the Louisiana coast, but too early to call there. 51 early tomorrow morning, 66 by lunchtime. Look for an afternoon high in the low 70s. Scattered showers, few thunderstorms Thursday, a better chance on Friday. And then Saturday, clouds give way to sunshine with a high of 70, and Sunday partly sunny and 74.
Dan, thanks. Here's a live look at the Donald Trump election night party in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we have an update. He just took the states of Kansas and Iowa for Donald Trump. We'll have more coming up.
All right, let's take a look at the full electoral map right now, and it looks like what prognosticators had predicted, that it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania. Crucial battleground states are in play, but Pennsylvania, former President Trump has about a 3% lead there, but I'm wondering which counties have reported. Are they the big city counties? Are they the small city counties? We don't know at this point. I don't know at this point.
Still too close to call. Taking a deeper look at where some of those states stand. Blake Hansen, Sean, and Steve with Matthew Wilson from SMU, and the Keystone State is key tonight, Pennsylvania.
Yes. Steve, to your question, 56% of the vote in Philadelphia, about 83% of the vote in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, and so there is a fair amount in some parts of the state. We're still waiting to see how Pennsylvania shakes out. Bring in our panel. You know, we talked a lot about Pennsylvania being key. As we look at these numbers, what are you seeing in some of the numbers in that state?
Well, he's winning central and northeastern Pennsylvania. She's taking the big urban areas as anticipated. That's Philadelphia, that's Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh. But the majority of that state is going to be what we see in central and northeastern, more rural, more conservative. And this was a state, certainly where she's underperforming and needed this state. You can't get to the White House, either party, without going through Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right now Trump's got about a 3% lead with about 63% of the vote counted. So it's not over, but if you're him, you like where you're standing right now, because it's not as if Philadelphia just hasn't come in, or there's some massive, you know, reservoir of Democratic votes sitting there. Yeah, Trump looks strong. And right now, I mean, it's obviously too early to call this, but right now, Trump is leading in every swing state. So there's a possibility that he actually wins this pretty decisively. And given the big margins that he has run up in states like Texas and Florida and Ohio, him actually winning the national popular vote, which he did not achieve in 2016, that's in play. And so we'll have to see how that plays out.
Would you be surprised for him to win Wisconsin?
At this point, no, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that now he's got at least an even shot of winning Wisconsin, just given the results that we're seeing elsewhere.
Yeah,
Donald Trump just posted on social media the blue wall is falling. We'll have to wait and see. And some of those suburban counties outside of Philadelphia, Bucks County, which is important, 37%. But things aren't looking good if you're in the Harris campaign. This trend is not the way they want it to go right now.
Yeah, blue wall referring to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all went toward Biden in 2020, but there's really not a path to victory for Kamala Harris if she does not win that blue wall at this point. We want to show you as well the two other states where Donald Trump seems to be performing well. These are not called yet, but Georgia is one of those states where it looks like, again, there are some strong numbers coming in for President Trump, or former President Trump, 51% of the vote there. North Carolina is another one of those states where former President Trump seems to be performing well. If he picks up North Carolina and he picks up Georgia, that means that basically Kamala Harris has to get Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Just win or go home.
All right, Steve and Clarice, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, guys. Good insight. Show you another live look from election night. This is Kamala Harris's election night party. More Fox 4 News at 9 coming up. All right, let's take a look at some of the other races in the state legislature. In the Texas House District 108, which includes Uptown Dallas and the Park Cities and Preston Hollow areas, Republican incumbent Morgan Meyer performing well against Democrat Elizabeth Ginsburg. This is a rematch of 2022. Meyer ahead so far, and the votes are starting to come in, Clarice. Now we're up to 56%. Yeah. So that vote is rolling in now in Dallas County. Another closely watched race, District 112, which includes Richardson, Garland, Rowlett, and Sunnyvale. Republican incumbent Angie Chen Button has held this seat since 2008, and it looks like that will possibly continue performing well against Democrat and former Miss Texas Avery Bishop. More Fox 4 News after the break. All right, before we roll the open for Fox 4 News at 10, I'm going to show you a live look at the Tarrant County vote counting process behind the scenes and tell you something you might not have known. Texas election code requires counties with more than 100,000 people to record, like this camera, all areas containing voted ballots. This camera must stay open and recording the entire time.
Thank you for watching Fox 4 News at 9.
More election results continue right now with Fox 4 News at 10.
Here for you. Fox 4 News starts now.
Good evening. Welcome to Election Night coverage from Fox 4 News. I'm Clarice Tinsley.
I'm Steve Eager. It's 10 o'clock on Election Night. We do have some results on the bottom of your screen. You'll see those as they roll. Let's get you right to some numbers, though. This is the current Electoral College map for the race for the presidency. We've been keeping a close eye on Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and that's what we're still keeping an eye on right now. Currently, under the Electoral College, former President Trump has 211 Electoral College votes. Vice President Kamala Harris has 117. It takes 270 to win the presidency. In the Texas vote, former President Trump and Vice President Harris, there is how the voting went in Texas.
For the Senate race, Republican Ted Cruz, Democrat challenger Colin Allred. At 9:13 tonight, Ted Cruz took the stage downtown in Houston to claim victory. And you see the numbers there, 73% of the precincts reporting Ted Cruz, 54%, Colin Allred, 44%. The race is shaping up to hang squarely on battleground states tonight and the so-called blue wall in the Midwest.
Donald Trump pulling ahead in some of these very important states. Let's go right to our panel. Next door in Studio B, Blake Hansen, Sean Rabb, Stephen Dow, guys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're parsing through the blue wall states at this point in time, that being Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Pennsylvania's the big one, obviously, 19 electoral votes. It's hard to really see a path for either candidate without Pennsylvania, though perhaps with some of these numbers for Donald Trump, he would be able to do it without Pennsylvania. Looking at some of the latest numbers, Philadelphia, 60% in at this point, 85% in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh area as well, and Donald Trump has a slight lead in that state. We expected it to be close margin-wise as it is, but it's seeming more and more like things are trending Donald Trump's direction.
Yeah, and things are great for the Trump campaign. And if we're in a situation where for the Harris campaign, she's going to need to run up the score in these suburban counties of Philadelphia. Those counties are below 45%. Bucks County, Delaware County, Chester County. So she's going to have to run up the score in those for it to really make some type of difference in those urban counties, because right now it's looking like, in the words of Donald Trump on social media, the blue wall is falling.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, and she may win a majority in those suburban counties, but she's not going to win a whopping majority. So it's not like she's going to be getting 70, 80% of the vote out of those counties. So that's the trouble for her, is even if those counties, the rest of the vote comes in there, it may be a Harris advantage, but it's not going to be a huge Harris advantage. You know, that inner city Philadelphia vote where she could be getting 80% or so, that's largely already baked into this, as I understand it.
Those collar counties will be critical, but it's not looking good, and it looks like as though Mr. Trump is climbing the blue wall at this moment.
The other states, let's go to Wisconsin next. Both Wisconsin and Michigan, polling indicated potentially that Kamala Harris had a slight lead going into this, but as we look at Wisconsin right now, he's a couple points ahead in that state. Looking at some of the areas where that is still coming in, I mean, 60% of the vote in the state of Wisconsin, and there's still 50% of the vote in Milwaukee, but, you know, we're already seeing that her lead there, about 66% in Milwaukee County, it's not looking good for her. There are fewer options for them on a path to victory at this point.
And now you have to start to wonder if maybe the majority of Americans aren't ready for a woman president, or for Harris as president, or maybe they felt she was too connected to the Biden administration, with some exit polling indicating some 72% of Americans are disappointed with where the country is now. And maybe they thought there was too much of a symbiotic relationship there that she couldn't separate in the 107 days. From when she got into this.
All right, AP just called Washington, California for Harris, but those were what was expected. Steve and Clarice, we'll send it back to you.
Right now, let's go back to the race for Senate. Senator Ted Cruz will keep his seat.
Again, here's another look at the results. I think we have the numbers. There we go. So this is what always I'm surprised by. The run-up to these elections, the statewide races, boy, it's going to change. Texas is changing. Things are going to change. 2% different, and it ends up at 10% now. The spread has gone to 10% with Ted Cruz, the incumbent. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager is at Colin Allred's watch party in Dallas, where the mood probably isn't so great right now. Peyton.
It is quiet here, Steve. Earlier tonight, we had hundreds of Colin Allred supporters here at the Longhorn Ballroom in Dallas. Dallas is Colin Allred's hometown, but since the race was called about an hour and 15 minutes ago, some of these supporters have filed out. If they're still here, they're waiting for Colin Allred to come out himself and speak to his supporters. They're also watching the presidential race as we speak. So Senator Ted Cruz will now enter his his third term. And supporters here for Colin Allred, they tell me as they were leaving the ballroom, they knew this was going to be a tough fight. They knew this was going to be an uphill battle. Like you mentioned, Steve, every year we hear about this when we cover these. It gets close. They're like a few points away, and then the night comes, and they're confident right before, and then the results come in as we saw. So no sign of Congressman Allred yet. However, we have a live feed with Senator Ted Cruz down in Houston. He made his victory speech. I believe we have a soundbite. Take a listen.
It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year. And I believe, and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign.
And we talked about this earlier in the night, Steve and Clarice. You know, Tarrant County was a pivotal county in this race. And I know that Ted Cruz, it really was pivotal for him to have that county to keep his spot in the Senate. Again, we're waiting for Congressman Allred to come out here on stage and speak to his supporters and to obviously thank them. Allred gave up his spot in the U.S. House, so now his political career is unclear. Again, we are waiting to hear from him, and we will bring you that live.
All right.
Back to you.
Peyton Yeager at Allred headquarters in Dallas. Thank you, Peyton.
Coming up, mixed results so far for some Dallas amendments that could have a big effect on the city's budget, public safety departments as well. We're going to take a closer look on Fox 4 News at 10.
And here's another look at Kamala Harris's campaign election headquarters tonight. It's Washington, D.C., Howard University. Beautiful location. Fox News has called Oregon, the state of Oregon, for Kamala Harris, along with California and Washington. Fox says Trump will win Idaho. More from the presidential race ahead on Fox 4 News. In Dallas, voters decided on 3 controversial amendments that could have a pretty big impact on the city's budget and the city's public safety.
Propositions S, T, and U were put on the ballot after a group of outside investors calling itself Dallas Hero gathered enough petition signatures. The former mayors of Dallas, Republican and Democrats, campaigned against these propositions. Proposition S would allow Dallas residents to sue the city if it does not comply with the city charter, local ordinances, and state law. Still some early results, only 4% of the precincts reporting. This is the early vote and then some of today's vote. 51% for at this hour, 49% against. Proposition T would create a community satisfaction survey, and that would affect the city manager's salary and job security. Again, 4% of the vote in, 58% of the voters against it, 42% in favor.
Proposition U focused on public safety. It would require 50% of all new city revenue to go to the police and fire pensions. You know the police pension has been in trouble. It would also require a minimum of 4,000 police officers, 900 more than the current force. But the police chief who's leaving and all the high-ranking police said this would just cost too much. They couldn't do it. It would take years and years to fulfill. So the citizens are listening to it at this point. 52% against, 48% in favor. Fox 4's Lori Brown has been watching the numbers. Lori.
Steve, despite the bipartisan opposition to these charter amendments S, T, and U, they have generated a surprising amount of support so far. Here's a recap and a closer look at what each of these would do. As for Amendment S, that is the one that is ahead according to the early results. It would take away Dallas's government immunity for violating the law. Opponents say that that would open up the city to costly lawsuits. City Councilman Karen Mendelson told me that residents have told her they supported it because they want the city to address homeless encampments according to what is in city and state law. T would tie the city manager's job retention and salary to a citizen survey. Pete Morocco, the executive director of Dallas Hero, has said that that would bring accountability, but city leaders have said that it would deter good candidates from taking the city manager job here in Dallas. Finally, U, perhaps the most controversial, would require 50% of the city's new revenue to go to the Dallas Police and Fire pension, but it would also require the city to have a minimum of 4,000 police officers. That would require the city to hire 900 police officers, but for years the city has struggled to hire and retain 250 officers a year. The Dallas Police Association opposed the measure, arguing that the hiring goal would not be feasible, and the president said it would also hinder their ability to negotiate salaries with the city. While the 501c4 Dallas Hero organization argues that the amendments would improve government accountability and strengthen public safety, 3 former Dallas mayors have said that it would have potentially catastrophic results. Steve.
All right, Lori Brown in the Dallas newsroom. Lori, thanks.
Some impressive rainfall totals over the last 24 hours, and might I add, welcome rainfall. Nancy Bean in Mesquite, 2.2 inches. HL in Duncanville with 2.15 inches of rain. Marty Fine Carrollton right at 2 inches in the rain gauge. Marianne in McKinney, 1.86, and Jerry out in Weatherford with about 3/4 of an inch of rainfall. We won't see any additional rain tomorrow, but beginning Thursday, scattered showers develop in the morning. We could hear a few rumbles of thunder as we head into the afternoon. A 50% chance. I think it's going to be higher than that as you head west of the Metroplex, and then a good solid 70% chance on Friday. It does look like we turn the taps off for a dry weekend. Let's take a look at that next weather system here. Pretty stout upper level low that is spinning just northeast of Salt Lake City at this hour. And most of what's falling now in the Rockies is snow from Montana and Wyoming down into the Denver area, where they're expecting about a ½ foot of slushy, wet snow overnight into early tomorrow morning. So that Pacific storm is going to dive southward through the Rockies into New Mexico. Ahead of it, there'll be a cold front, plenty of moisture to tap into, and so both Thursday and Friday, chances for showers and thunderstorms, and then the system will zip off to the northeast, leaving us with dry conditions for the weekend. 68 today's high, 59 the low, 70 and 50 the averages for this time of the year. Current temperature readings continue to fall. quickly, 56 Dallas, 57 Fort Worth, 50 at this hour in Arlington. Humidity is at 67% with a light east-southeast wind. It's even cooler in the outlying areas, 48 presently at Greenville, 52 Athens, 51 Meridian. We've also dropped into the 40s at Bowie, Bridgeport, and currently 49 in Graham. Great weather for this afternoon into the early evening hours across the region. All the showers and thunderstorms have shifted off to our east into Louisiana, Mississippi, on up into the Ohio Valley. So let's play out Futurecast. Could be a little bit of patchy fog early tomorrow morning. That burns off quickly. Lots of sunshine for your Wednesday. And then clouds roll back in here quickly late Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. Could see a few scattered showers Thursday morning, and then during the afternoon, a few rumbles of thunder. Once again, this activity, I think, is going to favor areas to our west. And Friday will be another day to see some showers and thunderstorms, probably even higher coverage on Friday. This is Rafael, which is a hurricane right now. It's going to make landfall in Cuba in the next 12 to 24 hours. Move into the Gulf of Mexico, still maintaining hurricane status on Friday, but with increasing wind shear and cooler waters, it is forecast to weaken to a tropical storm this weekend prior to making landfall. And right now, it's still early, but it looks like the more likely landfall destination would be Louisiana. Again, more than likely as a tropical storm. Right around 50, 51 early tomorrow morning. We'll reach an afternoon high temperature of 72. 70 on Thursday, 50% chance of showers and storms. That rises to a 70% chance on Friday. Clouds give way to sunshine Saturday, 70. Sunny, partly sunny we'll call it. Sunday, 74. And up to 76 degrees on Monday, Veterans Day.
Dan, thanks. Right now, Donald Trump is leading in the electoral count, but neither candidate has reached the needed 270 votes to win the election.
Fox 4's Blake Hansen running some scenarios to get to 270. That's where each candidate needs to be. Blake is in Studio B. Blake.
Yes, Stephen Clarice, we're getting more away from hypotheticals and more into looking which way these states are actually going to go. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger just recently said that he believes that Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead in Georgia. So there's that as we look throughout the evening. North Carolina is also a state where Donald Trump has a lead at this point in time. That gets him to 251. And then if you look at the fact that he has leads in Wisconsin and in Michigan, that is enough, even without Pennsylvania factoring into the picture, to get him to 276, where he also at this point in time has a lead. And so if you get Pennsylvania in the picture, we're not even factoring in Arizona and Nevada as the results. That gets Trump to 295. We've talked about how there is even the potential that there could be a popular vote that goes toward Donald Trump for the first time. Bring in our panel here. I'm curious what, if that is the victory, if he's picking up all of those swing states, what message does that send? And you also factor in the fact that the Senate is almost certainly going to be Republican controlled. We'll wait to see what shakes out with the House as well in all those races. What does that mean, and what happens next if we've got all three controlled by Republicans?
Well, I think it's clear what it means. Of the two choices, that it wasn't her. For whatever reason, this woman is not the one that the country bought into wholesale, if it turns out as it's indicating right now. And is it because she was too close to the Biden administration and was painted as all of the decisions that happened in the Biden administration? The Trump campaign painted her. It was Kamala's decision. It was her doing. She did it. She did it. She did it. And she didn't divorce herself from that loud enough or strong enough, if it turns out like this. Plus, we didn't see her vice presidential running mate after the debate. He almost disappeared. And yet you had J.D. Vance hammering, and you had Donald Trump hammering. And I think those messages got out there.
Yeah, I mean, if these trends hold, and in fact Republicans win the presidency, the Senate, and the House, we know that the Supreme Court is fairly conservatively inclined, favorable towards a lot of Republican ideas. So depending on your perspective, that is either exhilarating or terrifying, that Republicans will have a real ability to govern. Now, we'll see how they choose to use that. What agenda items they actually choose to advance. And I think there will be some internal discussion within the party about, okay, now we have this, what are we going to do with it? What kind of governing agenda are we going to bring forward? And, you know, that could go a variety of different directions, so we'll see.
And another question is, did Democrats go too all in on the abortion topic? While, you know, when it was on the ballot in states leading up to this election, you know, it overwhelmingly was supported by the voters that did not agree with what the Supreme Court did. But right now, clearly, if Donald Trump goes on to sweep all the swing states, then clearly that abortion topic, regardless of, you know, the early voting numbers showing that women outvoted men, well, those women also were not making the abortion a singular issue.
Before we send it back, just to talk out potential paths to victory for Kamala Harris. So if we remove those swing states where Donald Trump is leading at this point in time, if we say perhaps Harris is able to pull off Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, those 3 blue wall states where, again, it's looking like it's more favorable for Donald Trump, that's probably your path to victory. These two, North Carolina, Georgia, looking way more in favor of Donald Trump than perhaps some of these states. But a sizable lead at this point in time for the evening for the Trump campaign. They're no doubt feeling well. We'll see. We still do not have battleground states called at this point in time late in the evening, so these races are still close. There are votes still coming in. But certainly, if you are a Trump supporter, you're the Trump campaign, things are looking good based on what you're seeing in the numbers so far. Stephen, Clarice.
All right, Blake, thank you. And thank you to the panel. Here's another live look at the Donald Trump election night party. This gathering is in West Palm Beach, Florida. More from the race and more from the election night still ahead. All right, we want to give you an update. This is a key battleground state, really the first to get called.
Donald Trump is the projected winner of North Carolina with its 15 electoral votes, and right now you're seeing 50.8% for Donald Trump to 48.1% for Harris, with 85% of the precincts reporting in the key state of North Carolina.
All right, let's take another look at one of Dallas's amendments that Dallas residents have been voting on. Dallas Prop R would decriminalize less than 4 ounces of marijuana by making it the lowest enforcement priority for the police department. So a 4 vote would decriminalize marijuana, against would not. And at this point, with the numbers growing on how many votes have been counted, it looks like this will pass. However, the Texas Attorney General has sued cities like Denton and Austin over similar measures, saying they violate Texas law, so that could be a legal challenge in the future.
Another U.S. House district that we have been watching, District 12. This one was long held by Republican Kay Granger. She is retiring. Republican Craig Goldman is a member of the Texas House and has won this district against Democrat Trey Hunt, 78% precincts reporting. Goldman, 65%, Hunt with 35%.
For U.S. House District 26, longtime Republican Michael Burgess chose to retire, didn't seek re-election. Republican Brandon Gill has been elected to this district, which covers parts of Denton and Cook County. He defeats Democrat Ernest Lineberger. Gill's father-in-law is longtime Trump supporter and conservative commentator Dinesh D'Souza. Tarrant County Republican Sheriff Bill Wayborn, Democrat challenger Patrick Moses. Wayborn is the incumbent, Patrick Moses the challenger. This one stayed fairly tight. Those numbers haven't changed in a long time, but again, with early voting and then 13% of today's vote counted, the numbers are relatively changeable at this point, but early voting has a big impact here.
Fox 4 News returns in just a moment. Welcome back to Fox 4 News Election Night coverage.
I'm Steve Eager with Clarice Tinsley, and we have a reminder the very latest results are on the bottom of your screen and on our website, fox4news.com. Let's get you right to some numbers quickly. Here is the current electoral map. Donald Trump is currently leading the Electoral College count, and he recently took the key battleground state of North Carolina and its 16 Electoral College votes, and currently leads in all other battleground states.
It's becoming more clear Vice President Kamala Harris needs to win the blue wall Midwest states to win the presidency. Let's go back to our Fox 4 panel with a look at the narrow path for the vice president. Blake.
Now, Clarice and Steve, do pull the veil back from behind the scenes when we get the standby. We're all hunched over our computers looking at results, and all our posture suddenly improves. As we look at North Carolina, the first battleground state called, and we've frankly been a little surprised that some of these other battleground states have not been called to this point in time. But North Carolina, one of those states where Donald Trump was polling a little bit stronger in. Matt, you were saying earlier, North Carolina, probably a good sign for Donald Trump in Georgia as well, given the similar voting base.
Yeah, and the vote count is actually quite similar across the two states. In both of them, he leads by about 3%, and so with 90% or so of the vote counted. So I think those will come in pretty close to each other. And as I said, they have a lot of demographic similarities.
I wonder what's the holdup with Georgia is what I'm not understanding. Yeah. I mean, I know it took a while for North Carolina, but then you factor in, you know, they got damage and stuff still from the hurricane. But with Georgia, I mean, it looks like Chatham County, which is Savannah, that's not going to put her over the top. But with the outstanding vote there's still some outstanding vote in Metro Atlanta. But you got Brad Raffensperger, who's the shoot straight Secretary of State, who just told reporters, Fox 5 in Atlanta, reporting that he said Trump has an insurmountable lead. So I'm wondering where the hesitation is on Georgia.
Right? Yeah, don't know. It's a mystery at this moment. I guess they want to be sure because of everything that happened in Georgia 4 years ago. But in North Carolina, areas that Harris was carrying this time, voting down in those areas that Trump was carrying, numbers up in those areas, and AP called it early. You know, maybe folks didn't know her message, didn't hear her message. Maybe it wasn't articulated clear enough. Matt Wilson.
Yeah, or maybe there was some confusion as to what exactly the message was. I mean, I think that the message on her part was a lot about Donald Trump. Right. And it was about trying to convince people that he was unsuitable. And then when she talked about herself, it was much vaguer, more general. There was just kind of happy vibes. And people were pressing for some policy specifics, and she struggled to articulate those, even when in fairly favorable media outlets, you know, friendly media outlets, when they would push her to give some fleshing out and some detail to her policy agenda. It was just not something she did very well or very successful.
But it is worth saying, and just to push back a little, and you know, this is a conversation for another day, though. Donald Trump wasn't talking about any policies. Let's be completely honest about it. And so, is there more to it?
He wasn't talking about, there is more to it, but he wasn't talking about policies, but he was saying things that people wanted to hear. He was. You know, although we might think it's fluff, it's going to be great again. It's going to be the golden age again. You're going to have food on your tables again. I'm going to put tariffs on the countries making, which really means we're going to pay the tax, but it sounds good.
I was going to say, he talked about some policies. Now, people, you know, some people might not like some of these policies, but he talked about across-the-board tariffs. He talked about a significant number of deportations of illegals.
11 million, I think, is the number.
So, you know, we'll see how those policy proposals actually play out and whether they get enacted and what happens if they do. But there were some policy specifics there.
And character doesn't matter. Character doesn't matter. People don't care about that part.
Is this also maybe a sign, and we'll see what the, you know, the polling results show after and see how people say they voted after the fact, but that, you know, even though the economy has improved, even though inflation is down and there are Fed's meeting to drop interest rates, that what happened at the peak of inflation lingers in voters' minds.
That was 22, really, the peak.
Yeah.
You know, so it does linger, and you still hear people talking about what it's costing me, food on my table, bills to pay, prescriptions to fill, and Mr. Trump was hammering that home.
Well, just like the border situation, it has improved. It's clearly better now than it was last year or the year before. But there's residual anger because a lot of people perceive that it was so bad for so long, and the administration didn't take it seriously until the midst of an election season.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Looking at Wisconsin, I believe we have some of those results as well. Again, it's a state that at last check, Donald Trump
67%
was leading. Yeah, 67% of the vote in Wisconsin. Donald Trump with about more than 3% of a lead there. So, and again, that's another state too where you're not just watching the presidential race, but the Senate race as well, where it looks like Republicans will gain control of the Senate based on some of the pickups so far. Ohio, the Senate race, one of those ones that was a little bit surprising. Sherrod Brown, the incumbent Democratic senator who was slightly up in the polls going into today, the Fox Decision Desk calling that one for Bernie Moreno in Ohio. And so as we head into, some of these conversations about now is if it's looking like Donald Trump is going to win and be back in the White House, what is he going to have to govern with? So far, it seems like it is trickling down to some of those Senate races, and more than likely will trickle down to some of those House races as well. New Mexico just called for Harris finally, but again, that is not one of the ones that we were going to be surprised about. As we look at Michigan as well, we know the Harris campaign is apparently saying we're waiting on some votes in Detroit.
That's 36% in. No, actually.
And that was one of the ones that I think Democrats were worried about because of the Palestinian vote, that issue there, and specifically in that state and that population. They were concerned about that being a weak point. Right now, 5% back in Michigan, that's a pretty sizable lead right there for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily that all of that Palestinian or Arab American community was going to vote for Trump. Some would, but of course Trump is also quite pro-Israel. But they were worried about losing some to Jill Stein. They were worried about losing some to just staying home or to skipping the presidential line on the ballot. Various ways of showing displeasure with this administration's policy in the Middle East.
Yeah, I had on my discussion points, RFK staying on the ballot. How's that going to affect everything? Probably not likely. Yeah, we're not going to get to that discussion point. Steve Clarice, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Blake, Stephen, Sean, and Matthew, thank you. Let's now go to the race for Senate. Senator Ted Cruz will keep his seat.
Again, here's another look at the results. Cruz pulling away, defeating Representative Colin Allred. Do we have the numbers on the screen if we can get to it? We don't need to, though. We can go to live pictures if you want to do that. Okay, there it is. Cruz pulling away with 76% of the vote counted. Now a 10% lead, and he's been that about for an hour now. So let's go back to Colin Allred's election night party in Dallas, where it's not much of a party. It looks empty. We thought he was going to address reporters. Maybe he won't do it from the podium. Maybe a little more demure. He'll likely congratulate Ted Cruz, and I don't know if he'll outline what he plans to do. A lot of people are curious. He's an attractive young politician who people will want to stay involved, but who knows what his future holds for him. Ted Cruz gave his victory speech right after 9 o'clock. We'll bring you any comments Allred has when he arrives and delivers them.
Let's take a look at the Congressional District 32. That was Colin Allred's former seat. The race to fill the seat vacated by Colin Allred, who ran for and lost U.S. Senate, as we just said.
The district covers northeastern Dallas County, and Democrat Julie Johnson will be the first LGBTQ member of Congress from Texas, defeating Republican challenger Darrell Day. Fox 4's Amelia Jones is at the Dallas County Democratic Watch Party with more tonight. Amelia.
Hey, Steve Clarice. Things are kind of dying down here at the watch party, but it has been very lively all night, and there are still people here eating some snacks and watching the big screen as the election results continue to roll in. This is where State Representative Julie Johnson was tonight, and she took the stage and addressed her supporters. That was 2 hours ago when she had what she called a commanding lead in the race for District 32. Congressman Colin Allred's seat, where hearing some cheers. Again, this is the Dallas County Democrats Watch Party, so as those results come in, again, you hear some cheers here. People are still watching. When Julia Johnson took the stage, again, she had a commanding lead, but now it's official that she has won District 32, and she will be heading to Washington. This is a historic night because Johnson is the first openly LGBTQ plus member of Congress in Texas history. Johnson was in a crowded field of 10 candidates for the Democrat primary nomination, and she defeated her Republican opponent, small business owner Darrell Day, tonight. Johnson's served in the Texas House since 2019, representing District 115. We got a chance to talk to her when she saw those early results coming in. Take a listen.
There's so many things that we have to address. Obviously, health care, reproductive access. Texas leads the nation in maternal mortality and infant mortality and people without insurance. Those are terrible statistics to lead the nation in. So that immigration, we've got to address that. Economic opportunity for all people and businesses and workforce. So there's so many issues that we need to address.
And those are just some of the issues that Johnson was telling me she plans to continue to fight hard on, just like she campaigned for issues on equality and women's reproductive rights. A little background on District 32. So Colin Allred was able to flip this district when he was elected in 2019. And since then, it's become a pretty reliable blue district. As you mentioned, District 32 covers suburbs in northeastern Dallas County and then parts of Collin and Denton counties. Johnson, again, addressed her supporters, and I asked if she had a chance to take a look at any of those other results, and she told me she hadn't, but then she did leave this party and said that she was going to watch the rest of the election results with her supporters. Things are wrapping up here at the Dallas County Democrats Watch Party. I was told they're going to share some final statements and wrap things up here tonight. For now, Steve, Clarice, send it back to you.
All right, Amelia, thanks. Let's take a look at one of the other propositions in Dallas. Prop C would have given the Dallas mayor and city council members raises. Right now, it looks like that effort is going to fail. 15% of the vote in, 58% of the people voting against it, 42% in favor.
Just a short time ago, we showed you Tarrant County voting places and how the law in Texas requires counties with more than 100,000 people to record all areas containing voted ballots. This is in the Dallas County vote counting processing area, and that's another camera look. You get a look behind the scenes. It's unique this year we get to have that.
Another live look from Kamala Harris' election night party coming up in Washington, D.C. Nope. That's another look at the Dallas County ballot live stream. Now, this is the look at the Kamala Harris election night party in Washington, D.C. at her alma mater, Howard University. More races ahead on Fox 4 News. Stay with us.
Tarrant County is one of the largest metro areas in the country that remains reliably red, especially for local elections.
But on the statewide and national stage, past couple of elections, there have been signs of a slight shift. Fox 4's Davidson Tindry live in Grapevine. Give us a look at the numbers that have been shown in the past and what they're showing tonight. David.
Yeah, Tarrant County is one of, if not the largest remaining red counties in the entire country. However, in some recent elections, it's turned a bit blue, at least in some national races. President Biden beating out Donald Trump in 2020, and then Democrat Beto O'Rourke over Republican Ted Cruz in 2018. So it's been fair to ask if Tarrant County will shade maybe not bold blue, but a bit purple. Well, the results we are seeing tonight show Republicans leading in most races in Tarrant County, locally and nationally. That includes a 6-point lead for Donald Trump at my last look. Here at U.S. Representative Beth Van Dyne's watch party, where she claimed victory, I asked for her take on the county appearing solid red for some of these races.
I think you're seeing frustration with what's happening with working families. When you talk to them, specifically in North Texas, they'll tell you that their issues have to do with crime in their streets as a direct result of illegal immigration and cost of living. And they're looking at this Biden-Harris administration as being detrimental, you know, to just them being able to put food on the table or turning on their air conditioning in the summer.
And this watch party is winding down. The band inside stopped just a little bit ago, and some people started to leave, but there is a crowd behind me watching these results come in. And just a few minutes ago, Fox News projected Donald Trump as the winner of North Carolina, and the people behind me, about 100 or so of them, they just erupted in a whole lot of cheers, so there is still plenty of excitement to go. And some people who don't appear to be ready to leave here tonight in Grapevine. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, some of them are dancing behind you. All right, David, thank you. Here's another live look at the Kamala Harris election night party in Washington, D.C. And a race just called. The Associated Press says Kamala Harris has won Virginia. More Fox 4 News just ahead.
Congressman Colin Allred addressing supporters tonight after a tough loss to three-term now Senator Ted Cruz. Let's listen.
Thank you. It took courage for these Texas women to come forward and talk about the most difficult moment of their lives in front of thousands of people. It took courage for each and every one of you and everyone who got involved in this campaign to, even though we haven't won here in Texas in some time, to believe in this election and to put everything you had into it. And it's going to take courage for whatever comes tomorrow and the day after. This country is worth fighting for. Understand that. This state is worth fighting for. We are a great country. Nobody needs to make us great again. We are great because we are good. And we are good because that's who we are as a people. And so I don't want to see anybody putting their heads down. I want you to put your shoulders back and your head up and walk out of here tall that you participated in an American election. That's what we do. Because in this country, we don't settle our differences in the streets. We don't settle it with violence. We settle it at the ballot box. And if we don't win, then we dust ourselves off and we come back the next time. Okay? I don't know what's going to happen in any of the other races around the country, but I know this. It's going to require patriots like all of you and people all across our state and our country to stay engaged. This 250-year project of ours is one that is very tenuous.
All right, that's Colin Allred addressing his supporters. We should tell you that I'm looking at the Senate count right now. It looks like, based on polling from AP, there are 50 Republican senators now, and there are still 9 seats to be filled. And Fox News is saying that Republicans will take control of the Senate.
And we're still waiting on several battleground states for the race for president. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin still not called. More from our Fox 4 panel ahead on Fox 4 News.
Here's the current electoral college map. Donald Trump currently leading the electoral college count. Vice President Kamala Harris just won Virginia, but that's not one of the necessary states. Trump has won or leads in every one of those battleground states.
It is still clear Harris needs to win the blue wall Midwest states to win the presidency. Let's go back to our Fox 4 panel with their final thoughts of the night. Blake, Stephen, Sean, and Matthew.
Now, Clarice and Steve, story of the night seems to be this was a very good night for Republicans. Obviously, votes still to be counted, but let's get your final thoughts, your final takeaways.
Yeah, I'll be quick. It's either one, women, a lot of women showed up to vote. That's not out of question. But did they think Kamala Harris was the person to take the reins, and she was tied to the economy? And clearly, women didn't make abortion a singular issue.
No, and a number of other issues that weren't really broadcast, really weren't made audible by Kamala Harris. I think that's where she lost this. If the trends continue, she wasn't forceful enough and didn't make her policy clear enough. And what did they do about the border?
Absolutely. And, you know, there are a lot of pro-life women, and a lot of pro-choice women are not single-issue voters. And I think those two things sometimes were forgotten about by the Democratic campaigns that lean so hard into abortion as the principal focus of their electoral efforts. You know, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, remember him? He's got a 40% approval rating. Kamala Harris is part of his administration. When the incumbent party is that poorly thought of, they very, very seldom win elections. I mean, that's the kind of take a step back, 30,000-foot view here. When the people running the show are widely perceived to have done a bad job, it's hard for that party to hold office, and I think that's what's showing up here.
And the other thing that has happened here is Congress. Yeah, the Republicans are going to take the Senate and the House, and could very well have all branches of government.
I would imagine this is going to be an election where the Democratic Party is going to have to rethink how they approach their races. I mean, if they're going to be sitting on the sidelines, not at least in the driver's seat, it appears. We still got to wait on the House, but Fox has called the Senate for Republicans. It looks like Donald Trump, if things stand the way they are, is on his way to winning the White House. Republicans are going to be in the driver's seat for a while, and Democrats left to kind of rethink how they approach these elections.
Well, and just to give it a little local focus really quick, I mean, the knives are going to be out in the Texas Democratic Party because this is a disastrous election night for the Texas Democrats. They expected to do much better than they did at the presidential level, in the Senate race, in state legislative races, you name it. And, you know, they've been talking about purple Texas and competitiveness for a long time. And it's not that they fell short, they moved backward tonight. They are farther away from that than they have been in several electoral cycles. So I think there's some real soul searching.
Even losing some of their strength in the urban areas.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. We will wait to see. Thank you all, Matthew Wilson, Sean Rabb, Stephen Dial, for joining us as we break down these results. Of course, much more coverage throughout the week on Fox 4. Guys, back to you.
All right, gentlemen, thanks. It'll be said, you know, Biden and his capacity, the debate that went so wrong, and then rushing Kamala Harris out there. A lot of decisions were made in a hurry and probably didn't need to be. They might have been made earlier in the process, but they'll be talking a lot about what happened in this election in the Democratic Party for sure.
And we are going to take you to Fox to continue the coverage tonight. We want to thank you for joining us here on Channel 4, and our website, fox4news.com, has the latest. We're going to give you the Fox coverage this evening. Good Day starts at 4 a.m. Good night.